Toro now have to try and take on this onslaught as Kronovi tries to get back, and they do a fantastic job of it.
Yeah, I'm really rooting for Xset to at least go 1-0 ahead in one of these games. Because I want to see, like I keep saying, I want to see how Rogue respond to that. I want to see how they play from behind today. Have they been working on improving in that regard? And just trying to stay more consistent, not let things just get completely out of control. Yeah, lots of chances for Xset in this right-hand side offensive corner already. None of them coming to fruition. Now maybe something will happen. Never mind. Kronovi far too fast for AlphaKep to have a chance to keep up with them. And the physicality for Rogue is starting to show up more and more. Deciding to fight fire with fire. I think that's a good idea for a team like Rogue. They have plenty of solo play potential in their team. In fact, you know, just as much as they do team play. They've got brilliant solo duelists on their lineup. You're brilliant. You're very good at outplaying multiple opponents, and that was open. It has gone in. It didn't need that last touch, I believe. It looked like it might be hitting the post, but Kronovi's shot was good enough, and just like earlier in the game, the aerial speed of Rogue getting them victories.
It just feels like Xset got a little bit desperate for that goal for no real reason. Diving players in, didn't quite need to do it. Especially if you're not even going to be able to make contact before Kronovi beats you to the ball. Oh, Toro, there is no way!
Oh.
There is every way! When Toro is on the ball!
That's disgusting. Flip reset into a pre-flip air dribble, and even a little bit of crossbar as a spice to finish off that brilliant goal. Well, what control, what timing from Toro to catch that ball at the end of his flip and have immediate control. It wasn't like he was playing catch up there, like is often the case when you come out of a flip reset play. You're trying to regain control. No, he had control immediately. As soon as he flipped on top of that ball, he was fully the force behind it, and there was nothing that Xset could do.
So we saw the Desk offer up a few pretty tame predictions earlier on. Very obvious, matter of fact, okay, this team's going to probably do this. I'm going to offer my own very tame, very matter of fact prediction here. We're seeing that one tomorrow on the top 3 plays. There is no way we don't get another chance to see that, as it is going to be Toronto up again.
Oh.
What a save by J-Pal. But that's the quality you've had to have so far to keep Toronto out.
AlphaKep tried to go high there, faked a flip reset, and then went for the double touch, but First Killer had both covered. Just perfect height in his aerial defense. Yeah, like you said, unreal from Toro. Has to be one of the top 3, surely. Note it down.
It would be very difficult to beat that one.
Note it down. It was game number 3, Rogue versus Xset, Toro with his second goal. We got to have that one in there. Hey, if we don't, then the other 3 goals are going to be pretty special. So I'm looking forward to it either way.
It's one of those ones where if it doesn't happen, then we're probably going to be equally as happy anyway, because we were treated at some point. So keep an eye on the rest of the broadcast today to see what the other ones will be, and almost offer your own predictions, actually, as to what tomorrow's top 3 will be. Is going to be Toro up and double commit, but if I saw Toro jumping right now, I'd double commit as well. You might as well get more bodies in front of him. Kronovi couldn't react quick enough, and AlphaKep's made a game of this.
Yeah, that pre-flip center ball totally surprised Kronovi, who was a bit flat-tired on the goal line. And AlphaKep's timing was perfect. He was already moving full speed as that ball arrived to the near post. Kronovi, having to wait for the ball to come to him, had no chance of getting there. And now Xset attempting to do exactly what they did in game number 1. They were getting styled on a little bit. They were getting outpaced, and then they started to get the comeback rolling. And now is the time where Rogue have to pay utmost attention to AlphaKep sneaking right behind them. Oh, Zero's just going to go and score, keep that 2-goal lead intact. My goodness.
Please tell me this isn't goal. Oh, there we go. I was hoping that at least there was a second touch involved. Of course there was. AlphaKep tried.
It was.
And that was about as much as he was going to be able to do about that one. Toro has just been outstanding. That is his second brace. And he has just been unstoppable whenever he's had time on the ball. So don't give him time on the ball. So easy when you say it like that.
Yeah, that's that's the coaching, I suppose.
I'm available, Rocket League team.
Just stop letting Turnturo touch the ball, and your chances to win are going to increase drastically. That's right up there in the top coaching tips of the day, alongside score more goals than the other team.
Send me as a martial arts coach. I told him to not get hit quite as much.
Exactly. Stop getting hit. Stop. How do you not get demoed? Just dodge the guy trying to demo you. It's really quite simple when you think about it. But yeah, at the same time, easier said than done. How do you stop Turnturo from getting to the ball when he's as fast and as efficient and as smart with his positioning as he is? You don't, or at least not in this matchup.
Here we go. End of this game. 2 goals to the better, and Rogue have been phenomenal as Turnturo impresses so much. You had so much hype about him when he originally came in, and it did sort of cool off a little bit, but Turnturo immediately reminding us why back on Charlotte Phoenix he was such a big name and such a hot prospect as an up-and-comer.
Yeah, no, Turnturo, when he's playing well, he plays really well. It's games like this that remind you, like you said, why Rogue picked him up as their new third for this season. The thing that Turnturo has to work on is trying not to completely fade away when he doesn't have a pop-off performance. His baseline is a bit lower, although his ceiling is very, very high. But Rogue have got problems, I suppose, or they've got things that they're working on for all 3 of their players, and nobody would argue that the potential of this team is through the roof. For now, though, they're back in front. They've managed to take 2 games in a row there. The second one, or the third one, is a bit closer than the second, with XSET responding late on into it. But the same question I'm going to keep asking over and over again. What are Rogue going to do when they finally trail, when they lose the first goal? I mean, if they just keep scoring first, they're never going to have that problem. But I'm so curious to see. I'm going to be watching Rogue all day. That sounds like some Shogun
coaching right there, Johnny.
Yeah, go on, concede just so you can learn how to play from behind. It is worth mentioning, how often maybe Rogue are one of those teams that just dominates in scrims and they never have to play from behind. Then as soon as it happens to them, they're like, wait, we didn't practice for this. We never tried that. So maybe they've got to go and let start scrims from a 0-1 deficit and see if they can improve when they're already losing.
Oh, T. Corral. It's going to be still available for Turnturo, who, you know what? If there was anyone I was going to let just stay around there, it would be Turnturo right now. Krenovi goes pretty even with J-Pal, looks to lay it off to first killer. Just push to the right-hand side. First killer looks to keep this going. Jumps up. He's managed to fake a few out here, but the second touch, the recollection of the ball wasn't quite there for him. First killer, as always, just gets onto the ball and it becomes his pace. He decides what's going to happen. Makes him so useful, especially when you need a team to start tracking back and reposition.
Yeah, once again, Rogue starting to beat XSET to the ball. XSET have to pick their battles very intelligently in these games. And this could be the last one of the series, but if it isn't, then, next game, same thing. They need to pick their battles. You can't just fly up for a ball that looks like a 50-50 chance of you getting it or a Rogue player getting it, because what you think is a 50-50 is probably more like a 60-40. What you think is a 60-40 in your favor is more like 50-50. Rogue are just that quick that they keep surprising XSET by how quickly they're beating him to the punch. T. Corral continuing to show off that positioning in the back corner defensively. Doesn't matter how many Rogue cars are surrounding him. Doesn't matter how little time he's got. He's showing some brilliant patience in the back corner, picking his angles very well. That's a good pre-jump save for J-Pow. The defense for XSET is impressive. When will they get a chance to score before they're trailing by 2?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll hear all of these compliments later on, Johnny, and say, well, this is nice and all, but we kind of wish we could just stop playing this much defense.
Yeah.
T. Corral has proven us time and time again just how quick he can be at reading those sorts of plays. That is a double commit. You said you got to try and pick your battles. That was too much. And that is a fantastic clear from Alpha Kep. Rogue couldn't quite figure out what they wanted to do with it.
Yeah.
That allowed him his chance.
Yeah, I think if Krenovi just poked that ball into the corner wall, it would have centered easily for first killer to score, but he went for the mind game instead. And, credit to Alpha Kep, he kind of just had to ball chase and hope in that position. There's no point trying to read anything else. First killer's going to get the opening goal of the game. It's again, another game where Rogue get that early advantage. And it was a cheeky little pass there from Turnturo. Nobody reacted quickly enough to it. for XSET. Unfortunate for them, but it's the same old story. They must be getting used to it by now.
I do want to point out just how good that decision-making was from Torrentoro as well, because that ball was coming towards him. He did realize that the net would have been partially open for him as first killer comes in and hits the crossbar. Just to find that shooting accuracy like Torrentoro's got. And maybe this could have been 4 or 5 first killer set. Torrentoro, well, tell me if you've heard this one before this series. He scores.
Yeah, unfortunately, another goal in game number 4 where XSET have just failed to close down the striker. There was nobody blocking that shot or just flying forward to make the goal a bit smaller, or at least the open part of the goal a bit smaller. Not that it would have mattered. Turo's accuracy, I'm pretty sure he was going to put that top corner if he needed to. First killer was very close to scoring from the other angle. The very difficult read. But yeah, Rogue are playing some brilliant Rocket League right now. Even in game 1, I think they played quite well. They were doing totally fine, except for, Kronovi getting caught one time by Alpha Kep with a demo, and then, of course, the double commit in overtime. Outside of those 2 plays, Rogue had 11, I think it was 12 minutes, actually, of, I'd say, splendid Rocket League for them. Very consistent. But they haven't had to come back from behind, and this is the thing that remains in question for me. I'm very interested to see how Rogue are going to play if they can finish off this series. They're going to be 2-0 on the day. They're going to have to play against, an NRG or a G2 or one of the other top teams, the PEEPS as well. They're going to be the other teams in the group who are 2-0. Surely in one of those matchups, Rogue are going to lose the first goal. Surely.
Yeah. I think
that's where we learn about them.
If they get to one of those and they don't go down by a single goal, that becomes a much bigger story in itself. As, Rogue have definitely shown off some answers to questions that I feel like we already knew the answer to coming into this series. We will get much different questions post them later on in the tournament, but Corel would like to keep this one going, at least for now. Double commit, as that's going to be J-Pow to turn it in. What a double touch from T. Corel, and he keeps this series going.
Such a great dunk as well. He reached the back wall, still didn't have the ball sent into the middle, so he needed to both, deflect that as it came back off the wall and also block the defender who was trying to send it into the corner. Perfect manipulation of his car from T. Corel. And you just wonder, why do XSET only find these plays once they've conceded at least 2 goals? What is it that's stopping them from pulling that out the bag earlier on in the game? They've just got the opposite problem of Rogue. They seem to start playing really well when they're losing. Rogue, they play really well as long as they keep winning. If both these teams could put together their strengths, I guess they would be unbeatable, because the comeback potential for XSET is clearly pretty good. And Rogue
comparing notes after this series between the 2 teams.
Yeah, Rogue are some of the best front runners in the scene. When they can get that 1-goal lead, they really know how to turn that into a stronger advantage for themselves. XSET, not so much. But yeah, overall, this series has gone as expected. Rogue able to take it. They always beat XSET when they play, apparently. And now
I'm going to find the streak for you right now.
What is that?
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to count a best of 3.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9.
9. Wow.
That's one of the longer ones out there right now.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, XSET their 1 win and 1 loss on the day now. Their 1 win was also a Game 5 win, so I don't know if they're going to be feeling too confident based on the results that they're getting. But when they take a look at the group, and I think, given the teams that they're likely to have to play against for the final 3 rounds, they should still be making it into that top 16 pretty comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen enough from them to know that, as long as they can control the midfield a bit more, they might have a better shot in the future, and you're not going to face Rogue every single round. So for XSET, sort of get a figure out there roughly where they are placed in the hierarchy. As for Rogue, they want to start testing out where they sit in the hierarchy. They're going to get a chance in round number 3. It's themselves, the PEEPS, NRG, and G2. They want to make it through 3-0. When we come back, we'll find out if they can.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family.
Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, Gibbs and Turtle, to break down that last match. I suppose at the end of the day, I was incorrect, but at least they put up a fight. Rogue, Turtle does come out victorious.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't have a choice, okay? You had to go for Xset. We were all feeling Rogue, and you
put me against the wires here.
Yeah, you went for the bold pick, and I was scared in the first game, okay? Xset come back, and then they win the overtime with a double commit, and we had just talked about how Rogue cannot panic, but what do? They keep calm. They're still patient, even after they throw away the first game, which is everything Gibbs was asking for. And then they made plays like this Turo, the flip reset into double touch in the air. I mean, this is everything we expect to see out of Rogue whenever they're feeling good, confident, and they're patient on the ball, like slow plays. Look at the dribbles. This is what we want to see out of Rogue, and they definitely answered all of our questions.
This is perfect for Rogue. They go down in game one, which they shouldn't have lost, but they don't panic. They bounce back. Then the speed of Crow, who normally is that player when the speed picks up to kind of lose out a little bit, he started doing a lot of big things for the team. And then Turo, that might be one of the better series we've seen from him. Yeah. He looks confident, which is great for Rogue going forward.
That seemed to be the story. They just kept calm, keep calm, and air carry on. That's what Rogue was throwing out there. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the standings right now and just see where everyone places right now. That we have 2 rounds down, which means 4 teams are sitting at 2-0. And I would say, at least in my eyes, Gibbs, these are the teams I would have had there.
Yep, the top 4 teams, it hasn't really looked too difficult yet. Rogue got the hardest matchup, I'd say, out of all of them with that last round, and they still walked out pretty clean at the end of the day. So this is a good sign for those guys. Very likely going through no matter who wins in this next round. And then when you look down the bottom, the Zookeeper is one of those teams that was a surprise last time we saw them. They're not looking too good right now at 0-2.
Yeah, Turt, again, we pretty much covered it. You can't really say much else against us. Are any teams maybe down in that lower that surprise you at all, that are going 0-2 right now, or is it just relatively expected?
I don't know, not really that surprised. I think Zookeepers out of all the bottom 4 teams could have prevailed a little bit better. They went to game 5 against Exit. That could have been huge for them, but I'm happy to see E United as well. They're in the middle. We can see they did get a win back after starting the day pretty horribly, and they were my prediction to go 3-2. So I think United can ride that momentum and that energy, and hopefully we'll see them pop off. But I'm even more excited because we've got some crazy matchups coming up.
Well, this is the thing. This is where some people are going to have to start being wrong. Let's take a look at our next matchups. Reminder, we do have our E-League stream still going on twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. Over there, you're going to see Nefarious versus Matones and Frontline versus United. On this one, coming up second, we have NRG versus Rogue. So I know, I think that's Johnny versus Gibbs during that one. Let's touch on that really quick before we get to the G2 Peeps, which will be the first one. NRG Rogue, Gibbs, are you a little worried about your prediction now?
Oh, no, Rogue's got it right where they want them. Like energy, super confident. They're beating everybody. They're going to fall asleep mid-series. Rogue's going to take it easily. I'm not worried.
Okay. Well, we're going to see how that gets to. We got to talk about this first match. It's going to be G2 versus the Peeps. And I believe, Turtle, you had G2 going 3-0 in the day. And I feel like out of the 3 of you guys from the pre-show, you're looking like the most likely to get that prediction right on the 3-0.
It's still scary, though, because the Peeps, these guys played in their first regional event. They met in the quarterfinals, and that was a scary moment. And it's going to rely a lot on AJ because he was shooting 1.2 goals per game. If AJ pops off again here against G2, I'm going to be scared. I still think G2 have the advantage coming in with how strong they looked in the grid versus the Peeps. But still, I mean, this matchup is starting to turn to a rivalry.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. This is going to be a tough one for you guys, but we do know that the G2 fans are going to be out there in full swing. Hashtag G2 or hashtag Peep in the chat right now to vote. We'll take a look at your results in just a few minutes. We're going to get some of our own predictions out as well. We talk about this match. Gibbs, Peeps have a full potential to take this series here, but with G2 and the way they've been looking lately, do you think that's going to be the situation?
There's a clear-cut top 4 in North America. Unless you're playing in the quarterfinals of a bracket, then you don't want to play the Peeps. It's not quarterfinals yet, so we're okay. I think G2 will take this. But I think Peeps want to win this, obviously. They want to continue that story of them climbing all the way to the top of North America, but I think G2 might be a little bit too strong right now.
Turtle, we have a phrase in Rocket League called "Don't sleep on the Peeps." Gibbs is doing it yet again. Are you going to do it here?
Gibbs, I saw him in his pajamas a couple weekends ago. I'm not in my pajamas, but I'm going to keep sleeping on the Peeps. I'm sorry. I don't see them taking this series. Just like Gibbs said, the pressure isn't there, and that's not what's going to help the Peeps. It's going to help G2 because they're relaxed. They don't have too much on the line. I mean, this is one of those series where you're not in a quarterfinals matchup. You don't have to worry as much. And the Peeps, as long as we don't see AJ pop off within the first 2 games, I'm heavy in favor of G2.
Gibbs, does the curse happen if we all pick it, or if it's just you picking G2?
It's just
I think it's only when I get it wrong then they'll say it's a curse. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. Don't worry about it.
Okay, well, then I have to continue the trend. Otherwise, it's just not a true thing. I'm going to sleep on the Peeps as well. I'm going to pick G2. Got to pick G2 on this one. Peeps have the potential. I think this is not going to be a 3-0 sweep. This is going to be a really good series. Yeah. And of course, the fans, we knew that was what happened. You guys are out there. We see the G2 fans, 82% in favor of G2. Everyone is sleeping on the Peeps, which means they're going to be powered up for this next match. So get online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, and let us know your thoughts on the match. But it's time to head to the Verizon Skybox with Shogun and Johnny.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. So here we go, the first of our qualification matches to get through to Saturday's stage number 2. For those of you unaware, 4 days in a row is a very, very difficult tournament to go through, Johnny, as we actually heard Gregan mention before Sunday's finals for Europe how, across the 4 days, it is very tiring. So you want these done nice and quickly.
Very tiring, you say, which might lead to some of these teams falling asleep, perhaps. I don't think G2 are going to sleep on the Peeps. I do think that they're going to sweep the Peeps, though.
You set that up so well, and then you instantly switched away.
I think it's time for the Peeps to get sweeped. I have to say it wrong to keep the rhyme, unfortunately, but...
That's fair, that's fair. No, we respect that more, if anything.
Yeah. Okay, it's just all part of G2's plan. Don't worry about it, all the G2 fans watching. I saw them practicing this in training earlier. We talked about it, Rogue never actually get a chance to practice from behind. G2 are doing it in live competition, 1-0 to the Peeps already.
I will say that when it does come to the Peeps, they do tend to follow a bit of a pattern, especially with their, much longer tournament streaks between the DreamHack and the last tournament, the last regional, I should say, where, they do lose a couple of the earlier rounds. They, try and make you convinced that they've regained their mortality of sorts, and then they suddenly just burst into life once they hit playoffs / the end of the second stage. So this would almost be following their typical patterns if they do end up losing this one. But they don't want to do that. They want to be a team that is always looked past whenever they get to these situations. This JNaps clears to Chicago, over to Rizzo. That is well read by Gyro, however. I'm going to keep with the Peeps on offense. Passed over to Illusion. It's not a great shot.
Wow, look at them go. Peeps are playing some brilliant Rocket League already. Very fast-paced, and the passing is coming together. Illusion giving JNaps no chance on that play. So the Peeps are looking to continue their current undefeated streak on the day. They have yet to lose in any of today's matches they've played. G2 have dropped 1 game. So this is maybe something that Peeps have got going for them. Rizzo gets 1 back, and how did this not get cleared?
Yeah, I think Peeps, next time, the #1 solution might be at least move a little bit. Gyro's just flipped the wrong way, hasn't he? That's, it's one of the easier bits of analysis we're ever going to do.
Yeah, Gyro has flipped in the wrong direction. For more in-depth analysis, you can visit Shogun's live stream.
It won't get any more in-depth than that. It will just be hit the ball, don't let them hit the ball, go faster, and just uninstall, mate. You're not playing well.
Just uninstall.
That one cost $30.
That's the premium package.
That is
advice right there. I don't think that it's going to come to that for either of the teams today, fortunately.
No,
for them.
Definitely not.
Everything's been going according to plan for the group. Well, kind of according to plan. The upsets were a big thing in Regional 1, but now things are settling into the correct order. That was actually a very interesting half flip from JNaps. He ended up upside down, but he somehow recovered with a little half flip to get right back to the ball, right back into position. Oh, Illusion's takeoff has been bumped, but now a whiff coming in for Chicago, and G2 are going to be down 3-1. What on earth is going on?
Okay, so we've seen some really high quality plays, and we've seen some not very high quality plays. I'm going to put that one into the latter category. Almost feels like it was a bit of charity work back there from G2 after watching Gyro flip past the ball earlier on. So we've already got 4 goals, and we're only just 2 minutes into this game, waiting for, well, either team really to fully stabilize. That is a great shot, but right into the path of Gyro. who will keep it out. And that is, JNAP's trying to keep the ball in the offensive side of the field, but if it doesn't go well for his team, like it kind of hasn't, his teammate's just going to get stuck back over here. After game gone, half a minute without conceding for either team. That's got to be some sort of win, right?
Yeah, that's a big improvement over some of the defending we were seeing earlier on. A big part of commentary, especially in Rocket League, is trying to highlight the brilliance of a play rather than the complete failure of someone else in the play. But occasionally a play comes along where any brilliance that there may be is so eclipsed by the massive failure that it is impossible to talk about it. Oh, well, this is a bit reminiscent of something we saw earlier on. PEEPS are struggling with these clears from these sort of positions. Just not setting themselves up for success, maybe, with their positioning off the ball there. It bobbles into the middle and nobody is facing it to clear it into the corner.
Yeah, you get the feeling that one is pretty much entirely on illusion. Gyro, when he's on the wall like that and the ball is trickling below him, there's really not much you can do with it outside of some sort of wonder pinch against the floor. JNAP straight into illusion. That is a much better touch this time, but it's followed by Chicago.
Wow.
It's 3 each.
Well struck by Chicago. No time wasted. Brilliant placement. And I think JNAP just did enough there. It was one of those shots that was so straight at illusion that it was actually harder for him to save than if it was a bit to his right or a bit to his left. So one of the occasions where actually the fact that JNAP has shot the ball directly at his opponent is in fact a benefit. And it made it harder for the PEEPS to clear.
That's going to be straight down the middle. I was getting the feeling that this could be a 5-5 by the time we get to the end of regulation. Both teams just scoring for, well, I was going to say when they want to, and also, given how some of this defense has been, also when they're not really trying to.
Maybe we'll go for both teams are conceding when they want to. We've
weird
totally
strategies, but we'll let them have it as the ball's just gone flying over the top of Chicago. Jared couldn't quite figure it out quick enough. This is, it's been one of those games so far. I would not expect the rest of the series to end up looking like this. But as we mentioned earlier on, especially against some teams that have gone 3, as I'm not even acknowledging anymore, Johnny. It's just part of the norm.
The ball is just supposed to bounce around the PEEPS box with no real direction.
This is fine.
This is what we've come to expect from this matchup now. Rizzo actually nearly getting dunked on by his rotating teammate there. He did get the ball past him. It's a good placement by him. After such a long break with no goals going in, the next one very well could be the one that separates these two teams. And it's, it's G2 who have got the momentum on their side, scoring the last couple of goals, I should say. PEEPS, their defending has been chaotic, but it has kept the ball out of the net for at least a minute now, which is something.
Oh, that is a fantastic pass as well. Drop over from Rizzo. Look at some JNAPs.
Wow,
and he just puts it right underneath. That is a Rocket League version of a nutmeg.
Yeah, he just faked him out here. Rizzo drops it down. And I think JNAP spotted the pre-jumping AJ, so he struck it low instead. Bounced it underneath him. And that is the very, very late winner that G2 were looking for. 14 seconds left to hold on to this.
It has seemed like this game has almost returned to normalcy as we have gone through the minutes. As Rizzo pops it over to JNAPs. What a great pass that is. Didn't go for it too early through risk of it possibly being intercepted. Chicago tries to wipe out Lucian. Couldn't quite manage it. And now G2 just have to see the ball to the ground. And they have taken what was a chaotic game number 1.
Yeah, that was definitely something. We noticed when G2 moved to their team house earlier on in this season, their defense really improved. They started to tighten up with their defending of counterattacks. They weren't leaving their net open for long shots to go in. But this game was right back to pre-team house G2, or maybe maybe their team house AC is broken or something. Maybe the fridge is broken out, or something's definitely off, Shogun. That's not allowing G2 to play to their maximum potential defensively. Luckily for them, they tend to bring an incredibly threatening offense, no matter what happens to their AC in the team house.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier on, I'm not expecting to see something like that again in this sort of series. I think both these teams will realize that was a bit rough from both of them, and that they'll try to almost settle it down a little bit more. I'm going to end up being completely wrong. We're going to see 4 goals, or maybe they start speed running to 5 within the first minute. But we'll see what they have got for us as we move into game number 2. Quick reminder that even if a team loses this one, which one of them has to, they've still got 2 more opportunities after this, and it'll be against, well, what you would expect to be slowly declining in quality opposition. So this is about as hard as it's going to get. But we have also seen a couple of times, Johnny, teams that have started so well and have eventually been reverse swept by the Swiss bracket, as Gyro's going to start us off. And he starts us off brilliantly.
Well, that's one way to leave nothing up to chance. Gyro pre-flips into an air dribble. Did he watch Turanturo's goal from the last game, maybe? Because that definitely looked inspired. There was no flip reset to set it up, but still, what a goal by Gyro.
That is how you want to almost reset yourself going into game number 2. Illusion looks to go for his moment as JNaps can't take over. I think we need to tell these players that we can't have a top 3 with all the players looking the exact same.
Yeah, pre-flip into air dribble seems to be the goal of the day. That's happened a couple of times now. That's such an incredibly difficult move to execute. So credit to Turanturo in the previous series and now Gyro in this one. The control that you need to be able to know exactly where your car is going to finish its flip. It's unreal. Illusion makes it 2. Near post defense for G2 is falling apart. And just like last game, the Peeps have got a hot start.
I mean, if Gyro's got anything to do with it, the near post defense is actually falling apart because he's making sure of it. Nice demo from him. Means that the follow-up was not there for G2, and they find themselves 2 goals down. And we're not even a minute played so far, so this has been absolutely phenomenal as Rizzo. Well, that's a different strategy. I think he just wanted to try and catch up with the chip shot, but ended up just skying it a little bit too much, and G2 are still 2 goals down. It might even get worse than that depending on how the rest of this play goes. AJ starting to close in, and G2, you know, defensively, they do look rough, but transition-wise, they look fantastic.
Yeah, G2 always have that ominous sort of threat that they could be scoring. Every time they touch the ball in the other half, the opposition half, they just look like the real deal. They always have. And I think they always will. So the defense is the question. That's a great save by AJ, just dive-bombing that ball. Rizzo with the reset on the ceiling. Now he's going to try and center, but nobody's there. JNaps sitting back at the halfway line. Has to run all the way into his back corner now to catch that pinch shot. AJ fired at their net. Yeah, something's definitely missing for G2 today. I think Turtle's probably watching and thinking, why did I predict G2 to win this regional event? Because with the way that they've defended, they're never going to be able to beat or compete with a team that plays at the level NRG have been recently.
So who is actually, you know, on the chopping block of the analysts so far? Actually, as Rizzo looks for his own air dribble from the wall, JNaps keeps the pressure on.
I don't think anybody
who for the 3-0.
I don't think anybody predicted the PEEPS 3-0. If I remember correctly.
So I think it was Turtle, yeah, Turtle G2.
Turtle went G2 for 3-0. That's right. Gibbs went Rogue. I went NRG. I don't think anybody went PEEPS. Maybe Leaf was feeling a bit spicy today. But you know, given how long they've gone without conceding in the second game, it looks a bit more promising for the Peeps. I still think G2 are going to find a way to edge this if it does go the distance.
It's going to pop out. JNaps going to try and take this the whole way. He's still got 30 boost. Flip reset.
Whoa,
he almost
what?
managed to skip underneath. Chicago wins the challenge. Follow up. And there we go. That lead is now cut in half.
Oh my goodness. JNaps just stopped the ball dead with his flip reset. And that forced the whiff from Gyro. I don't know if it was planned. In fact, I'm pretty sure it wasn't, because there's no way that you can make such a precise touch at the end of a flip reset shot to stop the ball dead in its tracks and thus make the goalkeeper whiff. But boy, was it effective. That was unreal from JNaps.
Now JNaps looks to continue onwards here. 2 minutes for just 1 goal. This looks much better now for G2. If you were on PEEPS, you kind of wanted that 2-goal lead just to at least last until the 1 minute remaining mark. It really forced G2 to have to throw everything at you, so maybe you can even sneak away a 3rd goal as again they go for the challenge,
wow.
And again they score off it.
Oh my goodness, G2's 50-50s are absolutely crushing it right now. Chicago scored with a 50-50 in the last one. Now he's got an assist with a 50-50. That's actually a calculated play. Notice how Chicago flipped away from the ball there to try and make sure that it would stay into the middle. So you notice the goalkeeper was looking to push that into the corner defensively. So perfect counter by Chicago. The assists from G2 have been outstanding.
G2 have found a weakness and are pressing down on it. AJ wanted to be a bit close to the ball, so he could have used the flip reset. JNaps. Oh, almost. I was seeing the goalkeeper there as just sees the potential demo fly over the top of his head.
Oh, close, but not close enough for PEEPS. We talked a bit earlier on about how, you know, hitting a ball straight at a goalkeeper can be a more difficult save than hitting it slightly to the side of them. The same way, sometimes hitting a ball slowly at a goalkeeper can be a more difficult save. Oh, that wasn't slow though, Illusion. Got it past one, but not JNaps, who was on the goal line. That's in the middle though for AJ. He shoots slowly and Rizzo can't get goal side of it. It's gone in. PEEPS had their lead once again.
That is an outstanding play by Gyro. And for AJ, slices across the ball. He would have wanted it with a bit more power, but it is in nonetheless. And PEEPS, they did drop their 2-goal lead. They've managed to get their goal back. Great mental fortitude by them to instantly manage to bounce back from a game that was starting to look like it was going away from them. And they do need this one. You don't want to be going down 2 games against a team like G2. As now Gyro, he's not going to have much support that quick, but it does come in. AJ was sitting so far back. So Gyro decided, all right, I'll hit this even further back to you.
Yeah, Gyro, what a game he's having. First of all, he gets the unbelievable solo goal, pre-flip into air dribble. Now he's got a couple of assists that have really just given his teammate, well, given AJ no way to fail. That's the perfect passing from Gyro 2 times in a row. And 2 open nets for AJ off it. Now Gyro's going to go for the bump. Oh my, look at him go. 3 goals in a row, all assisted by one man. But this is a double assist. He managed to force JNaps to pass it into the middle, and then he slams him into the corner.
Gyro is heating up. And this, more than the lead, might be something that is even better to see for the PEEPS fans out there, because it's one thing to take a game, but it's another thing entirely to give yourself a series win condition. And if Gyro keeps playing like this, he becomes that win condition.
Yeah, just get the ball to him. And, you know, AJ's usually the player who people think of when they're thinking about who's going to carry the PEEPS mechanically. But Gyro's got some tricks up his sleeve, and he's an incredibly difficult player to read. Now, G2 do get one back. We've seen 2-goal comebacks in, I think, 6 seconds is the record in Rocket League history.
It's been a while. That is been done in like the RLC Pro League.
Yeah. We need a kickoff goal and a 0-second goal, but hey, it's possible is all I'm saying. One day, I'm going to say this, and it's going to happen, and I'm going to look like a genius. For now, I probably will have to settle for looking like a bit of a muppet, but that's just any other day of the week for me, so I'm used to it.
Well, it is not going to be this time around, but one day in the future, Johnny, they are going to look for at least one more Chicago to JNaps. Just trying to play keepy-ups towards the end. And the PEEPS do get one back, and they do it. You know, it wasn't sort of goals out of nowhere, really. Those were well-worked, well-earned goals by them.
Yeah, some fantastic plays by Gyro, basically, is the summary you need for this game. What an opener with the pre-flip air dribble. I'm sure we're going to get to take another look at that. I really hope we are. I hope I've not just made somebody panic.
I think we can just...
I
know there was like 8 goals here. I'd happily watch that one 8 times instead. There were some great goals.
You got like 5 or 6 touches on that, maybe another after it hit the bar as well. And that was after a pre-flip. Look at that by JNaps, slowing down the shot, forcing the goalkeeper to just make a dead ball play rather than a clear. And for a while, it looked like it was going to be a repeat of game number 1 with G2 coming back and then maybe taking the win as well. But it wasn't meant to be. Really solid plays coming out of the PEEPS and Gyro in particular. So let's see if he can replicate that performance. Has he used all of his hard-to-read plays in one game?
Gyro, good pass back, but he accidentally dunks his own teammate, and this is calamity right now for the PEEPS. It's not being made any easier by G2 slow playing it, but it is also that slow play that gives them their chance to recollect, and it gives them chance to score. G2 had no idea what to do with this.
Yeah, we saw a few risky plays there. First of all, Chicago drove forward, went for a demo on the ball carrier, missed it, and his recovery wasn't instantaneous, so he didn't have ball pressure from behind. That forced JNaps to go in, and then he lost a 50-50, and there was no third behind him. There was a bit too much of a gap between JNaps and Rizzo for that to be a viable strategy. So a couple of things going wrong there for G2. They've almost equalized on another center ball, but the defensive cohesion for G2 is completely out the window there. They're spacing between each other, and you know the recoveries with the first man they're sending forward could definitely be improved.
Oh, that is AJ setting up so well. Lucian comes in late. What's that lateness that almost let him set up for the dunk? Gyro takes his time. And Lucian flicks into Rizzo, actually. Slows him down. Doesn't really give them too much off that play directly, but it's just annoyance. It's just that constant little prodding away at G2, looking for them to make mistakes, but Chicago never makes a mistake when it comes to shooting like that.
Yeah, it's unreal. G2 playing like two different teams at the moment. They're playing Plat 3 defense and then Supersonic Champion wide champ offense, the widest of champ offense that you're going to see today. Really interesting. It's like they've taken Season 5 gimmick and turned him into a team.
Oh dear, that's actually truly horrifying when you say it like that.
all along, the G for G2 is actually, it's meant gimmick. It's actually gimmick too. It's been gimmick the whole time.
Sorry, I'm going to have to sort of mull that one over very quick. A Chicago shot. Need to get a little bit more on it. Just the pass too far ahead of him. That one's going to be popped up. And right now, the Peeps are on the back foot. They want to find some way of getting rid of this. Going to drop down yet again. G2 are the team that can actually run onto these shots as well. So, their offensive power is going to be much larger than the defensive power that we see from the Peeps. Rizzo outpaces. Wants a second touch. Gets that second touch. Gyro's now forced into action. That's the last thing you want as a defending team. Is forced to use bits of boost on all three of your players. It's going to pop straight out. And if G2 can keep this offensive press going for too much longer, it's just going to run out of resources if you're on the Peeps. And it looks like that opportunity could be coming soon. Shot not quite low enough. Rizzo wants the challenge. He's got it yet again. Rizzo's not lost a single offensive challenge in so long, but he also gives Gyro the opportunity to clear long. And that is an opportunity that the Peeps desperately need to take. Oh my goodness. J-Naps, mate. You, I want to just get rid of that one.
Like I told you, man, defense, something after this rank reset, definitely like could very well be platinum. But G2 are still creating numerous opportunities up front. Rizzo almost had one just moments ago. If he had more boost, it would have been very difficult for the Peeps to handle. What a pop-up past that is. Gyro's going to get challenged on his follow-up shot. How is the boost doing for G2? That's a really good clear, actually. JNAP's not only hit that hard, but also the way that Illusion wasn't expecting it to go. So there was no immediate response from the Peeps. And that's I think, often the underappreciated aspect of clearing the ball. It's not just about the power, it's about the accuracy, it's about the placement of your clears. JNAP's totally wrong-footed in the entire Peeps lineup with that one.
Yeah, it's something that you see BDS over in Europe do so well. They find that one gap that the opponent's rotation can't quite cover. And they just power the ball straight through that gap as it is AJ. Looks towards the right-hand side for the blue team, but couldn't quite find a teammate. Will Chicago be found for the pass? Yes, he does. And G2 straight back onto that offensive push. It's not going to last. Gyro much more subdued this game than he was in the last one. Chicago's got a bit of time, but he's not got much boost to his name. Rizzo looks to move on in. And G2 have looked like the stronger of the two teams, but they have not got the goal to come up with it. Gyro off the back, but Illusion moves in, and that is well blocked.
Yeah, we almost saw the happy little accident from Rizzo there, just flipping past the ball to set up his teammate. Oh, no accident on that play, though. What a banger by JNAPS. Rizzo played it perfectly into his path.
Yeah, I love that he didn't go full power on this one, just dropped it straight to JNAPS, who can lash it on that half volley. It is the sweetest spot for that ball to land if you just want sheer power on the ball. And JNAPS, well, there was no real placement. It was just hit the ball as hard as possible. It'll go where it has to go.
Yeah, as long as he bangs that top shelf, there's no way. There's no way that even the craziest pre-jump is going to get there in time. G2 in front. Their offense is more than enough to make up for any kind of defensive inconsistencies. Or is it? Another one that's just gone out straight down the middle. And that was between two G2 defenders. Did they bump each other? Oh, they did. Rizzo got bumped by JNAPS. You've got to be joking.
Well, AJ is going to start holding seminars next week called How to Open Up the G2 Defense. And it's just going to be take ball and take the most direct route you possibly can.
Oh, dear. Yeah, that's a real problem. And, you know, Rizzo is the one who he was coming in for the challenge, so it's really on JNAPS to stay out of his way. Oh, fine game for Gyro. He almost got all three of them. Rizzo was able to get the save. Thank goodness for G2. That would have been a devastating goal.
Oh, dearie me. We already saw that one for almost the first time with Justin in the last regional. And almost retreated to yet another one, as it is 2 each. It's be one of the first times that we actually don't see 6+ goals go in. Merely 5. There's Illusion. Might actually be able to give a 0 second. And JNaps keeps it out.
Yeah, great save by JNaps. Just hoping against all odds that one would be within his reach when the shot came in. And it was. G2 still in with a chance to win this. A very good one. For them, it's just about trying not to crash into each other in defense, trying not to leave their net open for a month at a time. Their offense is just so unbelievably hard to stop. They just give themselves the time. They've given themselves the foundation to build that offense on. Then the goal will come.
I have already seen some pretty epically long overtime so far, so let's see if this one is over quick or if we are in for yet another one. JNaps blasts the ball. Rizzo doesn't want to quite go for it. He had the boost. There was maybe the opportunity for him to fly up and tap that one straight back down to his teammate on the 1-2. AJ up. Chicago always so quick. They might have actually caught Gyro out a little bit here. Rizzo almost crashes straight through him. And Gyro very patient with the way he's defending. Peeps don't want to be here, though, as it's passed infield to Rizzo off the backboard. And you get the feeling that if those passes keep succeeding, there's going to be that one that they can start putting into the top corner.
That was a very difficult position for Gyro to be in. The ball just would not sit nicely for him. Chance. Illusion's going to put that into the ceiling. That'll do. That's good enough, really, for the Peeps in that play. They need to get up so quickly for that one because they know that G2 are going to be rebounding that as early as humanly possible. So they also have to push the limits of what they're capable of in terms of defensive speed.
AJ shot. He's got a couple of people jumping here, but JNaps quick enough on the draw to help his team out. Now here's Gyro. 0 boost. You know he wants another one. Not going to be able to do it, though, with absolutely nothing in the tank.
Oh, wow.
That's a fake on the backboard. Wasn't much there for him, but at least it looked nice.
Yeah, he got one, but there, unfortunately for him, 3 defenders to get by. Now a chance for Gyro again. He's going to get crushed in the challenge by Chicago, who continues attacking. No boost to catch the rebound, but AJ wouldn't have given it to him anyway. The G2 are still in the hunt with all 3 members. They will not relent, and they will not stop aggressing. Every time that there's a chance for the 3rd man to attack, they take it. They are playing with full faith in one another, despite how everything has gone today. And that really tells you a lot about this team and how much faith they have in each other, the experience they have playing with each other. They need that more than ever.
They have one mode, and it is full throttle at all times. I'm going to need it here. Just JNaps push the ball to the right-hand side. Don't know if that was a mistouch or he just didn't like the view in front of him.
I'm pretty sure he double jumped by accident there. It looked like he was trying to dodge into the ball, but either way, looked like he was giving away possession, so he's probably lost for, or he's trying to think of what to do. Do I dodge left? Do I dodge like straight into this? Do I jump? Before he could make up his mind, the ball reached him. Illusion beaten to that one by Chicago. It's good evasion there by AJ. He was being chased in the defense, but he got away from the bump and collected the ball quite well. Nobody able to clear that one, though. AJ will catch it, and they're using the wall exceptionally well to help them get out of defense against G2. Once again there, AJ just up the side wall and away to safety.
The only issue with the way G2 play offense is that when something goes weird, if there's a bounce that they don't expect, if there's a challenge that pops out a weird way, that is where they can get caught with nobody back and just a long clear. As here we go, Chicago cuts rotation. What a time to go for the half rotation to keep that ball out of their side of the field. Now AJ, he's got up late here actually. Illusion's got to cut back over. That's a weird bounce from the corner. And the Peeps are holding on. And they'll be happy to see that there's not been a major opportunity for G2 in quite some time, despite G2 having good possession of the ball. A huge demo actually is going to ruin the G2 offensive rotation for the time being. And they're going to look to keep it going. Chicago's going to get back. His teammate was being mauled on the goal line, and he does help out in the perfect way. Now AJ wants to get another shot at this. Going to drop over to Gyro on target, and JNaps again.
G2 are just hanging on by a thread right now, but I think we've seen pretty clearly a good example of what their game plan is. They are relying so much on these immediate rotations from the furthest player forward. Chicago there saved them a couple of times because he was racing straight back into defense without wasting any time. And that's what G2 are assuming is always going to happen. Now, big boost run happening for Rizzo right now. He's tried to take all the boost away, but meanwhile, the rest of the team are having to defend. Would have been brilliant if G2 could have got an attack going right there, right then, because Rizzo actually ran ahead of Illusion the entire way back. Took all the boost on that side of the field.
Illusion needs to get a good challenge. He has got it, but it also bounces out to JNaps. It's just each team taking their turn right now to create an opportunity. Rizzo again. Blasted up high. It's AJ in the race. Comes up quite well, and he's going to land on it. 0 boost as he went for that one. As Chicago, that's a huge dunk.
Rizzo
Jaro is all by himself, and Rizzo buries the shot.
Once again, G2 have got no difficulty in getting up for these rebounds in such quick fashion. That's brilliant. And that shows that despite all the failures that they've had today, despite a few times, you know, just leaving each other isolated in defense, leaving some gaps for the ball to roll through, they still have confidence in one another as a team. And you definitely can't say that about every team in Rocket League right now, who, you know, one thing goes wrong and that just turns into a million problems for them. G2, they are still playing their game. They're still playing their style. Even when things aren't going perfectly, they just stick to the plan. And this time they execute to a greater degree.
Yeah, I mean, they just kept going for it until they got the perfect opportunity. And they just saw win the race, win the challenge, just keep on doing that until nobody is left. And it got to a point that Jaro was all by himself and he's just looking around, just going, lads, it's just me against the 3 G2 players. I've not really got much of a chance here. So it is going to be G2 now on match point, looking to qualify with a 3-0 in our first Swiss of the week. And it is a big thing as well, because we have seen so often how you get later on in the tournament, you need to have that positive record to avoid having multiple rounds in a row of matches that you just don't want to see.
Yeah, they will desperately want to advance 3-0 here. You know, G2's form as of late hasn't been the best. They had a week actually in the run up to the second NA regional for this split, where they looked like the top team in NA again. They were able to take down the grid for the 3rd time, and they were beating everybody they played against. But then going into that second regional, it all fell apart. They weren't able to get past the quarters for the second regional in a row. So G2 being able to show up and perform, play that perfect sweep that NRG have just shown us in the last regional, you know, dominate like Space Station did in the first regional. That's really where G2 want to be. They don't just want to be scraping through. They want to be crushing the competition.
That is part of G2's story as well, coming into this season, how they were the champions last season. And it felt like an opportunity slipped them by to really cement themselves as that #1 team in the region. Because as soon as it happened, things went very wrong. AJ, I don't know how he's managed to figure that play out, but does keep it out for his team.
Yeah, that was either brilliant awareness by AJ. Sometimes he'll just do a quick head count, see only 2 G2 players, and he'll assume, well, the 3rd has to be in my blind spot. Or he did, you know, does a quick flick of ball cam off and on, and then sees where Rizzo is lurking. Either way, good work by him. And once again, AJ finding himself in the right place at the right time. And he will put in the opening goal. He was actually on the rotation back, and then he realized, wait a minute, that's the pretty perfect ball to turn on. 1-0 to the PEEPS again.
The PEEPS refusing to back down here. So desperate to start clawing themselves into that conversation up there with the NRGs, the G2s, the Space Stations, and the Team Envies of the region. Just need to see it more often from them. You get the feeling that, you know, the results they get might give them that argument down the line as AJ, outstanding from him, it completely outplays G2.
Oh my goodness, we're going to have a very difficult decision to pick top 3 goals for tomorrow, because already we've seen a few contenders. That one in the mix for sure. What a play by AJ. Flip reset into the mind game, and he's having a great game for himself. PEEPS on the warpath, looking to equalize the series, but luckily for G2, Rizzo is first to the scene. That net was momentarily open, but the PEEPS didn't have anybody there to put it in.
Off the backboard, that's going to land awkwardly. They need the help. They got the help. JNaps to make it awkward again, but AJ is on point here. Saw earlier on there was Gyro popping off. He has quietened down quite a bit. Now it has been AJ's turn. And they're going to need that if they want to try and take us through to Game 5. Gyro ends up just flying past it. I think that was safe no matter what. We did see a player diving on through for G2. As it's now going to come into the midfield. JNap's off the backboard. Rizzo can't go for a run onto his shot. That means no power.
Yeah, it's a good try by G2 in terms of pressure, but they're going to need to try again. The Peeps are proven to be quite difficult to break down today. Although G2 have had quite a lot of success, I wouldn't put that down to Peeps' failures. It's more their ability to find goals out of anywhere. Now, this is more like it for G2. Chicago able to read that bounce. And unfortunately for Peeps, their man who called that he had it, all he had was a big bump coming his way.
That is Rizzo playing at his best there. Not necessarily the greatest shooter on the G2 roster, but he's very good at putting the ball into an awkward spot.
What do you mean,
just recovering so quick. We're not doing this again. We are not doing this again. I'm not having this.
Poor Rizzo. Never nice shot, Rizzo. Only, oh, it was so close. Only ever great pass, good demo. Well, maybe yet. When it happens, everybody, you got to clip that. You got to tweet it out. Got to boost his confidence as a striker. AJ doesn't need any confidence boosters. Look at him go. That's truly a hat trick. Wait a minute. No, it's not. It's off the goal line and back into the edge of the box. That was at least 9/10 of the way across the line. But unfortunately for the Peeps, G2 have kept it out. I think AJ had the goal right there for him. If he just flipped the right way, a boost was at a premium. Here he comes again. This time, Chicago's able to keep him out. AJ could have easily had 4.
That shot that went off the post numerous times looks like me when I go bowling with the safety bumpers up. Just left to right, left to right. Unfortunately, they have not got their own safety bumpers up in the form of that 2-goal lead that they would like to have reestablished. Instead, 1 minute left, 1 goal difference, and maybe just one opportunity needed for G2 to prevent Champions Field from coming up next. Lucian back down. Gyro up. Will he have support on his right-hand side, or are they going to try and settle for this 1-goal lead? It's a bit more of a defensive look when it comes to the pressure from the Peeps, and there's no real arguing that might very well be the smarter way to go about this. G2 stuck in their own right-hand corner. Chicago up. Over to the left-hand side of him. He was going to hope for JNaps, but that's not quite happening. And the Peeps are in a perfect position right now. They haven't got to defend their net if they can just keep this ball in the orange side of the field.
JNap's going to have a beat here. Well, it looks like AJ will clear the ball. Even though he was isolated 1v3, he's done brilliantly. Chicago forced to make another last-ditch save. Look how quickly the Peeps are able to turn a back wall defensive play into a shot on target. Their transitioning has been exceptional. It's been able to punish G2 every time they're just a slight bit out of position. Looks like we're going to Game 5, Shogun. AJ just needs to hit the ground. Oh, it's kept up by Chicago. Just barely. One more chance maybe for G2, but that's going to bounce down. Nobody reaches that one in time. And we will go to Game 5. What a series. What a performance there from AJ. A couple of brilliant goals. One that will definitely be in the top goals of
we keep
the
saying this. We're going to need like 10 plays.
Yeah, top 3 goals of the day is going to very quickly be turned into top 10 of, at this rate. I don't think that would be something that the fans would complain about. What do you guys reckon? If we have 10 good goals, do we do top 10 tomorrow? Be sure to let Rocket League Esports know on Twitter. But yeah, we're probably going to see another banger in the next game based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and for the Peeps, it has now been 2 wins. One off a hugely impressive performance from Gyro. Another one off a hugely impressive performance from AJ. So surely you got to start looking across the table now and saying, well, you know, Lucian, it's your turn, really. So eyes on him here heading into game number 5 for G2. This has become a lot more difficult than I think many were anticipating for them. Maybe the desk did sleep on the Peeps. Maybe everyone at home slept on the Peeps as well. I believe it was 82%, something like that. Or was I thinking of the last series? I think I'm thinking of the last series.
Yeah, I think this one would have definitely been a very one-sided percentage vote also. Whenever G2 or NRG are playing, as long as they're not playing against each other, they're going to dominate the fan vote because they're the teams with the most fans, simply put. But in this case, it's not just fans voting with their hearts. I think a lot of them do genuinely think that G2 are the favorites in the matchup, and I would agree. You know, I wasn't the most confident in my sweep prediction. We kind of forced into that one, but with how well G2 have attacked and how well they continue to find the back of the net, it could have happened. You know, a little bit of ironing out of defensive misplays. This team could be at the top of NA once again. Just look at the speed. Chicago to JNAPS to the back of the net in the blink of an eye. 1-0 G2.
Now they've just got to hold on to it. Maybe even push it even further as Gyro that has managed to make it awkward, but that is a fantastic recovery from Chicago. Could have even gone further if he wanted to, but JNAPS called for him off. That is what you need from your defensive players. You know, you don't want to be trading too many players for the ball. If you can just trade Chicago by himself, that's even better. He's going to keep going on here as AJ looks for Gyro's on the backboard. Looks to drop it down to him.
Way.
AJ's in!
What?
And we've got another contender!
Gyro had no boost on the back wall here. Absolutely nothing. But he still manages to get the ideal touch. Knocks the pass down to AJ, and the PEEPS are back in it.
I'm so glad I'm not putting that list together, Johnny. It is turning into the impossible task, but the task of both of these teams remains the same. Find that next goal, find that win, and find your way through to stage 2 with the perfect record. This has already become quite difficult for both teams because they end up dropping a little bit of leeway as well because your seeding is also based on your game differential. JNAPS has got nobody to beat, and he will beat that exactly nobody in defense.
Well, the only thing JNAPS had to beat there was his ability to miss that shot by putting it wide. Look at that, though. Rizzo had an open net. That's like the perfect example of Rizzo as a player, though. He had an open net from deep in his own half, and he passes to JNAPS anyway. Always great pass, Rizzo, but it was a great pass. I think it makes a lot more sense to pass that ball off rather than take the long shot open net at the other side of the goal. It gets there faster with the additional stop along the way.
Almost managed to time that perfectly, did Gyro on his way through, and now Rizzo flicks up. As always, it's play, follow-up for a demo for Rizzo. Doesn't overcomplicate those sort of things, and it has always led to the best for G2. Now Rizzo pops into the midfield, no follow-up from the rest of the team. Rizzo now will turn around, goes for a shot of his own. That's a bad bounce out for AJ. I'll be happy to see that there was no shot on target, but G2 are swarming this net right now. They want that second goal up in the lead. As JNAP's flip reset, if he managed to somehow find the dunk. And that would have been, well, one of the more unique goals as we see us over the top. And you can't afford to be missing the ball anymore, Peeps. You are very much up against it.
Yeah, JNAP's G2's golden striker is back at it. Now here comes Rizzo. He's going to be denied by Gyro. PEEPS are just hanging on for dear life at the moment. Half the game gone, but it could very easily be a 2-goal lead for G2. Had it not been for heroic defense by the boys in blue. Illusion not known for his pop-off performances. He's always the silent killer who's just putting in insane plays in the shadows, unnoticed. That's a good play though with JNAPS, and it's going to be noticed when you make a last-ditch clear in a position like that.
G2 have been so good in this game so far. I get a feeling that they possibly almost deserve that extra goal up. PEEPS have not got rolling ever since their first goal. Rizzo, that's not a great touch, but as always, G2 with a follow-up. JNAP's almost daring somebody to come on in. Gyro took the dare, and he ends up getting beat to the ball for it. Just taking their time here at G2. Sending one player in, dismantling this back line. And the PEEPS can't figure it out. They are stuck in their own backfield. As it's going to be JNAPS coming in for the challenge. Half rotation from Chicago. To try and at it, but he couldn't quite read the bounce. Rizzo, will it be nice shot at long last? No, it will not. AJ clears. But unfortunately for the PEEPS, every time we say that they clear it, it's instantly put back into their side of the field.
And the lateral movement from G2 is phenomenal. They never let the PEEPS get dunks on them. Instead, they're just going to keep on passing the ball to each other off side walls, not the conventional back wall like we're more used to seeing. That's what prevents the PEEPS from getting out of their half. When G2 get that ball moving in the blue end, they keep it there. Now 45 seconds left, still G2 with the advantage. JNAPS would have had a double there if he had boost at his disposal. He didn't though. Chicago will. Has he got another touch? Wouldn't matter because I think Illusion blocked that in the perfect position. And all G2 have to do is defend well for 30 seconds. We criticized their defense quite a lot earlier on, but we have to give them credit where it's due. Games 4 and 5, I think they've done a much better job, especially this one here, the one that matters most.
Yeah, anyone that's been watching this series so far would have seen that 2-1 goal go in and thought, okay, well, there's still going to be something else to happen here. And G2 have made this story relatively boring towards the end, much to their credit, as the Peeps desperate to find some way of adding us one little twist to this tale. And that's a double commit. That will be Rizzo. He'll watch it on its way to the floor. G2 were made to fight, but they go 3-0 in stage 1.
So Turtle celebrating. He's got that one right, although it was incredibly close. 3-2. The Peeps played well, but there's no denying that G2 are on another level when it comes to what they're capable of. The Peeps had their moments, though. My goodness. Gyro, what day he had in terms of how difficult it is to read what he's doing. G2 really had their work cut out for them. And AJ, as always, showing up with some big plays in offense. I really do think that the Peeps are going to progress 3-1. This is probably very likely the only loss that they're going to get today for looking at series. Just looking at the other teams in this group, surely, based on what we saw from the Peeps there, no other teams outside of the top 4 will be able to contend with them.
Yeah, that is one of the most entertaining individual series we have had so far. I mean, we talk about series, talk about game to game as well. So many there that you could just take out of context and enjoy all by themselves. But it is G2 going through 3-0 on the day, and the Peeps will be coming back later on. But coming up next, we've got our other stage 3 match coming up, as Rogue will take back to the field against NRG.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family.
Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RLCSX, where we just got done watching the Peeps versus G2 Achieves. This has been we've seen some highlight matches. We got some highlight matches coming up here. Your thoughts on the match we just watched? Oh no.
Hang on, there we go. All right, let's try this again. As I was saying, I thought that was a great match. I think the Peeps are continuing to be a team that is a lot of fun to watch. Of course, as that series went on, G2 able to get things back in order from a bit of a rough start. But overall, very impressed with how the Peeps are playing, and I would not be surprised to see them make day 2. Of course, G2, yeah, they qualified. Everyone expected that to happen, but it was a little bit dicey here or there, but it was a fun match overall.
Yeah, no, G2 definitely showing up in style. JNAP's having a highlight day there. JNAP's nominated for Player of the Year, or Console Player, I believe Console Player of the Year is the technical nomination, because Rocket League's a controller game, by the Esports Awards yesterday. So, a nominee, a finalist there. Let's get into our next match, though. It's going to be NRG taking on Rogue. We saw Rogue earlier in the day. NRG, though, is the team that no matter how things went with Rogue, NRG right now is the team to beat in North America.
Oh, yeah. I think NRG, yes, the team to beat for a long time. Obviously, a bit of a rough start early on in the regionals, and they've been grinding it out in the grid since then. Came up with a big win last time in regional number 2. And of course, G2 and Space Station looking to claw their way back. But Rogue had a fantastic day today, of course. I think their first match was great. Turo absolutely popping off. So if they continue to have that level of success, obviously it's going to be tough to have against NRG. I think this match could potentially be a little bit closer than a lot of people expect. But obviously, you have to favor NRG here.
Absolutely. I mean, both these teams right now at 2-0. The winner of this match goes forward to the, I guess it's Saturday now instead of next week.
Or Friday.
All together.
Friday.
Friday.
Because they don't play
Friday, Friday is tomorrow. Friday is a different group. Here we go. They're going forward to 2 days in the future. Let's get into the game. We've got NRG in the orange, Rogue in the blue, a best of 5 to send you forward to the next week. Turo, who had a wonderful performance earlier in the day, up against Exet. Currently, hopefully has at least one of those goals is going to be in the top 3. So Kronovi looks for a clear turn. Turo up to it. Pushes off to the side. Here's First Killer. Garrett G down. First Killer also nominated for Rookie of the Year.
Not surprising. I would not be surprised to see him win that, considering his breakout entrance throughout all of 2019, 2020 in the professional Rocket League scene. Is NRG under a little bit of pressure, but First Killer, I think, has been a phenomenal pickup for Rogue overall. I think he was the perfect mix of just what they needed at the time they picked him up. They needed someone with some real mechanical brilliance to really get the offense kick-started, and First Killer absolutely brings that to the table.
Here's Justin out of the corner, lopped it in front of the goal, up for it. We saw Squishy go. First Killer back to the edge, Garrett G over to Justin. Over the top of 2. First Killer back down in, Turo with the attempt into the corner. In front of the box, and Justin with the clear off the wall. Squishy out of his backfield, Justin up in front looking for the bumps, able to get Kronovi off of it a little bit, but Kronovi is able to stop the ball. Garrett G not able to get in time to collapse. Get the shot, there's a pass to Justin, blocked by Kronovi again.
Man, NRG doing a real good job early on in this game, digging those balls off the sidewall, getting them out into the middle. But of course, conversely, Rogue doing a outstanding job reading those plays, staying with them, not biting too early one way or the other. Kronovi with a great recovery there on the follow through off that backboard as that's into the top right. I was thinking maybe they'd be able to go get this, but Squishy just picks it off here in the midfield because Kronovi just doesn't have the boost to stay with the ball.
A great one-touch goal. A demolition onto one, and Kronovi out of boost. The other left, just First Killer in the back. And the shot perfectly placed upper 90. Didn't need any extra help. That's NRG on the board here in game number 1. Garrett G to the side. First Killer down the line. And now through 1. Just on the wall. He's got Squishy in the midfield and Garrett G in tow behind. They get the ball out to Squishy. He's up against Turo. Tries to give him the chip shot behind. Turo's got the read. Now First Killer caught on the post. The ball to the far corner. Garrett G finds the shot. 2-0 NRG.
Man, what a shot here. Obviously, Turo having to make a tough save, and First Killer clips the lip on the way out of the goal, so that delays him going out to challenge Garrett. But still, even with that uncontested look, that's a real tight shot to nail into the top left. Great shot from Garrett G.
As we come on the response, looking for it off of kickoff. Rogue still yet to score here in game number 1. First killer up on the ball, takes it away. Now he's got Turtle underneath him. He's going to try and get it through Justin. And Garrett Squishy actually doesn't put that on target. That could have been 3 goals. Here's a follow-up shot. The placement from NRG right now is insane.
Yeah, Squishy caught a big piece of Kronovi there initially. That's why he's so slow to get back to that one. And unfortunately for Kronovi, he doesn't even get a second chance at that because that ball bounced straight back into Garrett's arms. And as you said, placement on point over his shoulder, back posted him. NRG rolling here in game 1. Rogue shows they can do it too. First killer winning that ball in the midfield over the top of 1. Justin under pressure from Kronovi. And first killer really needed a rush for that one. And a nice job getting above that ball. That's, again, a real tight shot to nail from right above the crossbar. As currently, Rogue doing a nice job trying to battle back here. They got plenty of time to work here on offense. 2 minutes to find 2 goals is plenty of time. It's just a matter of can they figure out how to get out of their defensive half because they've spent a good portion of this game over on the offensive side of things. Nice block from first killer. Garrett G follow up for NRG trying to waste some time here. Looking for Squishy on the left side with a flip reset. Sets it down and Kronovi will have a chance to go out and get it. Squishy not feeling like he could really go for it.
Trying to turn it around. Justin now lurking in midfield, gets it past 1. Kronovi has it back up to midfield and Garrett G down the edge. Kronovi onto the backboard. Justin's got to reach for this. First kill is trying to beat him to it, but Justin gets there. Now Squishy gets the dunk over the top to the backboard. Can anybody reach this in time? That was the fastest counterattack possible. The ball outrunning the players. Now first killer out of the corner. Through 1 to demolition onto the goalie. Justin manages to get back a block and Kronovi actually clears it. And now here comes the counterattack from Squishy all the way back down. 4-1 NRG.
And Turo jumped at it as well. I mean, Kronovi's just falling out of the goal here, trying not to touch it, I think. But unfortunately, Turo already jumped and couldn't make the adjustment to Kronovi tapping that ball away. And that's a disastrous way for game 1 to end. I feel like 3 goals in a minute and 11 is going to be tough, especially considering that Rogue kind of been struggling to hold onto the ball coming out of their own half. They've done a nice job playing some defense overall. It's really just been some excellent placement from NRG on a couple of shots that's really beat them here. The defense has been solid, but it's just getting those offensive possessions has been the hard part for Rogue in game 1. And unfortunately, that unplanned occasion in front of the NRG net, I think, is going to put game 1 well out of reach.
Yeah, I know. Going from making it a 1-goal game to back to a 3-goal game. Definitely going to seal the deal here. Turo tries to at least cut down on the score margin, make the stat line look a little bit better. It's over to the edge, 30 seconds remaining. Garrett G with the loft. Garrett G, so many of the goals here for game number 1. 2 from Squishy and 2 from Garrett. Justin the only person quiet. Can he get one for the road here? And it's not from lack of trying from Justin. It's not. You could say it's lack of opportunities because NRG hasn't needed many follow-up attempts. The thing that impressed me the most here in game 1 achieves is NRG's accuracy on the first touch. The first touch they're making, always on target, always having to be blocked as Justin goes for 2 touches there, but it's the end of the game. Who cares?
Well, you make a good point about how important first touch accuracy is. And you see it all the time with people on defense in the RLCS and, of course, in everyday play in Rocket League. You know, when you're given time, you need to understand that taking that time is valuable. You don't have to rush anywhere near as a lot of people seem to think in a lot of different scenarios. And setting yourself up for success all begins with that first touch. If you catch the ball a little bit heavy and kick it too far out in front of you, then you run the risk of giving that ball right back to the defense. So NRG, you're right, showing excellent command here at that first touch. You want to be able to stick close to the ball, continue to be able to follow up, make a second effort on it, get there for a challenge, take a shot on goal, whatever you need to do. That all starts with proper setup, and NRG demonstrate that to a T here in game 1.
I mean, and 3 of the 4 goals, upper 90, top corners, Wonderful placement. The fourth goal, the breakaway from Squishy, he just puts it dead center just to make sure he doesn't miss there. Like that when you've got a team as good as NRG, who's shooting as well as NRG is right now, you have a lot to worry about here. And Rogue definitely, like, the best defense isn't going to get them out of this situation at this point. I think they're going to have to outscore NRG. At this point, just possession in that midfield is going to be the key.
Yep, outscoring NRG is where it would start. Turo has a chance to keep it at zeros here at the kickoff in game 1. And it's really just how does Rogue beat that first man when they're on defense? Look at this. Garrett G down for Justin, and Turo wisely just going to tip that to himself and up the wall.
Into game number 2. Rogue trailing by 1, NRG. Well, trailing by 1 in the series, excuse me. That's a confusing statement. Here's Turo looking to dribble this one away. Give it to Kronovi. Actually gets it to first killer. And now over to the 1. There's Garrett G into the corner. Squishy off the ceiling, out of boost. Garrett G will move in to cover up for him. Now lofted. Here's Justin. Lots of boost in his tank. Looks for a flip reset, maybe just for the fake. Kronovi reads both. Excellent coverage there from Kronovi in the midfield. Now Squishy looking for the bump on Turo. Actually gets a wheel onto him, and first killer's got to cover it up. Now back to Kronovi. Up against Justin. Bouncing back down in front of the goal. Turo and Garrett G ping that one out to the corner. It ends up in NRG's back third. Here's first killer onto the backboard. Kronovi lurking on the far side, and Justin's got a clear.
Yeah, feeling like a bit more of game 1 here. NRG just kind of pressuring. Currently Rogue on the offensive, but overall, NRG is kind of just poking and prodding on that defensive Rogue and seeing what comes back at him. And you're really looking for Rogue to make something happen here, and Kronovi needs to buy time. And how does he do that? Lift it up to the corner. Unfortunately takes Turo off of that corner boost as well.
Yep.
Not really sure how much boost they're all going to have collectively.
Now back in the middle, third. Garrett G rotating back. He's getting bumps onto Kronovi. Squishy also getting harassed, though. Pace slowing down just a moment. We had some traffic. Off the wall, Turo able to navigate past Garrett. Squishy out of the box. He and Justin having to play some defense. 2:56 on the clock, approaching halftime. Neither team on the board here in game 2. The accuracy from NRG. They're not on that first touch immediately putting pressure on the net nearly as often. So far, only 1 save on the board. That's from Turo on both sides. Most of the play happening here in the midfield. Garrett G ends up on top of that ball. Has to just bail on it.
Oh, nice couple of challenges there from Kronovi. They might have to stretch this one, though. This is going to be tough for Rogue to convert, I think.
Especially they had the 1 touch. I think there was 1 good shot opportunity, catching Garrett too far forward, and it went to the corner instead. NRG able to recover. Garrett G, an excellent dunk. What a read. Turo lofts it in front of his box. Kronovi kind of caught in no man's land. First killer's got to do this all by himself. Gets it through 1. Now Kronovi staying aggressive. Gets it to Turo. Oh my goodness. First killer blocked. He put it dead center. Garrett G made the save. Rogue starting to heat it up on the offense, but the defense still holding perfectly for NRG.
Yeah, right place, right time for Garrett G on that shot. Always tough to follow it through. Squishy, I think he was going to initially go for a demo, but accidentally tipped the ball, and then NRG is going to have to call an audible here on how they approach this. And they will run away, but you're right. Rogue slowly heating up, which is what you wanted. Double tap for Justin, and he got that? Oh, man.
They gave him too much space. Kronovi not able to boost back up to the ball, and that's an easy setup. And the rest of Rogue, I think, was relying on Kronovi. Tried to scramble too late at the last moment. That's NRG on the board.
Yeah, Justin real quick to go up and get that one, too. You're right. They put a lot of faith in Kronovi, but as soon as it got through him, Turo and first killer had no time to get there and air dribbled right into the nose of Garrett G on that goal line for NRG.
Ooh.
Nice little bump, but nothing going here.
They tried. The rest of the defense able to move into the front of the box, cover up the shooting lanes. Kronovi flick past 1. Justin up, blocked by Kronovi again. Here's Squishy, lots of space, half a tank of boost, drops it onto Justin's hood, sends it up for 90, just barely bounces off the post. Kronovi now on the counterattack, 1 minute remaining, only a 1-goal game. He's got Turo in the midfield. Is he able to reach it though? No, Justin gets there before Kronovi could get the pass. And now lofted again. Here's first killer once more. Up against Squishy, over to the side. Turo versus Justin. Now Garrett stretches it past everybody. Nobody's home. Justin will put in a second one.
That went so wrong because as First Killer was landing from that initial challenge, he landed right on top of Turinturo. You might have just caught it there in that replay. Just the wheels clipped Turinturo as he tried to jump up and go for that challenge, pushed him right back down. Kronovi tried to get aggressive because he saw the unfortunate happenstance develop right in front of him, tried to just shut down the transition early, got there late, left an open goal in the backfield. Unfortunate for Rogue there.
37 seconds left and down by 2. Not completely out of reach, but feeling unlikely given the 0 on the other side. It's not exactly the goal differential that feels like this game's put away. It's just the only 1 goal in 2 games from Rogue. They've had 1 excellent look that was met by a stalwart defensive line. Rogue only put up 3 shots here in this game. Only 3 meaningful attempts on net, according to the game.
They were decent looks, too. I mean, they had that Kronovi flip reset that turned into a shot from First Killer. And unfortunately, it just right at Garrett G. I mean, I think that was absolutely their best look at the net in that game. And I mean, right now, that's really a difference maker. I don't even really count that that big breakaway goal where Kronovi just tried to get aggressive because they need to try and get there and put the pressure on NRG to win the game with time winding down. But that's what you said, you know, the difference, the accuracy of that first touch. I mean, they had a chance to put one on target. Kronovi kind of dropped the flip reset. They try and rush the follow-up, and it ends up being a shot right at the defense when that was their best goal-scoring opportunity. And like you said, goals coming at a premium for Rogue so far. Only 1 throughout 10 minutes of play, and perhaps even fewer chances that really feel like they can really put threat on NRG. So game 3 for Rogue, it's not bad. I mean, they're not getting blown out, right?
No,
NRG is really just pressuring them, and it's just, all right, beat us if you can, Rogue. And right now, Rogue doesn't have an answer.
And I love this. I love this Rogue lineup. Every one of these players has a story and has a reason to cheer for them. This is wonderful players. With First Killer had a wonderful breakout performance. Now Turinturo's had an excellent series last time, or the last series we saw them on this broadcast. Kronovi, the golden boy of Rocket League, one of the most legendary legacy players in the scene, still here competing at the top level. You want to be able, you want this Rogue team to win, to play well, but man, what do you do against this Titan? That midfield read, now Squishy, looking to try and make him dance in the corner. First Killer back down now. He's going to look for this counterattack, but he's completely out of boost. All he can possibly do is maybe get it past one player and find a pass. He's got it all the way into the corner. Covered up by one Kronovi that missed on the wall. Here comes Squishy down into the corner. He's got a player in the midfield as well. Just fakes out. Turinturo forces Turinturo to make a soft touch, and now goes to the slow play, trying to absolutely destroy this Rogue lineup. Here comes Garrett G now, up against 3 players once more, gets it through 2. Justin moved out, actually had moved into the corner, maybe went for the boost steal, and now here comes Squishy over the top of the midfield line. He gets it to the enemy corner. Turinturo's loose on the ball. First Killer manages to dive at it and cover it up just in time. And now Turinturo, excellent clear. That is so needed for Rogue. Give them a moment to breathe.
Yeah, there's always give and take in Rocket League, and there it is much better to give away possession if you take the space that you guys need to get reset. Always valuable to just boom the ball away, even if it means giving the ball up. Get yourself set, make sure you're in position to handle whatever's coming back at you. There's nothing wrong with giving away possession for a moment if it puts you in a better spot.
I'm still thinking about Squishy nearly breaking their minds. Here comes Kronovi, though, gets the first goal in. Rogue, they find him with their pants down for just a moment. Where did this opening come from?
So Garrett G actually kind of hesitates there. I think he was like thinking about going up the wall, and then I think he saw Turo coming at him, and so he started thinking about maybe the demos coming through and how to dodge that, and it kind of just slowed his reaction off that bounce on the corner or the wall, and just never really got up for it. So Rogue able to capitalize on making the defense think just a moment longer than they could.
3:05 on the clock, and now out to the edge. There's Justin. Off the ceiling, a demolition on the First Killer, and now the dunk on Turinturo. No, Turinturo gets it through one. Squishy gets it back to midfield and over to Justin. Up against First Killer, pinches into the midfield. A roller. Garrett G will have lots of space. Chooses to place it to the corner. And now looks for the bump on Turinturo. Actually gets the demolition onto the backboard. Nobody from NRG going to be at home. Oh, here's Squishy, though. Oh, he finds it. I saw Garrett G actually just turns around. What a tight rotation.
Yeah, that demo came in so early, and Kronovi knew he had to get to that ball, and he used everything in the tank to try and get to it, but just couldn't get there. Not enough. Actually overshot the ball because he was trying to stretch it. Because he was thinking, I don't have a lot, and I need to reach this because my teammate just got demoed on the goal line. And, you know, it's those high-pressure situations where you need to be perfectly in control. And one notch too far means a quick equalizer. Garrett G tips one towards that top corner. This time, Rogue ready.
Approaching halftime, Rogue finally had a lead. But a quick play from NRG, the overfield pass. Justin places the shot placement again achieves.
And this is risky too. I mean, this is just a big cross from Squishy. Go and get it, and just over the top of Turanturo. I went to Turanturo's camera to see if he could actually see where that shot was coming from. He definitely knew it was a pass, but he couldn't quite see Justin on the edge of his screen, so he was kind of guessing about where to jump at it. And thankfully, Justin able to get it right over the nose, and a quick lead for NRG. That was bang bang and out in front.
Yeah, man, it was a decently slow game. One of the better midfield like stalemates we'd seen from Rogue in the beginning of this. Close ones. Justin's shot placement not actually as good as I thought it was on the first look, just seen on the replay, but here now on the pressure, puts it off a first killer's hood. Towards the goal, Turanturo will take it away. Garrett G passed one into the corner. The bounces, and it should still go in. Squishy on the cherry pick makes it a 2-goal game.
Yeah, not a lot you're going to be able to do about this. Garrett G just throws it right back into the corner. First killer, I think, was thinking Garrett G might try and dribble that. Maybe he's just going to try and rip it up the middle. Did not quite see the touch right back to Squishy over that shoulder into the corner again. And when Squishy's able to hop up there and just redirect that hard into the corner of the goal, there's not a lot you can do unless you see it coming.
Justin now with control. 2-goal game and match point. A win here in game 3 for NRG sends them through to Saturday's play. Justin over 1. Turn to the corner. He's got first killer connected with him. Able to, I think, kind of mind game Justin out of that touch. Now up. Garrett G onto the wall. First killer takes over in midfield. 1 minute remaining. Need a goal quickly here for Rogue.
How did Squishy get that ball over the midfield? Talk about wasting time with not a lot of options. That kind of ability to just make people hesitate because they're not entirely sure what you can do off of an awkward spot is so valuable. I mean, just in general, obviously it tends to give you a little bit more space to work with in some awkward scenarios because people are like, do they have that? And then also in situations like this where you've got the lead and you're just wasting time. I mean, you want a clinic on car control, watch NRG this series.
You want a clinic on car control, probably watch NRG almost any series.
Yeah.
Here's Garrett G looking for the nail in the coffin. Gets the flipper set, actually puts it on target, and Turanturo has to push it away. Just trying to add insult to injury and really seal the deal here. As the time expires, the deal will be sealed either way. NRG gonna sweep Rogue, only allowing, 2 goals? No, 3 goals. They got 1 a game, I believe.
Yeah, 3 goals,
Close stuff. Close stuff there as NRG takes it away.
What a series. I mean, I thought it was going to be a little bit closer. I mean, obviously it's 3-0, but again, NRG, I think game 1 was probably their most dominant performance. Game 2 got away from them right at the end, trying to get a little aggressive, and then game 3 just tried to fight back a little too hard, and NRG turned in some beautiful goals in all 3 games. I mean, just really phenomenal shooting here. Not a bad series overall from Rogue, just a little outmatched here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really that much you can say about like Rogue made too many mistakes, other than just there was a speed difference, and the accuracy difference is still the story for me here with NRG. I thought NRG was so strong there. Love watching Rogue. They'll have 2 more opportunities to qualify for Saturday's play, but NRG, they get their day done early here at Chiefs.
Along with G2 as well. So both of those guys, of course, back out in front and waiting patiently for Saturday. Make sure we get that one right. And of course, like you said, Rogue now drops into that 2-1 slot along with PEEPS, Adept, and those guys from the previous round. So curious to see how the round 4 matchups play out. There we go, yeah. round 4.
Sure will. Sure will. Round 4 just around the corner. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got more Rocket League action.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family.
Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
V3 in their following game.
That would be fun to watch, but we wouldn't be able to watch as just one spectator would be in there, but that's okay.
And it couldn't be either of us because we'd need production to be in there.
Exactly.
Oh, man. God, that would never work, logistically speaking.
Oh, no. Terrible misplay leading to disaster. Oh! That ball. No! Dino keeps it out. And oh, my goodness. Talk about making it up. He was the one that made the mistake, but he comes out with the beautiful save. That ball was just mere millimeters from going in.
Oh my God, such a close shot, but the offense does continue. Buddy again with a chance, and again on the line. None of the nefarious players close enough to put it in.
I am flabbergasted. I have no idea how Nefarious is not up 2-0 right now. And if they lose this series, those are the 2 goals or possible goals that they've got to look back at.
Yeah, no doubt. They were very, very well defended in the end. And they were all set up by Buddy as well. Jay was nearly getting a shot off, but then gets bumped away. Sorry, Adam getting a shot off, rather. Another boost still for Omar, but Adam will intercept and try to take it away. Intercepted again by Omar. Such a quick player. Doesn't give any breathing room to a member of Nefarious at all.
Oh, and Nefarious, a little awkward, all bunched up in the corner, and Omar makes them pay.
Omar is showing his colors in this final game. Sends it across the net, brings the angry, happy Cloud out. The thunderous applause from the crowd and on the pitch. That gives Matones their lead.
And I'm going to throw a question out, but it is directed to one individual, and that is Stax. I've got to know, what has to happen for the Matones to make majors? If they win this entire split, can it happen? Oh my goodness, Omar! He is on fire!
Omar is so good. He's done an incredible job. Adam with an admittedly poor touch, but Omar up central above any of the Nefarious players. Huge speed from him.
Hey, Stumpy.
Hey, CB, all right.
Remember those 2 shots that almost went in from Nefarious?
Oh, I'm hoping that they're trying to remember them now because they know they can get them. They just did not when it mattered. Oh, a couple of whiffs. Looking dodgy.
And 2 minutes to go. Jay Wismont had an open net.
Oh, that has to go in. Right now, in the Super Simply Cinematic Universe, it's 3-2 to Nefarious.
Oh my goodness. What are you doing, Nefarious? My goodness. Talk about a throw in game 5. 3 balls that should have gone in do not. And doesn't matter what should happen. It matters what does happen. And there's a pass, there's a shot, there's a goal. The lead cut in half. Nefarious finally find their mark.
I just quickly looked at the rankings, and if we see Matones win the entire split, they get 351 points. That will put them in the top 16.
Yeah.
That will put them secured, because right now Alpine and G2 are secured with 300 points to go to the major.
That is
so
lovely.
they'll be in like the top 10.
Well, I'm gonna stay completely unbiased for the next minute and 20 seconds. That is for sure. I'm not rooting for either team. But if the Matones do come out with the victory here, you better bet your bottom dollar that I will be rooting for them the whole way through.
Now they've got 1 minute left to not drop it to Nefarious. Demon with a chance, throws it away. High to Adam. But J-Wiz can keep the control. Adam again up nice and early. Is sent long. Demon back though can just send it right back to them. Give them another chance to get an attack going. A block from Brisky on Buddy. The pass out does not come in. Demon bumped away. J-Wiz high. Omar removed from the pitch. Desperation now from Nefarious as more and more offense piles on for Matones.
And they just can't seem to get this ball out of their half, but this is going to be a good opportunity. Adam smartly sneaks in as Jay Wismont had no boost, but Omar going to bomb this downfield. 15 seconds to go, Stumpy. Nefarious have to go the length of the field, and Buddy has it on his hood, but Brisky, great cutoff there, and Omar's going to have a great shot as he pushes it downfield, and here we go, 0 seconds. They need to score. Adam has to keep it alive. The ball's sitting at midfield, and Brisky kills it. There it is. The Matones take down Nefarious, and boys, you have my support all the way through.
It only took 5 games as well. It took us the full length of that series and those 2 chances in that match for Nefarious. One of them where the ball must have been a solid 80% over the line. And then there was another shot that came in, I think again from Jay Wiz, that was just hovering about halfway over the line. There just wasn't a Nefarious player in a position to sink it away. And Matones, a great victory. To be honest, mostly on Omar. What a player he was.
I absolutely agree. So key to this team's success. And when Demon stepped up is when you saw the Matones completely shift from a team that I guess they could win a couple games to a team like, oh, they can absolutely win a couple games and they can absolutely upset some teams here. And apparently, according to Stacks, realistically, if they get like top 8 out of this weekend, they could put themselves in the majors. That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
I do like how Stacks probably didn't work anything out because his message was realistically they need top 8. Like they need to do well. They need to be good in this regional. Top 8 might just be a little bit out of their reach, but what isn't out of your reach, everybody watching, is more Rocket League. After this break, we are going to be back. We don't know what the matchup will be yet, but what we do know, Subi, is it's going to be an absolute banger. We'll see you shortly.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey. dollars in the wind. Bending over backwards just to let you in. Yeah. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Corelli, to break down that last match we just saw there a few minutes ago. NRG versus Rogue, the sweep for NRG, Corelli.
Yeah, this was a pretty strong win, I'd say, for NRG. Not much more to say, in my opinion. I felt like NRG completely controlled the game front to back.
38-3 in games now for NRG over these last two regionals. They go a perfect day, once again, 3 sweeps. And this NRG team, the best part about this team to me is when they used to be extremely good, you know, top in the world, they would still have a lot of close games and they would have a lot of 1-0 wins or, you know, played very patient. Nowadays, their offense, they just attack, and they don't let teams have that chance to have these 1-goal games. And that makes this team even scarier than before. And they've won a world championship before. So this team is firing on all cylinders.
For you now, Gibbs, you know, Rogue was your 3-0.
Sure.
And the inevitabilities that you're going to be wrong at some point here. For Rogue, though, how do you feel about them now jumping on a 3-1 win, just based off what you've seen from them today?
Yeah, I think Rogue is just going to look at whoever decides who plays who, like in this Swiss format, like whoever made these rules, and just hope they get fired. And then, you know, they're going to move on. They are playing Energy. They're like, if it was G2 and G2 didn't look that great today, there was a chance. But, I mean, Energy is on a whole nother level. So I don't think they're too worried right now. They do have a tough matchup coming up. But at the end of the day, you're always going to have tough matchups when you're on the 2-1 side.
Well, let's talk to NRG and that win there, right there, and to represent them, Garrett G is joining us on the line. Garrett, congratulations on the nice cruise today, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Is that expected? You guys knew you were feeling good the past little bit here?
I mean, we definitely expected to make it, but I mean, we don't want to expect a 3-0. You know, sometimes you can draw like a G2 and stuff and go 3-1. But yeah, we definitely have expectations to make it to stage 2 for sure.
Yeah, I just want to ask you then. Obviously, you know, when you guys first brought on Squishy here, you guys were still just trying to get the rhythm, find out where, you know, everyone's supposed to be, what's supposed to be happening on the field. Can you break down like what it was that clicked? Because the last few weeks, you look monstrous.
I mean, to be honest, at first we clicked instantly, and then I think with the start of the season, everyone was feeling really good, so it became like everyone improved so quickly, and for some reason. We let comments like we weren't playing well, even though we're placed second or placing top 4 in the grid, get to our head. So lately we've just been confident. Really, that's all it is. I feel like we're playing kind of the same as the off season. Just we don't even have really a third man. Like I've been trying to do more support role stuff, just like getting demos, but we don't even have a third man. So it's just I don't know. It's a lot of fun to play. Like when we're playing well, I can just pre-jump mid and nothing happens wrong. You know, like I can just fly everywhere, and so can Justin. I don't know. We have each other's backs. I think our comms are really, really good. And yeah, we just kind of adapt as we need to, honestly.
Most important question I think I can ever ask you, Garrett G, the battle bus. Are you guys just waiting until the bracket to pull this one out?
I mean, that's a Justin and Squishy thing. I was just the guy who couldn't say no to the battle bus. You know, I'm not
they had you cornered.
I think I own gold in one of the overtimes in the grid a couple days ago. So I don't know. I just kind of follow when Justin and Squishy want to do it, and I guess I'll whip it out when I need to.
Garrett, I also have a bit of a different question. I kind of want to get your outlook on North America, particularly in a lot of up and coming players. You have been around one of the longest here in North America. What do you see that is the most threatening thing that a lot of these new teams are coming up, or new players coming up who are finally either turning 15 or finally getting on those teams where they're finding success? How do you view that bubble kind of fringe teams and players coming into North America and contesting top teams?
I mean, honestly, it's I don't want to say it's worrying, but it's definitely something I keep my eye out for, because for some reason they're just also confident. I don't get it. I don't know where their confidence comes from, but like I'll play them in ranked and they're just talking trash. Like, yeah, they have confidence. I don't know. It doesn't matter how many lands I play. They don't care. Like they are confident. But yeah, so that's the biggest thing. Like I feel like in the first couple of seasons, there was just a few players who were super confident and everyone else was like, oh, we can never beat these guys. And now it's like they expect to beat you even when you've gone 9-0 3 times or something. They think they're gonna win. Like playing like what was their team name? Matones or whatever. They were really hard, and we still 3-0, but they were a really hard team, and that was the first time I played any of them. So it's just their confidence. I don't know. I mean, they're obviously all mechanical, and then like I said, they're feeling it all the time.
Just before we let you go, because we're going to move on with the day, one final question here I just want to ask. You mentioned, and this is something that I think a lot of people were questioning at the beginning too, is when Squishy did come on, it's like, okay, well, who's going to be that third man? It always feels like a team kind of has to have that. And you just mentioned there that it feels like nobody really is. You're all doing everything. Is that something you think most teams will inevitably have to start to partake in, that there is no kind of person that plays that glue, that anchor? Or do you think that's always going to be something teams will have?
It's interesting, because I think when we're playing well, we don't have a third man. I think when we're not playing well, it switches between me and Squishy. But ideally, we don't have one. So yeah, I think it is going to be the meta, having like 3 players who are all rotating evenly. I think we've been saying that for years, but I think finally now it's actually happening. But yeah, it really depends on the day. But for sure, when we're playing well, it's the 3-man rotation, and I think every team is going to start doing that.
Well, we do have to let you go, so we got to move on with the rest of the day. Thank you so much for joining us, Garrett, and congrats on the nice, smooth day.
I appreciate it.
Garrett G from NRG as they cruise for the day, just 9-0 on the day. What a great record. This is the NRG Gibbs that we've been wanting to see since this roster came together.
And that's even better than what we expected. Again, 38-3 over 2 regionals. These guys are on a whole nother level, and they're blowing out teams. And they're blowing out a team like Rogue, so it's great to see.
Yeah. Now, with that mention of records, let's take a look at the standings real quick, just so you have an understanding of what the day looks like. We have 16 teams today. Only 8 are going to make it through. NRG and G2 are cruising just at the top there through their day. And we still have a couple more spots left. Corelli, this is, I guess what we expected, isn't it?
I think so, for the most part.
Look at it.
I don't think there's anything too surprising here. United sitting at 1-2. Some people might point to that. Nefarious also 1-2 at the moment. They had some exciting games in the last regional. So some teams that we've seen before. Crimson Wings also sitting at 1-2, who started off their day with the win over United. But otherwise, the Matones coming in 2-1. Garrett was just talking about them. That's a team that's new here. That's exciting to see them in the top 8. XSET as well. T. Corell still doing great for this team. The entirety of that team still doing well late into this North America regionals, or in split 1, excuse me. So far, nothing too surprising.
I'm concerned for E United, though. They make this bold roster move, taking out Hoxer for this regional, and they had to do well in this regional to make it to the major. Now, if they don't do that and they go out 1-3, possibly, that's good for everyone else, try to fight for those major spots. But that roster move is going to look really, really bad at that point, and they're going to lose out on a ton of those points going to that major. So for a team like E United, it feels like they have to win to prove the roster move was the right call. So that might put some more pressure on them.
Well, we do have some more games to get through, so let's move on and look at our next matches as we head into round number 4. Only 2 rounds remain. A reminder, we do have E-League stream going on twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. You can hit that squad button underneath the stream here at twitch.tv/Rocket League. Over there, you're going to find Frontline versus XSET and Nefarious versus Zaboomafoo. And over here, you're going to find Peeps versus Matones as your second match. And first up is going to be Rogue versus Adept here. Yeah, both of these are really good. I think we should jump into this Rogue versus Adept, though. Let's start talking about this one. Who was it on the early day here that had the 3-2 Adept?
Johnny
It was
Boy,
Johnny. It was Johnny. Yeah, okay. So I can't remember. Does he need them to lose here to be able? He does. He needs them to lose.
I mean, like, I think he'll be pretty happy, like, if they do go 3-1, obviously, because that's one of those teams that was on the bubble, maybe a 2-3 result for them. So, and of course, for these players, we know about them, Calm, Pirates, and Spider. They've been around the scene, except for Spider, but everyone knows how talented he can be. Last time around, they proved everyone wrong, making that top 16 run. So we'll see if they can do it here again versus Rogue.
I'm curious what you guys think. It's time for a Verizon fan vote. Get those hashtags in chat with Adept or RGE to cheer for the team you think is going to make it through here. We're going to talk about that while we get the results in. Corelli, Rogue versus Adept. Give me some thoughts on this, and we may as well start to throw some predictions out as well. So how's this going to look, and who do you think is going to be taking this series?
So this is at least for today, the biggest test that Adept is getting in playing Rogue. And Rogue has had a very interesting day and a very tough day, already having to take down XSET. And then, of course, we just saw them get destroyed really by NRG. So for Rogue, I'm going with Rogue because I feel like they're overall the better team. If they can shake off this loss against NRG, they're going to be fine. I think for Adept, they're going to have to keep up with the pace and not let Turinturo do his thing. That's what we saw earlier in the day that Rogue did so well.
Okay. Well, for Gibbs, I guess since you got the 3-0 wrong, you could switch up your picks here. I wonder if you're still sticking with Rogue, though.
No, it was just an unlucky switch matchup versus NRG. No one's beating NRG right now. Rogue is just fine. They should take down Adept. I believe in them. They look good today.
That's just dismiss the fact that you got it incorrect. All right, that's the Gibbs way, I guess. I'm still gonna have to go with Corelli and Gibbs here on the Rogue picks. I'm going with Rogue as well. This is I just at this point, Adept has the possibility, but you got to go with that experience, I think, on Rogue. And while Adept, I think Johnny's going to be right on that 3-2 finish. If Adept does make it through, I don't think it's going to be that 3-1, and 89% in favor of Rogue right now. We know the fans are out there, but I feel like this is a little bit more lopsided than I would have expected. Only 90%.
I mean, Rogue fans, come on. There's a lot.
It's true. It's true. There are a lot out there. They are rivaling some of those G2 fans out there. But get on Twitter and let us know your thoughts and how excited you are as a Rogue fan that they're about to crush through this Adept match here. Or if you're an Adept fan, get on there and shut down those Rogue fans. At RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. It's time to head over, though, to the Verizon Skybox for your next match.
Rogue versus Adept coming up next. We've had a bit of a roller coaster day here for Rogue Achieves, and the desk feels pretty confident that Adept is not going to be adept enough to take them down. That's the best one I got for you. I don't know. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I think they're right to favor Rogue, but this is definitely not one you can afford to sleep on. Adept, it can be a very dangerous team, obviously. Pirates, Spider, and Calm, 3 absolutely brilliant players in their own right. They kind of strike me as players who are like First Killer and Turinturo, you know? They just need a little bit of time to develop at this top level, and they're going to be, I think, some of the next top generation of talent in professional Rocket League. But before that, you got to get through the veterans and the old guard. Kronovi showing them how to do it here to start off the series.
Look at that title. RLCS Season 1 World Champion. As far as I know, there's only 4 of those in existence. I think they gave one to Gambit. Anyways, goal number 1 there. Kronovi, excellent dunk from the midfield. And Adept not able to get back in time. Pirates with the pass across. Spiders try and pick this up. Doesn't find anything. Calm through 1. Turinturo now down. Kronovi trying to reach for it. He's going to pick up their corner boost and get a bump onto the first goalie. Turinturo now with a little bit of space. Pop over 1. Pirates a little bit caught out. Calm will get control of this and try to look for Spider at the midfield line, but First Killer will block him. Now here comes Kronovi. Again, takes it to the air. Nice punt. Spider blocking on the backboard. Turinturo with a kill. First Killer not quite able to get touch of it. Rogue taking about 4 touches here to lose control of the ball. And now here comes Pirates. Go through 2. Here's First Killer. Long touchdown. We'll take the boost. Didn't have the read on that play. Did not expect Spider to miss. Now Calms over the top. Turinturo in the backfield. Can he find this? The flip reset to the upper 90, just wide. Oh my goodness. Pirates covers it up on the other side. And that's a tie game.
And you can stay with Turanturo's camera here. He's watching Calm the whole way. I mean, Turanturo's got boost in the tank, but he kind of wants to shadow this play because he knows that Calm has him beat with a flip reset. So Turanturo's not just going to waste that. He was trying to stay with that play to see if Calm executed properly. He might have missed the shot, but he still got the pass into the middle. And that follow-through was so quick from Adept.
An excellent touch. Mainly on the pass. The shot was good enough. Went in, and now a tie game. Adept putting it to Rogue, who's going to start pushing pressure on the other end. The problem we saw from Rogue against NRG was just any sort of offensive productivity. They scored 1 goal a game. They've already done as well as that here. Can they find that second one against a less intimidating opponent? Here comes the shot from Turanturo. There's goal number 2.
Answer, can they? Yes. Yes, they can. Turanturo wins the challenge. First killer just makes sure to knock it right back down. Spider crossed up, didn't realize he was beat. Couldn't defend the pass, and a shot into the left-hand side. Rogue work a little magic. Take the lead right back.
3:07 on the clock. Kronovic into the corner. First killer up and puts it off the crossbar. Looking to immediately capitalize and extend their lead. Turanturo back down, but here's Calm now, the midfield line. Pirate on the backboard. Can he find a double tap? Pushes off the wall once more. Calm shot just a bit high. Here's the third man from Spider. The Rogue defense didn't even touch it.
You love to see Spider get aggressive here. They know this is about as good a chance as they can hope for with first killer missing that ball. Spider jumped before he even knew if that ball was going to get cleared. Talk about aggression. That was it. But it pays off because he beats the third man on the goal line for Rogue. And they tie it right back up.
Pre-jumping the sign of confidence. We heard it from Garrett G in his interview earlier. Spider demonstrating here as well. Now he looks to pressure first killer. Pirates into the corner. Looks for a second touch. Got the fake out of him, but Calm not quite able to put it on target. Spider shot also going to be wide. And first killer finally will get a block. We saw the defense from Rogue. It looked good against NRG, and NRG was shooting well. But here now, it's starting to have some trouble. Another one goes in. That's the lead back for Adept.
Yeah, this is a brutal play for Turanturo to try and stick with. Caught shifting out of goal, runs up the wall, expects the shot to go to the big part of the net, and then it goes right behind his car. Turanturo is going to be frustrated with how that whole sequence played out. That was just brutal.
I mean, honestly, it feels like Rogue right now is struggling just fundamentally to read, to get off the ground. I mean, the ball, the pace of play, very fast, the fastest you're going to find anywhere. But here comes Pirates with another shot on target. This time, Kronovic gets in the way, and Spider will get the clear for him. First killer looking for the counterattack, puts it on target and in. Tie game.
Yeah, you deserve to get scored on here, Adept. Pirates, I mean, yes, they saved it, but I really thought Pirates was just going to smash that ball. It kind of came off his car a little bit light, and all of Adept is thinking that ball's just in for free. But since it doesn't have the power behind the shot, it gets cleared out and instantly transition.
1:57 on the clock. Kronovic off the backboard looking for a double tap, blocked by Pirates. And now Turanturo, another follow-up shot. Here's Kronovic back around to the corner, bouncing off all the woodwork, and the clear from Spider is good. Tie game still with 1:42 on the clock, and now Adept starting to pressure on the other end. They've gotten 3 goals already. Can they find the 4th? First killer with a block. Here's Kronovic through the air up against Pirates. They'll find it. Gets a stop. First killer out through the air. Flip reset. No shot. Calm gets the block.
Yeah, first killer really thinking about how he could get that ball through with that flip reset, deciding if he could just make his car as big as possible, just muscle it through that first challenge, and Rogue trying to get creative. And like I said at the start of this one, Adept not a team that you can just sleep on and expect to walk all over, because they, like you said, are absolutely so aggressive, just throwing everything at every ball.
Oh, they catch up with their pants down. No, Calm gets back just in time. Keeps us tied up. Gets a touch over 1. Kronovic in the backfield to the backboard. Pirates will try to adjust to take control of this. There's a pass infield to Kronovic. They connect on it. Oh, Pirates with a backflip save. Turanturo in to seal the deal. Can he get the drop down? He went for the pass to Kronovic, and Kronovic doesn't quite get a shot out of it. And now Spider pinches it off the wall, back down the field, into enemy territory. Rogue sets up on defense. Turanturo back in his own goal. Kronovic will get the clear before they even could find a shot. Adept not going to put one on target. First killer with the dunk. Pirates over the top of 1.
Oh dear.
There's Kronovic. Into the corner. Pirates pressuring him. Killer will follow his touch off the backboard, but misses. Spider with space now. Tries to just loft it over the top of Turnturo. He's out of boost and loses control, but Calm just muscles it through Kronovi. Bulldozes it in for a 1-goal lead. 11 seconds left.
Turnturo tipped Spider, and Kronovi was going up the backboard to defend Spider's shot in case his teammate didn't make it. And as soon as that one got through and got knocked down, Kronovi trying to dismount off the wall, doesn't have the momentum behind his challenge, and he just gets pushed into his own goal. And Rogue working with 3 seconds here.
They've got to keep it in the air. Not going to happen. Adept take game number 1. And how about it? We were hearing 3-0s on the desk. They show up with aggression like Rogue. I mean, honestly, I was going to say like they haven't seen before, but they just played NRG. 10 shots out of Adept here. They put up, 8 saves, too, against the 13 shots from Rogue. Nice shootout here, but Adept going to take that one down just narrowly.
Yeah, 3-0. I mean, honestly, that's not a bad guess from the desk, but you got to give a lot of credit to Adept here, just considering how aggressive they were willing to play in a lot of different scenarios. I mean, not to mention the finesse, like that shot from Spider right there when he just jumped before he even knew the clear was coming through. It's plays like those that went in Adept's favor in that game, because if that had worked out even marginally differently, you get the situation where, you know, they just don't hit the ball strong enough, and then they get transitioned on, and an automatic goal gets scored for Rogue. So a couple of big plays go just the right way, and Adept able to squeeze out a Game 1 win. But to be honest, that's exactly why you can't sleep on Adept if you're Rogue. They're a good team, and you would do yourself a massive disservice to not give them credit.
To be honest, it's the top level of play, the best players in the world. Probably shouldn't sleep on anybody. You know, I mean, for a long time it was just the Peeps, but honestly, just about every team's pretty good. Here's Spider, puts it into the box. Pirates up for it, blocked by Turnturo. Now back to midfield. Here's first killer on the challenge. Turnturo has to stop another one as Calm got all of it in the midfield. Kronovi demolishing his own back third. Turnturo to try and take it away. First kill on the backflip. It's in front of the box, and Spider's going to catch him just barely too far forward. This wasn't even that bad of positioning.
Yeah, he actually, I think, got kind of caught up a little bit by that smoke screen. The ball was right behind it for a long time, so we started edging towards it, saw the smoke screen after it disappeared, just saw the ball kind of hovering there, and decided maybe I can get there and close the gap, but just a moment too late, and Adept jump all over it. Big miss from Spider, though.
Here's Pirates. Spider to the corner. Kronovi passes in field. First kill is able to loft it. Turnturo's going to try and get there. It's a nice chip indeed. Kronovi now looking for Turnturo to pass it to him. Stretches for this to the corner. He's got 2 players underneath. They're a little bit tangled up on defense. Pirates a little too far forward as well. And yet somehow they still get all of the clears out. And Rogue's still going to have to try and get it to the back third once more. They trail here in game 2.
Ooh, gotta capitalize on this. Big double commit. They have space, and he put it right at Calm. Oh, unfortunate for Rogue. That was a real chance that you felt like to set up the opportunity to find a gap to work with.
Oh, first kill in Rogue.
And in. Okay,
yeah.
There we go.
No, they were completely at 2 players ahead of all 3 defenders here. First kill in Kronovi. We're definitely putting that one through. A tie game now for Rogue.
And that's that aggression that goes just wrong enough if you're Adept right there, because you're thinking, all right, it's just a weak cross, I'll just get aggressive and try and steal it away. But when first killer understands that play's happening before you do and beats you to the ball, well, then you leave a completely open net. And that's where things can go wrong if you're Adept, when you just get too aggressive needlessly.
Well, 3:19 on the clock, a tie game. Rogue looking to bounce back after narrowly dropping game 1. This is a nice start. Kronovi onto the backboard. An attempt to reach it there. Spider blocks it. Now gets out to Calm. First kill through the air. Spider will keep it on the ground. Gets a dunk on Turnturo. Loses control though to Kronovi. Now into the corner. Back to midfield. Turnturo. Pass to 1. Spider has to rotate out. This is going to tangle up the defense a bit. Demolition's happening behind him. Here comes Kronovi with a shot. 2 players get the block. Pirates out on the stretch. And he gets a pass to Turnturo. First kill stops it in midfield.
Oh, Triple commit there for Rogue. They kind of have to reset. That's a great demo. Can Adept turn this one in?
Oh, but it's on the far side. Spider gives it the extra bounce. The demolition onto the... Wait, what? I'm confused how this bounced it. What did this bounce off of?
So Calm got a demo. First killer respawned. Calm immediately went to go try and kill him. Calm rotating out, tips the ball, and thankfully still into the goal. Real close, but they get it done.
That would be such a feels bad, man. Demo the goalie and then replace him. Take his spot, still get the save.
And then last
comes first.
Scored.
Yeah, they still scored. It's fine. And man, what a heads-up play from Adept there. They have the entire empty backfield except for the one player spawning in. He spawns on the far corner, and they still go to hunt him down, knowing he's the only thing that's standing in their way possibly. First guy looks for a double tap, and he'll find that one. A demolition from Turinturo helps pave the way, and we're tied back up.
Yep, this got stuck here in the corner. Spider knows a shot's coming his way. Had to dodge the demo. Tried to go out the side of the goal, up onto the ceiling, and jump out to meet that one. And honestly, he did a pretty good job of getting up there to try and block it. But First Killer just positioning properly behind that ball, able to just drill it right through and go into that top left corner. Great equalizer from Rogue.
Pirates onto the side here. Adept took game number 1, and they've had a few times where it looks like they might be able to walk away with game 2, but Rogue just not going away. Both the teams right now at 2-1. The winner moves forward into the next day or into Saturday's play.
Turinturo. I like the idea. He recognized no one was challenging him, decided to just wait, and it's actually played out pretty good with that big miss from Pirates. Kronovi, you break my heart.
Did not make contact. He was going for the fakes, you know.
Yeah.
There's a kill in the midfield. Is Turinturo there? No, covered up. And Kronovi's not going to have to play defense. Over to the side. The first killer, nice connection. Now Calm onto the backboard. Turinturo challenging. Kill, lots of momentum. Able to still get it back to midfield, though. Like in so much traffic. Turinturo just literally being a bulldozer. Pushing players out of his way. And then the shot off the backboard. Is this all the way in? No, first killer just barely gets up in time. Just enough boost before being demolished. Now Calm, pass back in the midfield. Here's up against Pirates, up against Turinturo. After so many bounces, it ends up back in the corner. 40 seconds left here. Chiefs tie game at 2 apiece.
This one feels like who can get as aggressive as possible, as fast as possible, and not make a mistake right now. Both teams, I feel, really stretching what they're capable of on transition. And currently, Kronovi looking for first killer too far out in front.
And he had the defense reacting so hard there. The infield pass there probably gives him the win. So here comes Kronovi. One touch, first kill up to stretch on his Spider, beats them both up against Turinturo. It's Pirates, and he's got Calm behind him. They can just try and play this hard. This one's going to be bouncing high. Where's the challenge? No shot. They back off. And with no time left on the clock, overtime looking likely unless Adept can put it away right now. Pirates chooses to keep it alive, doesn't play for overtime. Turinturo now drops in this one, could die. We'll go to overtime in game 2. Adept looking for match point.
Yeah, Pirates going to be disappointed he didn't quite nail that carry. Got a little bit of an awkward first touch, didn't get exactly what he wanted, and had trouble trying to convert it into a goal-scoring chance. But with overtime, Rogue gets a chance to settle themselves, reset everything. And currently on offense in OT, Turinturo delivers bottom right-hand side. Spider sitting here on the goal line, trying to follow this ball over his shoulder here. Kind of sees Turinturo and goes, oh, wait, I am out of position, and I am done. That is a win for Rogue.
Yeah, they got past the first 2 defenders, and the third was very fully expecting his teammates to get a touch there. He was in the I am moving out mindset already. Definitely not prepared to find a save. So, my goodness. Exciting games back and forth here as Rogue takes him down. Another one, this one with 9 shots. Able to hold Adept to only 5. Midfield play a little bit stronger here from both sides. A little bit less of the shootout we saw from game number 1, but still exciting.
Yeah, there were a lot of great opportunities for both teams. And the defense is really having to make a lot of diving stops. Not really too many opportunities where it felt like the defense is just sitting there being like, yeah, no, you don't have anything. We're just going to wait here on the goal line and make you make a big play to beat us. This was teams transitioning, trying to get as aggressive as possible, smash the ball up the field, chase it down, be out of position, try and steal boost, be more out of position, try and recover. And it leads to some really exciting situations that you get in games like that when both teams just going as hard as possible at all times, and some quick play transition and some real great defense. But overall, Rogue able to come out on top at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the one thing I really, really have liked about watching this Adept roster is how multifaceted they are and how much they are analyzing the play and going for the optimal play in that moment. Oftentimes with newer teams, with teams coming up from the bubble, we see some players they go for, like, they have one thing they're good at. They're like, we're always go for the demos through the goal, or we're always going to be trying to put it on the backboard and go for a double tap. We're always going for an infield pass, and they become readable and they become very counterable. Here, we're seeing Adept adapt, to use a homogenous word.
Wait, that's two.
That's not a pun though. Okay, that's a homonym. They're very, like, they're we saw them with the one player demoed and spawning in the corner, not choosing to go for just like the easy shot, like choosing like, let's send a player down, let's get the demolition on that guy, let's really make sure we can clinch this up. And I've enjoyed how flexible this roster has been. As Kernovi looks for the opener, here comes Pirates to get the save, and Spider with the clear. Nice, exciting stuff, beating game 3.
I'm surprised Pirates jumped at the right place for that ball. I mean, you're thinking that ball's in off the double tap or...
Oh my goodness! How does he find this touch out of the corner?
Well, let's take a look. It's a great leave. Proper dismount from the wall. Didn't overthink it. He didn't overthink it. It is so easy to try and chase that ball when you're stuck off the wall there. Calm literally just got behind that ball and then just kind of feathered boost to maintain his height. He understood that ball was bouncing right back into him. It wasn't going to really kick mid. He just let the ball come back to him. That is so easy to try and do too much there as Spider tries to jam one through Kernovi on the next possession, and that will be Calm again.
What? The guillotine drops and it's Calm with the rope. Oh my goodness, look at this. The follow it down, the last bounce right above the crossbar. Man, hey Gibbs, if you need a top 3 play, there you go. There's one of them. I mean, you could almost put a top 3 play of like those 2 goals back to back. Like they were that close. Calm having a great moment. Spider through 1, first killer. Now looking for a response from Rogue. They've got to find some goals here just to break up the momentum. Adept is starting to feel hungry. As Calm with the dribble, can he get 2 of them? Oh, first goal, look for the bump, just barely missed. That would have, I mean, I'm sitting here like the first goal, I'm like, that was cool. Second goal, oh, that one's even cooler. That would have been the icing on the cake.
Calm was going for the absolute dismantling of Rogue right there. The hard cut and then let the ball roll with the demo. Ooh, that's all right. We'll see you next game goal.
Yeah, that would have been amazing to see Rogue forfeit for the first time ever in RLCS history. Just be like, we're done. He's too good. There's first kill on a bump. Kernovi looking to pop out the goalies, but Spider still ends up with control. Flicks early. Turret will get a read. Now a touch from Pirates. A lot into the star player. Comms takes his time. Now Kernovi, infield pass, long ones. Comms and Spider overlap on that. Wouldn't expect a double commit with that much space, but they go for a little bit. And now the defense having to sort themselves out. Kernovi onto the backboard. Here comes Turnturo. Beaten by Calm. The long shot probably. Is this in? No, it is.
Wow.
Spider will be the one to finish it off. Calm puts it on target.
First killer trying to steal that boost in the corner of Adept side of the field. Unfortunately, it wasn't even there, so just trying to stay up a little too long, not being aware of the situation on the pitch. His teammate in the midfield doesn't even buy him any time, and make matters worse, the ball tips away from him instead of straight out and giving him a chance. Unfortunate.
2:53 on the clock. 3-0 now for Adept. Series tied up at 1 apiece, and they have looked strong every game. We went to overtime in the one game that Rogue won, and now this game, it's going to take a nice, solid comeback from Rogue to clinch game 3. The 3-0 from the desk looking more and more disrespectful, Achieves.
You know, it's not a bad guess, to be honest. I mean, I think I would agree with their overall idea is that Rogue, yes, is the better team, but Adept is not a team that you can just expect you'll crush. Because if they're playing well like this, it's going to be hard-pressed for any team just to keep up with the pace. As Calm trying to dribble all three again. Multiple defenders up for Rogue. They should probably be able to hang on to possession here for the orange team.
There comes Spider with a shot, and it's in. Great power. I mean, the pressure for the last 30 seconds here from Adept, it was just almost inevitable eventually this goal was going to go in.
Kronovi sitting there on the goal line like, I have no idea which side you are shooting it to. He was just hoping that he was going to have a chance at it.
You could put it anywhere. Startero finally gets a goal now. Come, you get that one away. The cheap bronze kickoff goal not going to work. This 3-2. But this one will. First killer will finally get Rogue on the board. Down by 4. It's going to be a monumental comeback, but that's the start.
Yeah. Pirates, I mean, he's really not even out of position per se. He's just waiting to see if his teammate wins the challenge and then gets demoed from behind him. And so the third guy, just off the kickoff, off grabbing boost and probably trying to rotate back, just didn't have the time to get all the way into position. So Rogue get one back, but to be honest, this one's pretty much over. 3 goals in 90 seconds. Not easy at all. If Kronovi had scored that right there, I'd feel pretty decent about it, but...
I'm going to go for the dribbles again, getting hounded by Turnturo from behind, but Spider running full back.
Yes!
Paves the way. Full back plays coming through. 5-1 Adept.
Oh, Calm, this is a beautiful dribble. Trying to get muscled out by Turnturo, and Kronovi, he's got to make a choice. When do you want to jump? Here comes the demo. You got to make a move. And Calm with the command on the dribble lets it go right by and turns it into the near post.
He's got 2 shots, or he got 2 saves. Excuse me, I can't English. 2 goals, 2 assists, and a savior medal. Calm having an absolute highlight of a day.
Spider right behind him. 3 goals, 1 assist, and 3 saves. Big game for those 2. Pirates happy to sit there and just be like, I'll just hit the ball whenever you need me, I suppose.
It's Spider having a nice stat line game, but both the goals he scored were the simple chip, beautiful passes from Calm, where he just was the one to kind of just push it a little bit, just give it a little shove. First kill with a shot, Calm with the block. 5-1. This game is basically over already. Those Pirates will try to just add to this lead. Turnturo over to the edge. It's going to be a 2-game lead here for Adept. And I'm still at this point, geez, I am rooting for Calm to get the ball in open space. He'll put in another goal. He's got a hat trick. I'm rooting for the dribble play. He's threatened this dribble so many times. It's just not quite strung it all the way together. I want to see it happen before the series is over.
He was very close on one. Got the second one to come through with a little bit of help from Spider. And I'm with you. I'd like to see another Calm dribble. Let's see what else he's got in the bag of tricks.
That was the triple mind game where you hit the brakes, try to get all 3 of them to pop, and only 2 of them did. First kill looking for a goal. Does he find this double tap? No, it'll get cleared away. See Rogue looking for some sort of strong goal. To at least bring some momentum back on their side. Get the team morale back together after a 6-1 dismantling. Can they Brazil him here? They might be able to. Over 1, Kronovi gets a block. It's still dangerous. First kill out to Turnturo. Back across 2. And now into the midfield, that one. I believed. You know, after everything I've seen this game, I believed he was maybe going to be able to put that one through.
Yeah, I was with you. I mean, as soon as he tipped that ball up, got the car back on the wheels, I was like, ooh, if that lands on the nose, I'd believe it. But not quite. A fantastic game from Adept there in Game 3. That was something to watch. I mean, you talk about putting the defense in bad spot after bad spot. That is what a game looks like.
Oh, and the thing that one of the things that really can differentiate a team and really help you make a deep run in RLCS is the ability to, after you make a shot, find control or bump the defense in such a way that you're able to turn it back around and make more plays. Usually, you know, like a perfectly set up offense, you're going to get 3 attempts at the net, but usually after that, you've lost control. You have to fall back. They get an attempt to move down the field. The way we saw Adept stringing together one touch after another touch after, okay, this shot didn't quite turn into a goal, but I popped it above the goal, and we see Rogue continuously just having to be like, all right, well, we got to stop this immediate threat. Okay, we stopped that, but now there's a new immediate threat. Loved watching Adept in this game.
Yeah, it was excellent, and now you're really looking for Rogue to make sure that they don't allow some of those uncontested transitions that Adept was able to string together in that previous game. You need whoever's diving at the ball out of the midfield for Rogue here to at least make contact and delay that transition.
As we get game 4 started, my eyes are on First Killer and Turo. We've seen these players show up so strong. First Killer going to get one block. Kronovi's got to find a second one. Excellent defense from Rogue. But I want to see it on the offense. I want to see Turo and First Killer find the goals that got them on the highlight reels already this season. As this series is starting to get out of hand, and Adept is one game away for qualifying for Saturday.
Definitely feeling themselves riding high after that dismantling in the previous series. Spider, not the best touch. Kronovi trying to punish, going for the big block. Unfortunately, that ball just got tipped well sideways.
First minute will come and go. Now Kronovi in the corner. Soft touch and catches it himself. Way to get it past Pirates in the corner. First Killer not quite able to create a shooting opportunity just yet. And now falls on it, beats Pirates again. Pirates just having the worst of luck in this corner. Back to Kronovi. Spider out of his goal. First Killer demolished in front. A little bit of space from Rogue, and not the best touch from Spider, though. Now back into the corner again. The ball spent basically the first minute and a half on the right side of the Adept goal. A chip shot here, kept above the goal. Here comes Turo. Excellent setup, but Calm able to cover it up, get a save. Now back out. The ball still trapped in the back third.
Yeah, this is great pressure. This is what you wanted to see from Rogue. They need to make sure that they get that first point of contact with the ball for whatever challenge. At First Killer, uncontested, left-hand side. Rogue will finally break down Adept.
You saw right there at the beginning of this replay, the ball finally touched the midfield line, and then bam, straight back into the goal. We spent 2 minutes on Adept's side. Rogue, well, I guess there was like 20 seconds at the beginning of the game where the ball was on their half. But my goodness, once they got it pinned back there, Adept had no idea how to get the ball out of their back third.
Ball is completely in Adept's court, and a chance for Pirates there. A little heavy-handed, though. And that's that first touch accuracy. Got to make sure you keep command of the ball.
Kronovi with a counter touch. He's going to be out of boost. Spider with a stop, and now Gravity's going to fight against him. Here comes Turo through the air. He's going to be out of boost as well. Here's First Kill on the shot. The threat was good enough. Can Kronovi finally tuck it in? There we go. 2-0 for Rogue.
I think they get a little bit antsy on the goal line here. They know here comes a double tap as soon as Calm doesn't get there. Pirates dives at that one. And Calm, I think, also doing the same thing, committed a little too hard. I mean, I don't know exactly what you're supposed to do in that situation as Calm. I think you have to dive at it because you don't know if your teammates got it. So just a circumstance where the offense has forced you into a bad spot and you both dive at the same ball because you don't want to let the lead get any bigger. And that just allows the follow-through to come.
Cross halftime. We're looking like maybe game 5. Adept put up 6 goals, most of which being handed them by Calm in game number 3. But here in game 4, yet to score, and honestly, yet to find a meaningful shot. They've got just 3 so far, which isn't too bad. It's just been so
Talk
little
about
effort.
the rude awakening as
Rogues
well.
had to put up on defense.
You know,
oh my goodness.
Play. Oh, Kronovi. Oh, he got it.
What? The bounce off the ground pinch? What do you call this? This looks new.
Let's see. Okay. There's the kick straight down. He got bumped by Calm and it knocked him into the ball. Oh my goodness.
That was nutty.
I've seen everything.
No, but apparently we haven't because I thought I had seen everything already. And then I got to see that pogo stick thing. That was cool. All right, 3 goals here for Rogue. Calm keeps it high and in the blue for just a moment, but it's just Adept genuinely struggling to hold on to the ball at all. And I said at the beginning of the end of last game, oh, does he finally get one? No, First Killer gets it away. Calm with the ball here. Does he go for the dribble? No, he takes it to the air. He's got 30 boost to work with. Got a flip reset, I think. Pirates had to cover it up and still not quite able to put it in. There's a touch back in front. Spider gonna take it out of the corner. There's a back pass to Calm, but blocked by First Killer. The defense from Rogue, just enough. Here comes Pirate once more. Kronovi's there, looks for a long clear. Doesn't get much of a touch at all, and he'll follow this one out. Straight to Pirates. Spoiler. And now over the top, we'll see Turnturo finally get it back into Adept's half. Ugh.
I mean, they're just bullying Adept right now on a lot of the challenges. I mean, Rogue making some very well-timed approaches to things, making sure they've got the angle and the momentum going for them when they enter into those contests for the ball. And the patience from Turnturo here in the midfield continues to waste time, and we'll see in Game 5, Rogue win this one.
First kill, oh, it doesn't actually go in. I was pretty certain that one was in. First kill with an excellent back pass that turns into an own goal. Didn't go in, though. 20 seconds left, down by 3. I think you were just saying it here, Adept. Definitely going to drop Game 4. We're going to go to Game 5. Adept looking, I mean, the question for me as we go into Game 5 is which Adept are we going to see? Because they had so much momentum coming into this game, and it just petered out in the first minute.
Big wake-up call for Adept. I mean, you absolutely smash Game 3. You start off okay in Game 4. I mean, you could put a little bit of pressure on them, say, all right, we're feeling good, and then boom, nothing. You spend the rest of the game on defense, sitting there trying to figure out how you want to approach this, and Rogue are just at your throat, challenging you in the midfield, and you can't get anything through. That is bringing yourself all the way back down to earth.
Yeah, it will be an important measure of this team as we're getting to see them now a few weeks in a row here in RLCSX. What do you do? How do you bounce back from when you had the momentum, it immediately just gets ripped away from you, and you've got to kind of dig back down, find that mental reset. We see some of the players that they were saying in the chat here that they want to take the full allotted time between games. So we'll be a little bit before we get to Game 5, but I think that's important. I think that these teams do take that like mental refresher, step back, do some jump jacks, wash your face, whatever it is that helps you kind of like get out of the thoughts you were just in. You don't want to see that same getting trapped. I mean, that was one of the most suffocating games I've ever seen. Rogue completely keeping that ball, not in the Adept half, in the Adept back third. Like, that was insane how dominating they were at the beginning to have that.
And so you're really looking for Adept in this one. Because of course last game it was all about, all right, Rogue, you make sure your first point of contact at least gets to challenge it and keeps things a little bit even. They did that plus extra. And so you kind of wonder if, because it felt to me like Rogue was either just like, all right, we're gonna get to the ball first and we're gonna make sure that we challenge you properly, or we're just gonna wait for you to bring the ball to us. And I'm curious if Rogue continued to just try and fall back, because it seemed like Adept sitting there in that previous game are thinking, man, we're not getting anything through. We just need to find a big clear. And right when that happens, I mean, Rogue is already waiting so far back that they're like, great.
Yeah.
Thank you for the ball. We appreciate it. So it really comes down to Adept of, okay, you need to be able to understand the situation on the pitch, where everybody is, so you can make a more informed decision about what you want to do with the ball here in Game 5.
Well, no,
because Rogue, I think, was just content to go for challenges or let the ball come to them. They didn't have to work too hard. It was just, all right, make sure you're in the right spot and we'll win the game, because Adept is just rushing.
Yeah, we saw them go for the clears a number of times. There was, like you said, a few times they're like, okay, there's the meaningful clear. Oh, wait, never mind. Kernovi's on the backboard. That ball's coming right back into their corner again. I'd love to see, I'm still going to say it again, let's bring the dribbles back out, bud. That was super cool. That was awesome. Like, you were getting it through at least one player or two players every time. I didn't see them going for many dribbles. They were opting to just pop the ball away as often as they could instead of just actually trapping and taking control. But it's scary. It's scary to trap and take control in your own half, because if you get challenged and you lose, and the ball is going to be in your box on the next touch. So, like, it's trusting what they're good at, trusting what's worked beforehand. Don't fall into the rotations we've seen from Rogue. We just saw I just saw it. You probably saw it too, Achieves. Kernovi saying Turntoro's not feeling the best right now.
I don't actually
which does mean that they're going to be going for safer play. So if you know that, I mean, going for the same, like, go to the 1v1 game, go to the challenge game, trust what was working for you earlier, and let's see if they can deliver a Game 5 win.
I cannot hear you in Discord.
Into Game 5 here momentarily.
But I'm sure you just made a fantastic point.
Players.
And it sounded great.
Oh, can you hear me? You got me? You got me now?
I got you now.
Okay. I can't actually see you, so I have no idea when like you can't hear what's going on. It was some of the best analysis you've ever heard. Chat will back me up. No, they won't, but that's okay. So, game 5.
I was trying to respond to what you said, and I saw your lips still moving, and I was like, I'll just let chat listen to what he's talking about.
Basically, that they know that they're going to be going for these wide rotations. We even saw in the comms in the chat that Turintro's not feeling the best, which probably means they're going to be playing for safer play, which means go to the 1v1 game. Come on, Adept. Like trust your dribbles here.
Yes, obviously trust your dribbles, but the big caveat that comes with trust your dribbles is, do you have the space to execute that? And I think there were maybe 1 or 2 situations where maybe that could have happened last game, but I think Rogue, if they come out in the same manner that they had that suffocating midfield presence here in game 5, I'm not sure if the dribble play is really going to happen, because a lot of that dribble play happened back in game 3 because Rogue was stretching themselves a little too thin and not coming up with the ability to stop that transition initially. So they got through that midfield line uncontested, and that allowed that extra space for the dribbles, because Rogue, I think, is actually doing a pretty good job of pitch management. I mean, they're really not letting Adept off the hook too often and just running away and saying, we need boost. I think they're all doing a really nice job making sure that they've always got somebody ready to do something.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, we'll let the players take their full time, make sure we've got a competitively integral game 5 before we get that started. So we're going to take a quick break here. We'll come back as soon as the players are on the pitch and let you know who's qualifying through to Saturday.
To escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. That I've never been. When we dance again.
All right, we're back. Players are apparently ready to go. We're getting into game 5 here momentarily. Achieves. Which Adept do you think we're going to see? Game 3 or game 4?
Oh, I hate to say it, but I think game 4 and a little splash of game 3. I think you get a couple of good chances, but I think Rogue looked too locked in after that previous one. I think they got Adept figured out here in game 5.
I mean, the mixture definitely is more entertaining than the one-sided affair as we saw, so we'll see how it goes. Game 5, Champions Field. Kronovi's name hanging in the rafters above. He'd love to get it on his second banner as well. Pirates pop back down. Didn't have any players there to help him. Comms now gonna take this one, keep it low to the ground, up against first kill. Turo covers him up.
And Kronovi just kind of peeled off that challenge, and I was like, oh, you just did exactly what you don't want. They gave Com that space, and quick recognition from Turinturo and Pirates on the goal line to make a tough stop. I mean, Adept are working hard to keep this one at zeros to start off game 5, but need to make sure that they earn themselves some possession.
Pirates into the corner. There's Turinturo. Ooh, under one. Kronovi gonna go slow on it, try and get him to just break their axles. He actually puts that ball into Com's hood, and Pirates will pop it off of it. Turinturo should have this ball for free. Now Pirates falling back, gives space to Com. Pass across, infield pass. Oh, back out to the corner. Com off the backboard and into the box. First killer through 1 and now through 2. Com on the back third falls, bags Kronovi, goes and pressures him off the ball. Zoning mechanics going to work out well, but Com does manage to make it through 2 now. Here comes Kronovi again out of the box. 3:33 on the clock, 0-0. Winner of this game moves forward to Saturday.
Really got to give a lot of credit there to First Killer for just hanging on to that ball. Like we said in our previous series, there's a lot of give and take in Rocket League, and First Killer's ability to stick with the play and just buy extra time to make sure Kronovi and Turinturo behind him are ready for the next situation that happens is a valuable skill. First Killer working real hard here in game 5.
Ball stalled out at midfield. Spider in onto the backboard. Going to follow this out of his back third. 3-1, collapsed on by Com. Now First Killer up for this, beaten by Spider. Here's Kronovi to put it back to First Killer. Nice touch in the midfield. Here comes Turinturo looking for the shot. Com and Spider able to bounce that one back around. Nearly the first goal there for Adept, just barely pixels off that shot. Here's Kronovi through 1, low on boost, covered up by the rest of the defense from Adept. Com across midfield, gets a touch into the corner. Turinto's going to follow it back, and First Killer will cover it up. Now a shot just barely wide, bouncing up and down. Can Spider push it underneath? Got one touch, couldn't find 2. Will stay scoreless across halftime.
So close, but that one needs to go in. Second chance, Kronovi. Great cover up on the goal line. Rogue through a couple of real awkward scenarios and transition. Spider makes the save. Rogue pressing hard. And there's that little splash of game 3. Quick transitions for both teams, but either able to find that sweet, sweet goal.
Pirates hovering on the wall. Spider comes in. Those 2 players kind of in stalling mode, and then Com gets bopped off. Pirates touch will go unfollowed into Rogue territory, and Turinturo going to try and pressure this one. He's got 2 players backing up on him. The defense entirely caught in this corner. Can they capitalize on this? There's a touch across to the box. Kronovi's got to adjust. They've got a little bit too much pace and goes behind him. Now Kronovi another touch in front. Here's First Killer up against 2, 3 players pinch. Kronovi's just looking to put it in, and he'll get it. That's the first goal for Rogue.
You knew this was going to be a little awkward here. As soon as Pirates couldn't get up to it, Spider really trying to stretch, but the real thing that goes wrong is Com also diving at it, trying to beat the Rogue player who's in front of him to the ball. Turns into a double commit there for Adept. They just don't have anyone in position to even try and stop Kronovi recovering out of the corner.
Pirates now. Adept works so hard to get themselves this opportunity. Com's beat 2 defenders, but Kronovi bounces it, or takes the bounce off the ceiling and is able to get it clear. The First Killer down to Turinturo, pops over Spider. This one's in. That's 2 goals for Rogue. What a shot!
Spider definitely didn't see this one coming. When he's thinking, all right, First Killer booms it right at me. Oh, it's Turo, and oh my gosh, it's in the goal. He immediately hit the brakes. He's like, yeah, all right, you got me. Fair enough.
111 kilometers per hour. Excellent touch. First Killer through 1. Spider not going to get a second one. Com passes it across. Pirates onto the backboard. Com a little bit low on boost. He'll stretch for it now, but beaten by Turinturo. The double commit turns into an offensive positioning here as First Killer puts it on target. Pirates gets it away. 50 seconds left and only 2 goals. Both of them. There's Com with the demolition. Spider to put it in. What a play. Com starts to light back up.
The fact Adept even turned this into a goal after they gave away what felt like another goal-scoring opportunity for Rogue, they somehow recover on defense. Com destroys the guy coming for the challenge, gets the demo, makes it an easy goal, and they have a chance with 40 seconds.
Oh, and they've got space too. Spider onto the backboard. First kill will reach this one, but Kronovi nearly gets demolished. Defense going to be a little out of position. Kronovi quickly hit that brakes to make sure he maintained the best spot he could. And now he's got it across that midfield line. Nobody home on defense. The defense will crash back in. Kronovi get it in time. Now Turo's the one to put it in. Trying to put this one out of reach.
Turo, huge goal there. Kronovi also able to win the critical challenge in the midfield. Pirates hoping he's got enough space to make the save. Turo, picture perfect with the placement.
29 seconds, down by 2 again. Adept's got to make this one work fast. Turo on first kill. Other ideas into the corner, looking for another one. Perfect touches. We said we wanted to see Turo on first killer light it up, and they have answered.
Turo just make sure to keep the challenge in range of himself. Not trying to do too much, not trying to go straight through the guy. Just make sure it doesn't go into the goal. Takes a hard skip out to the right, perfectly for first killer. A tough follow-up, but he nails it. And Rogue put game 5 out of reach.
12 seconds left, down by 3. It's not going to be possible. And Adept, their day isn't over. They'll have to look for the win somewhere else, but you know it hurts Chiefs to have been this close, to have played this well against their toughest opponent yet today, and to still come up short.
It was definitely a winnable series for Adept, but the experience, like the desk said, comes through for Rogue. Adept, as that game 4 happened and they got absolutely shut down, game 5 they fell behind early, and then Adept started to crumble, started to get too aggressive, trying to do too much with not enough space, time, or resources to make the plays happen, stretched themselves too thin, and Rogue jumped all over it.
That's for sure. I mean, the Rogue had to play 2 series back-to-back. NRG, definitely the warm-up series of all warm-up series, and it pays off here as they're able to take down Adept in 5 games. They will qualify for Saturday, joining G2 and NRG here out of Group A. We'll still get to see Adept try again a little bit later on, but before we do that, we've got a few other matches to get to here in round 4. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, the Peeps taking on the Matones. New team, new name. Who are these people? Find out after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family.
Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
And welcome back to RLCSX. I'm here along Turtle. We just watched that last series follow through. Turtle, talk to me about that game. What did you see?
That was exciting. I mean, what a way for Rogue to qualify the game 5. And what I loved the most about Adept was the dribbles. I think Achieves and Wavepunk were talking about it a lot. That Calm was bouncing back and forth between defense and offense, dribbling the ball, bringing the ball as low to the ground as possible, forcing good 50s. But speaking of 50s, on the other side, it was Rogue, especially Kronovi, who was winning 50s in the midfield. That led to so many good opportunities. I was also very impressed with Turo's shooting. All in all, I thought all 3 players on Rogue were popping off, and it was too much for Adept to handle. And again, look at the dribbles. Calm, those fakes, that's what I'm talking about. We need to see more of that from Adept, and I think this is the potential of a team that could make plenty more upsets in the future.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I thought Adept looked very up to par against Rogue. In fact, a few of these games were very, very strong from them. I thought actually they were going to take down Rogue. I was a little bit worried, but you could see the poise from Rogue really started to come through. That experience started to shine a little bit more, and they were able to pull the series back.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you expect, too, from the team that's experienced the most. And you got Kronovi on the field. We need him to hopefully lead the way in comms, and that's probably what happened, especially with Turo. And first killer, maybe they get a little bit nervous. And they've been surprising me. I mean, even in their first series of the day, I wanted to see them come out against, I believe it was Xset. Yeah, it was against Xset, the first one that we saw. I wanted to see patience from them, and so did Gibbs, and that's what happened at the first game. They got scored on in overtime, and they were still able to come back. So it seems like the mentality getting tougher and tougher as they progress through each regional event, Corelli.
And we will see how they do, and especially for Adept, they're not out of it yet. Now sitting at 2-2. Rogue finish off their day 3-1. So we must move on to our next match. It's going to be the PEEPS taking on the Matones, I believe. Yes, and this is a very interesting match. What do we know about the PEEPS so far here today, Turtle?
The PEEPS, man, it's been good. They had the rematch against G2, and that was frustrating to watch because you know, the PEEPS, they started out so strong. I expected more from AJ, but we got Gyro. That's who showed up. Gyro was popping off. Even heard Johnny Boy in the casting kept complimenting Gyro, who had the mechanics. Normally, we look at that roster and we see AJ, and we think this is the guy who's going to be hitting the flip resets, the double taps, but it was Gyro. Even I remember to a specific play, Gyro had no boost. He was flying off the backboard, and then he landed there with no boost, couldn't recover. So what does he do? He sees the ball get popped up and goes off the ceiling with no boost. Nobody ever decides to do that, especially when you're on E, but he still got the touch he needed to set up his teammate for the goal. And it's plays like that from Gyro that I'm so happy to see. Ever since the PEEPS has newly formed again with AJ and Illusion, Gyro has been a beast, and it hasn't been so much on AJ. But the Matones, I don't even know that much about these guys, really. It's going to be tough, especially if the PEEPS were able to get Game 5 against G2. I mean, talk about a mountain to climb.
Well, how about that to start things off if you're the Matones? Garrett was talking about them in their interview. He's saying how they were surprisingly good, and here they are. They get a bounce off the post that goes favorably, and Demon's there to put it away, and a 1-0 start for the Matones.
Okay, I'm going to have to change my mind about these guys. You know, I thought it was going to be a close series. You can tell with the speed right away. They're here to play.
So a good start for the Matones, and I think for any team, especially one that we're seeing here in RLCSX in this regional in particular, sitting at 2-1, you have some cushion, but you would love to end the day with that 3-1 win, and they're already putting on more pressure against the PEEPS, and I feel like the PEEPS got to figure out what the Matones are doing right as a couple of demos come out as well. The Matones look very strong here in the first 45 seconds or so.
Yeah, in the first game against, you know, a team that has the advantage over you is so important. Build that momentum early on. And Demon, look at the fake, the patience in midfield. He decided not to go for this, pop it up a little bit over that midfield challenger. Oh my goodness, the slow play, just baiting out that defender.
And wide open for him after that first defender. Nobody else back for the PEEPS. So a very strong start here for the Matones as they put away their first 2 goal off the back of Demon, at least in that last one. And the PEEPS now have some work to do. It's still the first minute of gameplay, and Illusion is going to try and carry this one over. Gyro actually plays it back to him. AJ still trying to find the pressure for the PEEPS as things slow down, and now back into the hands of the Matones.
Yeah, that's the type of plays that you want to see out of the PEEPS, where they're going for crazy pre-jumps back into the other player who's flying high. Interesting mechanics. It's not connecting just yet, but I still expect the PEEPS to start to get warmed up. Things seem a little bit off. Maybe not expecting the Matones to be as speedy and mechanical as they are, so they've got to get situated.
trying to find the way out, and this shot's going to go to the left side, and it's cleared away by Aleutian. He's a player that has really shined on this PEEPS roster, even with players like Gyro and Adre on it. Aleutian has been able to set up his teammates in some great ways to produce some high-quality goals, and it's what led PEEPS to a lot of big wins here through the split.
Good defense, though, so far. I want to make sure the rotations for the Matones are working out, because the Peeps oftentimes like to bang this ball all the way to the corner off the backboard, throw off your defense. But so far, Matones answered every single clear. But how do you answer this from AJ? It's Omar on the backboard, thankfully there with a booming clear. And I am amazed, too, that defense really looking well, even after AJ beats out one defender. You've got that security net, the safety net behind you to get the solid clear.
Yeah, you don't have to do too much now if you're the Matones. You have a good cushion, of course. No reason to back down or slow down. But you do want to make sure that you're not pushing too far forward too fast, no overcommits. You don't have to force anything. You can play a bit more conservatively as they have this game under control here with the PEEPS. Brisky looking for the box. Is picked up by Gyro. Immediately jumped on by Demon. And here comes Omar as he tried to get a piece of it as well. And back to the Matone side. AJ shot, bump, and Omar, I think, got a piece of his own teammate there. Still made the clear. Aleutian. Now Gyro on the ball, looking for a way to break this Matone's defense, and they're holding strong for the moment. AJ across as Omar cuts it out, and Demon can't get the pinch by Aleutian. So a lot of pressure being felt here by Matone. Shots just wide by Gyro as PEEPS ramp things up.
Oh, they're starting to take so many boost pads, too. Look at the PEEPS just staying in the corner. Even Aleutian's been at his side for the entire time. Now getting a bump, letting the ball drift away for Gyro to get a 50, and the pressure still mounting for the PEEPS. And yet, we are seeing the defense of the Matones hold on. Barely any boost in the tank. They're still finding the save. And then now the miss from AJ. Those are the shots that need to be hit on target, or else Matones, they're just going to casually take this win.
A minute and 20 seconds left. Matone still threatening here. No boost for Brisky. Demon trying to find some control. Shut down by AJ. And the PEEPS really need to go. Little over a minute left. And with all that pressure, you feel like they should have got one. But the Matones have done a great job of slowing things down and breaking out when they need to relieve that pressure. And here they come again. Omar looking to go across the net. AJ makes a slow clear, and it picks up by Demon. A pass over to Omar. It's cut out by Gyro. This could be the last-ditch effort here for the PEEPS to get one back, and a weak shot towards Brisky saved away. Aleutian still trying to keep the pressure on for the PEEPS. Gyro pops it up for AJ, has a little bit of space to work with, puts it off the ceiling. Gyro pops it up, and Aleutian can't go. He's too far away. And Brisky will carry this one downfield. Here's Gyro. Time running out, 20 seconds for the PEEPS here in game one. Aleutian shot, a bit high, and no one's there to follow up for the PEEPS. AJ with no boost here, and this one's cleared away. Demon, he's got an open net if he can get around it. Aleutian does make the save, but it's not going to matter. The Matones take down the PEEPS in game one, and after their first initial goals, had some lockdown defense to close it out.
Yeah, what a stellar performance from the defense of the Matones. That was simply, I want to say, very relaxed. It didn't seem like the Matones panicked even once. That entire time they were pressured by the PEEPS, and there were shots left and right from the PEEPS. Like, don't get me wrong, they had good-looking offense. It just came down to the shooting. Even in the last second, I think it was Gyro who hit it off the crossbar, and that was maybe the second or third attempt that I think should have gone in. So we're looking at the shooting accuracy from the PEEPS as they look to mount even more pressure. So keep everything pretty much the same. Sometimes the third man from the PEEPS does seem a bit too passive. They're trying to figure out how to attack this Matone's defense, but at the end of the day, just get your striking a little bit better and you'll have a closer series.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of two things. I agree that maybe that shooting was a bit off, but I think the defense was really strong from the Matones as well. They were very disciplined. There weren't a lot of double commits on the defensive side of things, which I think the PEEPS kind of feed off of when they get going, and they kind of get just spread out from corner to corner. It felt like Matones were very calm in those situations and were able to slow things down and then break out when they needed to. I will say that the PEEPS did get the better of them late in that game. It felt like PEEPS then started to have a lot more of the pressure. They got the boost game going in their favor, especially in the Matones half. So we'll see how things pan out here in game two. The Matones start off like they did in the last game, or do the Peeps get a hold of themselves? Already 2 shots for the Matones right off the bat, and maybe a third if Omar can get around it. And the Peeps have to clear it away. Here's Aleutian. Looking for some space. He wasn't very effective last game. There's a little bit more of panicked play from the Peeps, and I think that is because of the defense from Matones. Great stop here in the midfield. AJ still gets back to it. Now Aleutian to pick it up himself. He's all alone as he air dribbles this one across. Omar, no boost. Looking to just play this one across the box. It does come out to Brisky, left side shot. It's just wide off the post. Opportunity there, but it was tough to catch up to.
You can see the Matones, they are threatening, even on offense. You have a couple of plays, and I've also seen some fantastic challenges where you're outpacing people on the Peeps, which is something that's difficult to do. Aleutian, AJ, Gyro, all 3 players known to be very speedy to get up to the ball. That's a 50 from AJ. Almost more of a dunk, I would say. Doesn't go in. The Matones still holding on strong, and it seems like whenever a shot is put on net, you know, I was roasting all of the Peeps' shooting abilities, but now whenever they put things on net, there's a player from the Matones on the defensive side to have an answer and respond to that shot.
Let's see if the Peeps can get their offense going. Only 1 shot to the 5 so far of Matones. Demon. Low boost situation. Aleutian's there, but it's a bit high. Follow up from AJ. Gets bumped out of the way. Now Demon got a breakaway for himself. No boost, and Aleutian can get back to it to make the save. My goodness. Back and forth for these teams, and Peeps still keep it scoreless.
Oh, that's another attempt, though, from the Peeps. We had the speed with that final shot where it went off the crossbar. If it just been angled down a little bit, we would have seen a goal. They've got to be frustrated. And at what point is this going to start tilting them to where they can't recover? And now, speaking of recovering, where is the 3rd man rotating back? I think he might have been going for boost, Corelli.
Yeah, Gyro had 0 boost here in this situation. When that clear came out, he had no way he can get back to it. He had 0. Didn't even pick up a pad there. And unfortunately, that's the way the first goal goes for the Peeps.
If I'm on the Peeps right now, I'm frustrated. We've had so many shots on net. We've had good pressure. And then now I have no boost to get the save where it feels like I should have been in position. Here's a 1v1 attempt from Demon. The fakes left and right from these guys. The creativity in those dribbles is something that I've been very impressed with so far, Corelli.
Risky shot accidentally comes off the back of his teammate in front of net. I think it might have been saved either way. Oh, good pressure from the Tones. Now 8 shots in favor of them to the 3 of the Peeps. Not a lot of offense being generated right now from the Peeps. They did have opportunity though, Turtle. That last goal where they actually conceded instead of scoring feels like a huge missed opportunity for the Peeps.
Yeah, and that's the main thing you want to focus on a lot of times if you're the underdog is your counterattacks, because going up against a team like the Peeps, they're going to put on a lot of pressure. If your defense can hold on and withstand that pressure, then you look to counterattacks. That's the next step, and a lot of times we'll see a team not even know how to follow through with that final step. Here's good bumps and physical plays against the Matones. You'd think a double demo would open up some shots, but no. It's blocked out in the midfield, and they can go on for a counterattack. The defense just doesn't stop, Corelli.
And it's held strong, and it's created a lot of counterattacks too. Let the Matones break out, but then put some offensive pressure on the Peeps with numbers up. That's exactly what had happened earlier, although that really came off of the Peeps' missed shot. Here's Gyro. He's going to take one cleared away by Omar. Risky trying to slow it down, but it's still going to go across the box. Luckily, a bit too high for anyone from the Peeps to catch up to it. Aleutian tried to get by Omar, but he's so quick. Wins the challenge, and I suppose a back pass to Brisky. Unfortunately, couldn't keep possession. Here's Demon, doesn't get a piece of it. Does bump Aleutian out of the way. Less than a minute to go, Turtle. The Peeps still lacking in offense. Spoiled chances for sure here in this game. And they're down by 1. Here's a big one. Brisky does make the save, and here comes that counterattack now from the Matones. Omar just couldn't keep a hold of it. Still trying to get a piece of it as Gyro with no boost clears it away. Demon backwards here as AJ slowly moves downfield. Now Aleutian to pick it up. Weak shot towards net, saved away. Gyro's there on the follow-up. Shot spit too high, and a follow-up, a second touch rather, from Gyro clears it away. Here's Gyro again, no boost. Over to AJ. Brisky still making the saves. Things tense here in this final seconds. Alushin, got to make something happen, Omar, to clear it away for the Matones. And a big clear now, a flip reset. Can he drop it down? It's still up. AJ's going to pop it, and Demon's going to put it down another demo just to make sure the Matones 2 up in the series.
Oh my goodness, I think it was Demon who got another demo earlier, too, that stopped out the third man from coming in and striking a ball towards the net. And that's what I wanted to talk about for the Peeps. The Matones, they've been lasting so long on defense, and now it just comes down to the third man for the Peeps, who seems like he's too far back. They are scared. The Peeps are worried right now, and how can you not be? Whenever you can't put shots on net, you're starting to freak out. You don't want to get counterattacked, so you want to push your third man back even farther, but that means you're giving up space to the Matones, who aren't panicking one bit. They're making use of the space. We've seen a couple of dribbles specifically from Demon, who slows down the play very well. And this is a team that is 100% now on all of our radars. I didn't expect this. We heard, I believe you said Garrett G talked about it and highlighted the Matones for being a team that we all need to pay attention to, and he was completely right.
Yeah, this has been an impressive 2 wins. Close games for sure, and I think the Peeps could have made this game a bit closer as well had they put away that opportunity where they had the Matones on the ropes. It actually just turns into a counterattack for the Matones and they score. So for the Peeps, I think the name of the game, or the theme of this series so far, through 2 games at least, has been missed opportunities, because there's been opportunities that they could have absolutely put away that have actually come back and bit them and given up, or conceded goals rather. And it feels like the Peeps, that's just the story so far.
Yeah, I mean, even in that interview for Garrett G, he talked about how, he prefers to not play with a set third man. And right now with the Peeps, it seems like there's always one third man back who is waiting too patiently. They don't want to all just keep rotating into the net. And I think that's what lets the play die. So whenever the Peeps end up missing a shot, or their accuracy fails a little bit, they don't have that final follow through for a player to capitalize off of an easier shot, because the first one went off the crossbar. They're too far back. They don't want to extend. They're going up against a team they should be beating. They'd rather play much safer and keep a passive defense, but it is not working out against the offense of the Matones with flip resets like that. You have got to be scared.
Matones have been creative in the final third as well, and they've been physical. We talked about it in the second game for just a second, as the Matones did create a lot of space by just bumping Peeps and demoing Peeps players out of the way. It didn't come every attack. They actually fed more off of the counter attack to see if the Peeps can get their offense going. It's been sporadic for them in this game, and then when it does come, they just can't put the shot on target. It's really the issue.
Scary thing now is you have to worry about the Matones and their mentality. I mean, granted, they have so much confidence here coming into match point, but once you start giving up 1 or 2 goals to the Peeps, they're trying to build momentum, and they've come so close. We haven't really seen the Matones have to come back in this series so far, so I'm curious to see if they can't keep the lead in game 3. How are they going to hold up against the challenge of stopping that reverse sweep?
Here's AJ on an air dribble, and he does get the dunk through the first defender. Peeps looking for an opening here, and Matones certainly not giving it up for free. AJ still low boost, has 0 now into the challenge. Omar trying to fight for it in the Peeps corner. Demon actually gets a piece of it off the back wall. AJ still low boost, does get the clear, and he's going to try and pick up this mid boost. Can he get a second touch? He does. Still the defense from the Matones looking very strong. Brisky with no boost, had to let that one go. Boost game going in favor of the Peeps for now, especially with those midfield boosts. Here's AJ. Weak shot again. There's a lot of those shots, Turtle, where they just, I don't know if maybe they're not hitting it properly or they're just giving up possession. It just feels weak from the Peeps. Yeah. It's never going to break that first defender.
Well, it's that accuracy that we talked about too, where, whether your timing is on point with the flip or not, you still have to figure out if you can put it on net. And what I've noticed a lot with the Peeps is they're failing to get over the ball. It's really easy as the striker who's coming through to find that final shot. You get too far under it and end up just overpowering your hit. Here's Brisky with some fakes. Patient play yet again working out with the dribbling. It doesn't come out with a goal for their offense, but still making the Peeps freak out a bit, panic on the defensive side. And we've seen some good looks now from both teams as we're still 0-0.
One shot for the Peeps to, again, the 5 of Matones. I feel like I said that last game. And here we are in the third game.
Matone's putting on more shots, but it really doesn't matter as we're still tied. Because Brisky lets it go. Demon has the shot, gets both AJ and Gyro to jump at it. Good little fake. Still threatening. Here's Demon. Flip, pre-flip into it. And Illusion does get away. Now AJ, quick to break downfield. Good dunk by AJ. And unfortunately, Illusion had no boost to get back up to it. Now Demon, can he put this one through and he can't get the dunk on Illusion?
I don't know what happened to the defense there. There's so much space given up to the Matones. I mean, I just saw a double commit even on the side of the Matones defense, and yet the PEEPS had somebody so far back. It seems like they're too worried about breaking rotation. They just keep going back to that corner boost. Maybe they can't keep the pressure. They can't keep the mid boost, so they force themselves to go all the way back instead of picking up pad. That's a good pass. Finally, it breaks, and the PEEPS go up 1-0. This is what I was worried about now. The Matones facing a potential loss here in Game 3.
Yeah, and Brisky and Demon both go on this play, and I don't think they ever saw AJ poaching the top of the box there. Great pass from Gyro as well to see AJ, and those are the types of plays that you expect from the PEEPS. Little fake kickoff here. This one's completely planned from the Tones. It was quite nicely as they were able to get possession and immediately put on pressure. But unfortunately for the Matones, their defense finally breaks, and it was a good play from the PEEPS. For the PEEPS, a bit of confidence now. 3 shots to their name, and they finally put one away here in this game. Gyro on the dribble, maybe 2 off the crossbar, and the PEEPS up by 2.
The striking has picked up, and look at Gyro. He's waiting here. He's not too far back, and normally in this situation, it feels like somebody from the PEEPS would be so far back on their own end, they wouldn't even have somebody there to control the dribble, but Gyro, the shooting back in form, a solid little flick, and now they've got the security. This is where I'm scared, man. I think that the PEEPS, once their striking has improved, which it has, reverse sweep that much more likely, and probably the most probable outcome.
With less than 20 seconds left, it would be quite the game if Matones came back into it. PEEPS finally get something going. Great little team play on the first goal. And for the PEEPS, I feel like this was hopefully is a turning point for them here in this series. They certainly need it. Now down only 1 game, but still match point. As Matones, maybe one more for the road is not going to get there. It doesn't matter. PEEPS take this game either way. And I think they're a lot more happy with this performance than, say, their last 2 games.
Yeah, things definitely improved for the PEEPS. They still started out pretty rough, I would say, for the PEEPS, but they figured things out, and the Matones started to double commit a little bit. I don't know if the nerves got to them. You're in match point. Again, this is a team that nobody expected to come out against the PEEPS and start destroying them like this on the offensive side. It's been counterattack after counterattack. Good speed from the Matones, but now, like I said, a couple of double commits here. The communication is definitely starting to break down, and you are starting to feel even more nervous than ever because you want to close this out. This is where it's the most important. You don't have any much longer or leg room in the series. Things have got to start working, and you've got to continue the momentum. Otherwise, the PEEPS just going to keep shutting you down.
It feels like the Matones individually have really gotten the better of the PEEPS. I was just, as you were talking, Turtle, I was watching that replay package, and Brisky had a slow dribble right in front of the net on that right post and got all 3 of the PEEPS to bite on it. So they're very quick to dive on the ball there from the PEEPS. Of course, it was very close to the goal line, so it's understandable, but the Matones are definitely inside the PEEPS head for a little bit here in this series. It does feel like they can get the better of them if it's set up properly. We've seen that already. Matones have been quite crafty on offense, that has given the PEEPS defense a lot of trouble here in this series.
Yeah, we've even seen some cool plays like, the fake kickoff strategies like that, which I haven't seen in a while, it feels like. So I'm excited to see how the Matones start out this game. And they have easy issues that they can fix on defense. We've given them so much praise, and that's because in the first 2 games, we barely saw any panic from them. Rarely did a double commit come out. And when it did, there was always somebody in net. And now nobody's in net. That one almost sneaked in. A good shot and a tough angle for the PEEPS, but fortunately for the Matones, it doesn't come out with a goal.
Yeah, there's a demo there on the goal line, and luckily, Illusion had missed the shot. AJ can't get a piece of it. Demon does clear it to his own corner. We stay scoreless. Here's AJ. Looking for the pass across, maybe taking it himself. It comes out to Gyro. Illusion's going to take it away. No boost here for Brisky, just trying to stay in front of or behind the ball, rather. Illusion, shot is wide, and I think everyone knew it for the Matones. No panic there.
Here's Gyro looking to land on it. He does get the pinch down. Now trying to pass across. Nobody's there. It was Brisky to clear it away, and Demon quickly up for it. But unfortunately, right back to Illusion. Now AJ tried to collect the boost and the ball. Ended up getting the boost, but with no ball.
Yeah, and this is the Gyro that we're starting to see, that we got little glimpses of against G2 earlier on in that game 5. Gyro started popping off, and he was being so aggressive. That's something that seems to be employed now for the Peeps. You can see him being aggressive, winning every challenge he goes for, just running back to get full boost. Then he instantly turns for some kind of contention, or contest, excuse me. I can't speak English right now. And it's nice to see, because Gyro is a player who I think has the ability to be the best on the Peeps, even though we talk about AJ. There's the demo from Illusion. Solid plays from the Peeps, and this is something that the Matones, they probably haven't had to deal with, is them being the underdogs and not knowing how to close out the series.
And I think what's really coming alive for the Peeps right now is AJ. You were talking about Gyro as well, but AJ has just been a nuisance in the midfield right now. Every time he gets on the ball, he's able to keep it and shove it right back into the face of the Matones, and it's been very tough for them to get past AJ. Yeah. That play was set up by AJ, who was ultimate goal scorer as well. But again, there's a lot of these plays where he's coming from the side wall and just being an issue for the Matones to deal with. And that's just giving the Peeps advantage right off the rip.
Yeah, and those counterattacks are not as deadly as before. Seems like the Matones happier to give away possession than they were in the first 2 games. You even saw right there, they could have gotten some space to dribble with, but instead just banged it to the other side, gave away possession right away, and they're starting to panic. This is the defense that we expected to see a little bit more out of the Matones, where the Peeps, that pressure starting to get to them.
Lucian gets away from 2 players. Gyro helps him out to move it into the Matone corner. Here's AJ, wants to take it himself, sets him up himself nicely. Brisky read him perfectly all the way. And almost a counterattack if they got it over to Brisky again. Here's Illusion. This ball played wide. Brisky backwards. AJ knows it. And Gyro will pick this one up. Brisky still gets a piece of it, and here's Demon. See if the Matones can get some offense going. We haven't spent that much time on the Peep side. There's been a lot of long clears or a lot of air dribbles from the midfield. AJ might just take it himself. This is cleared away by Brisky. Illusion shot.
That's what I'm talking about from Illusion. Sorry to cut you off, but that's something we didn't see at all from the Peeps, was Illusion there. He crashed the net so fast as a third man, no hesitation to rotate in, and that is how you know the Peeps starting to feel confident in this series.
And you can see it. AJ certainly playing with some confidence as he's picking up the ball every single time into an air dribble. Here he goes again. Looking for the flip reset, does get it, trying to squeeze it in the corner there, and he can't get it. The defense crashes. Brisky had to make the save. Here's Gyro. He'll have his turn as he carries it across the net. Both Brisky and Demon is there. AJ still trying to win back possession. Lucian also win. And now Gyro to keep the pressure on for the Peeps, but I think it's going to die down for just a moment as this big clear comes out, and a welcomed clear for the Matones. But yet still struggling to stay in the Peeps side of things as it's cleared back to the Matone side.
And it's still just 1 goal, Corelli. For whatever reason, it felt like, you know, with all this pressure from the Peeps, we'd have like a 3-0, maybe a possible 2-0, but still 1 goal, 33 seconds left. The Matones, they've held on with their defense relatively well. You just got to get one opportunity, one strike that could break the Peeps defense. You've done it before in the first 2 games. Let's see if they can do it again.
8 saves from the Matones in this game. 11 shots from the Peeps. The defense definitely being tested by the Peeps here. And with 8 seconds left, Matones have to go the length of the field, but Omar tried to get around it. Brisky's got to get up the wall. He's got 1 second left. He does get it. It's going to move down the field, but only for a moment, and AJ is looking just to fake and kill it. And the Peeps able to tie things back up.
Corelli, I saw this happening. When we got into game 3, I saw the double commits from the Matones. I knew they were starting to freak out, and I was telling them, man, you got to calm down. Just keep it under control, because then you're going to let the Peeps get momentum. Once you gave them 1 or 2 goals, it's the same way with Ronicky. If you watch Ronicky in the European regionals, maybe in the first 2 games, he starts shooting horribly, but once you let him get 1 or 2 opportunities in the back of the net, things start to change. That's what happened for the Peeps here. And the Matones, all that pressure, it is almost impossible to handle it.
The Peeps have picked up the pace. The shot quality has gone up. The setup quality as well has gone up. And again, I'm I'm sticking with AJ. I feel like he has been a huge catalyst for this team in this series, and especially in the last 2 games. They've got them in a better place on the offensive side of things, whether it's the air dribble to set someone up or just to keep the possession and that offense going in the final third through the midfield. It felt like he was the man to be on the ball, to keep things going for the Peeps multiple times, and he's earned himself here a game 5.
Yeah, and this is another game 5 actually for the Matones. They went to game 5 against the Zookeepers and Nefarious, so this is a situation that they're used to being, at least earlier today. But are they used to the shots that we're seeing out of Illusion? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Demon has to turn off it. It's tough to defend at this point. All of the boost used from Illusion, and he does catch back up to it off the ceiling. Tough situation for that last defender, and a good start here for the Peeps. 1 for 1 on the shooting. You get Illusion involved as well, and they start off on the right foot. Now AJ, he's got a shot. It's going to be a bit high. Demon does get a piece of it to clear it away. Here's Illusion, and he can't get back to it. Risky, looking for more possession from the Tones from last game. It felt like they didn't keep a lot of it. They would rather just move it downfield, and AJ's going to come through and put a second one away for the Peeps.
Oh, huge shout out to Gyro here in this situation, crashing forward, reading the hit from Demon. Instead of throwing himself right away at that 50, he waited for Demon to make a mistake. And that's another panic play on the defense where you just rush the ball assuming somebody's challenging you, but in fact, Gyro's just waiting. And he tosses that one off the backboard now to AJ. This is the Peeps that was at least passing in game 1 and 2, but now we've got the final shot.
So in the first 40 seconds, the Peeps have put away 2. Very similar to game 1. It felt like Matones got off quick. Matones, again, looking for more possession from them. I was trying to make that point earlier. It felt like they just can't keep the ball. Now Omar, he's got to get back. It's a bit wide. Gyro knew it. He tried to get around it. And it's just going to float away. Here's Illusion. Risky to cut it out. 2 go here from the Matones as Gyro looking for Illusion. Brisky low on boost, still trying to fight for the ball.
Oh, what a 50. The dunk still working out for the Matones, who have some decent offense. They're managing to transition a couple of times, but I don't even think we've seen them once infiltrate the other team's corners, take their boost, try to create a pressure opportunity. It's just been them and the defense the entire time trying to clear this ball out.
Yeah, it's a lot more panicked all of a sudden from Matones.
Yeah.
And you're starting to see that pace of play go in favor of the Peeps, where they feel so fast because they're owning all the boost. There's a couple of shots ring off the framework. Gyro's shot was just wide. It's a good dunk here from Brisky. This could be the opportunity. Miss from Illusion. Shot from Demon does go in, and the Matones get one back.
The defense breaking for the Peeps, all thanks to that dunk from Brisky, and the bounce was perfect. Oh my goodness, the shot then from Demon, everything now connecting. I'm rewatching this play. I thought it was just an accident from the Peeps, but everything actually went well there for the Matones. You had the dunk from Brisky, you had the great bounce off the backboard, and then now Demon using the bottom of his car to find that angle.
That was a tough situation, especially from Illusion's perspective. That ball, when it had bounced off the wall, just went over his car. He had ran out of boost to catch up to it anymore. So lead cut in half for the Matones, and maybe feeling like it's a bit more doable here in this series. Demon touch, hits it backwards. Brisky there to help out. Tough situation now for the Matones. Omar there to bail them out. There's a big clear all the way to the Peeps side. Here's Demon trying to make something happen. Gyro immediately jumps on it. Now AJ trying to get a second touch. The net was open if he got it. And Matones just barely get in the way of it. Here's Omar looking for the flip reset. Couldn't catch back up to it. He might have fooled the defense if he had gotten there. A good setup, but back to square one for the Matones.
Nice demo to open up some pressure, or excuse me, some space, relieving that pressure. And you can see the mentality now from the Matones. We're back to that calm perspective with the bump play from the solo dribble. Oh my goodness, this is beautiful, Corelli.
There's a lot of discipline in holding this dribble. He didn't have boost, so there weren't a lot of options for him. He had to just straight up take the one-on-one.
Yeah.
But he knew Brisky was coming, and I'm sure the call-out was being screamed in his ear that Brisky was going for the demo, or at least a bump. And with no boost, Demon had to take it. And it pans out for the Matones, and they're back tied up.
I don't even think they got any contact on the demo. I'm not sure. I wish I could see that replay one more time, but I don't think there was any contact. But just the fact that you go for the bump makes that third man freak out and have to challenge early.
And that's just as good as the either two options of demo or bump. You'll take it.
Yeah.
You just want to move that defender out of the way. Demon tried to get a bump on Illusion here. And Illusion calmly clears it out from his side. Demon gets bumped out of the way. Peeps threatening here. A shot from Illusion does go off two defenders. Demon, it was on his head and he couldn't get around it. And Peeps take the lead.
Oh, and with the speed of the Peeps, all three players so fast, Brisky has to turn there and go for a challenge. If you give any time for that shot to come out from the Peeps, odds are it's just going to end up in the back of your net. Brisky, you need to go for a challenge. The hesitation now affecting all of the Matones on defense. This is a scary situation. There's a minute and 14 seconds left. Still time for them, but the Peeps, their striking is back in form.
A minute left now for the Matones to make something happen. Plenty of time. And they've shown a lot more poise on the offensive third in this game rather than the last two. Can they keep this pressure up? That's not the touch Demon wanted. I think he wanted a second one, and unfortunately, it gets thrown back into their corner. Gyro looking for the back wall. Does get it. Brisky missed his touch. Demon there to bail him out. Now Omar downfield. Illusion plays it to his own corner. Matone's trying to set up to trap the Peeps in, but a great clear by AJ, and he almost gets back to it. He does. The defense letting him get away with it. Now Demon trying to force the issue. 20 seconds left now for the Matones. Can they hang on? Or rather, can they get one back? Dangerous ball from the Matones. Demon doesn't get the touch.
Well, the bump.
Very conservative approach here from the Peeps. Now AJ's going to pick it up. Demon to clear it away. Illusion trying to fight for every inch, and he might get around it. The last man missed, and Illusion puts it away with 3 seconds left. The Peeps look to take game 5.
Oh, it's the worst way to go out. You missed the shot or the clear in the corner, and there's nothing you can do about it. The Matones feeling the pressure. And there was even a moment where there was a bump on that final striker from the Peeps where I thought maybe they could have brought in some possession out of the Matones and moved that ball forward, but it's the Peeps to get the reverse sweep.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, the Matones. I'm paying attention to them though. That was a fantastic series.
The Matones looked great in that series, especially those first 2 games. It did look like they were the better team. They were all over the Peeps, and the Peeps are a darn good team. You know, the Peeps, I don't think anyone are sleeping on the Peeps anymore. They had a tough series against G2 earlier where they took them to game 5 as well. So the Peeps, they have paid their dues. They are a high quality team here in North America, and the Matones definitely did some good stuff against them here in this series.
Yeah, and this is all the Matones need is situations like this. Honestly, for a team that's starting out and trying to get some reputation under their name, it's not necessarily the most important thing. Obviously, you want to put up good results whenever you can, but just being in the situation, getting experience in that game 5 against a team who seems to be impossible to beat because the pressure so much better than yours. The passing is on another level, but you're still keeping it close, gaining that experience in those game 5 clutch moments. That's everything for the Matones, and I can expect now much faster improvement and maybe even some more upsets from them in the future.
Well, the Peeps end their day 3-1. They qualify. Well, the Matones, they're not out of it yet. They're sitting at 2-2, so I'm sure we'll see them later on today. But we got to take a quick break. When we come back, we got more Rocket League.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family.
Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf and alongside me Gibbs and a Cheese to talk about our last match. The Peeps had a bit of a hill to climb over there, Cheese.
Yes, slow start, but they get the job done. Dangerous couple of opening games, but what can you say when you got Gyro and AJ absolutely popping off at the end? Overall, a great series from the Peeps, able to battle back. Never easy to come back from 0-2 and to get it done and move forward. Illusion as well played very well in the final rounds.
And you want a clean sweep, right? If you're the Peeps, but at the same time, you know, it's a team that's a huge underdog that maybe they were just like, this is an easy win, but this is a good wake-up call for them. 2 losses in a row. They do bounce back and win the series, which is great. They move on to top 16. They've been top 4 both regionals. That's what we expect from them at this point. They get a clean slate when they go to top 16 at this point, which is good for them because today, a little bit shaky, but they get the job done.
Well, let's talk about that victory and how they achieved it. Gyro is joining us from the Peeps. Gyro, congrats on the win there. It seemed like, again, just as the Chief said, rough start, but you got there at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we've never played them before, so we didn't really know what to expect out of them, but they came out swinging and we just had to figure them out at the end.
That's something Garrett actually mentioned earlier. He specifically named Matones as a team that is, a team that's pretty good and one you have to look out for. Now that you've just played them, how do you feel they fit into the landscape in North America?
I think they fit pretty well. Like, I feel like if they played in EU, it wouldn't work, but I think in NA they're good because they're like based all around just speed and hitting the ball as fast as possible. Yeah. I feel like if they kept control more, they would be a lot better, but I think it just became too like predictable whenever we figured them out.
So at the end of the day, this was a rough series, but you guys finished 3-1. You have a really good game differential from your 2 previous series. Do you guys care a lot about where you're seated for top 16, or do you just go into that and whoever you play, you play?
We don't really care much about our seeding, but this Saturday, Alu's going to be gone for the first round, so we wanted to get good seeding because we're going to be playing with Mala. But usually it doesn't matter to us. We're kind of disappointed we didn't go 3-0. We kind of thought we could have taken the G2 series, but I'm glad we were able to at least 3-1 here.
And sorry, that's me. Ignore me.
It's your turn to ask a question. That's what
forget it. No. Anyway, I was about to say, there's only a couple teams that can make it, of course, remaining for that top 16 slot. Only 3 left. So who do you think makes it out of E United, Adept, Frontline, Matones, Boomafu, all the remaining teams? Who do you guys think makes it?
I would like to say Adept makes it. And how many teams I could say? 3?
Yeah,
Adept and Frontline, that's a good team, and Matones probably.
No E United. All right. Yeah. I was curious.
Yeah.
I want to bring it back to what you mentioned there before with the sub thing. We're seeing just across the grid and across just RLCS in general, we see more usage of subs over the time here. I'm just always like to find the process out. What is the process like for you guys, at least, to get that sub involved them? Do they just play all the rest of your scrims and stuff from here on out, or is there a sit down you do, or what's the process for getting a sub ready for matches like that?
Well, usually for us, our subs aren't ready. Like last time we used Mala, we just knew like on the day that he had to play, and we got him
and go.
And I think for this time, we're just gonna scrim with him on Saturday before our match because it's only 1 match, so we want to scrim with Alu as much as we can.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I just like to find out the process. Either way, you guys have made it through. You're on to stage number 2, so congratulations, and thanks for giving us some time, Gyro.
Thank you, Leaf.
And there's Gyro from the Peeps again. As we said, a little bit of a fight off the bat there, but that's what you expect from experienced teams. Achieves is the fact that they played a team they haven't played before, but they will figure it out at the end.
Oh yeah, I mean, you even saw that with the match before that, the one that Wave and I casted with people thinking, Adept and Rogue is going to go 3-0, Gibbs, but but you can't take those teams lightly. Yes, you have the experience, and that's why we say it so often. The best teams, the ones that find a way to win on kind of their off days. So with the Peeps coming through here, playing a tough bubble team, not exactly informed, you start off rough. It can go poorly, but you battle back, you stay locked in, you figure it out, and you win the game.
Well, let's take a look at our standings now as we have 4 rounds down and only 1 more to go. I will remind you guys one more time that we do have another stream going on over at twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. And of course, over here, we do have 2 more matches. So on the League one, you can find Adept United. But this is the lay of the land so far. You can see 3 green and 3 red, which means only 3 teams, Gibbs, are making it through.
And the one problem, E United, they're coming from that 1 and 2 area, so they're going to get a little bit of a tougher matchup. Playing Adept, which now that turns into basically whoever wins that, they still have a shot at the major. Whoever loses, they're basically done at this point. So that's a really tough matchup. That's why you want to win early on, so you get easier matches later. That did not happen for that squad.
Yeah, and let's just look forward here. Let's talk. I mentioned that E-League stream. Let's take a look at the matches we got. They have Adept United. We have Matones. We have Adept. I think I switched around there. And they have Matones versus Bosif. And then, of course, Frontline versus Zabumafu is our other match. But you see it here. Those 6 teams are the last trying to vie for those 3 spots. So it's going to be everything down to the line. You make it then, of course, to that top 16 over on Saturday for your stage number 2. So a lot on the lines here. And the funny thing, again, we do have United here, but Achieves, Gyro thinks that there's no hope for them at this point. Are you on that boat as well? I know you asked the question, so I know you're looking for that answer.
I mean, I cannot blame him for picking Adept. To be fair, maybe Gyro didn't know Adept and United were going to get matched up. Maybe he did. One way or the other, though. I am surprised to see him not have United going through. Yes, I know they're playing with Tristan now, but I still think they're doing all right. I liked Adept, though. I can't blame him for picking Adept. They did look real good in their series versus Rogue. So who would I pick? Ask me when we get there.
Okay, but yeah, that's not the one we have to focus on right now. We got to focus on Frontline versus Zabumafu. That is our next matchup here. So let's break down these teams. Let's talk about how this is going to go. Gibbs, right off the bat, what's this matchup going to look like?
My one concern for Team Frontline, they have 2 9th place finishes so far in Regional 1, Regional 2, but that also means that in the 2 and 2 round, they've lost to go 2 and 3. They did win 1 2 and 2 round for Regional 1, I believe it was. So they have a 1 and 2 record in those 2 and 2 squads. So that's the tough part. They're playing a team, though, that continues to make roster moves, and they're trying to find their form. They're not worried about points right now, unless they make playoff bracket here. But Frontline is one of those teams, back-to-back 9th place finishes. They will be at the major no matter what happens here, but they want as many points as possible to keep proving everyone wrong. No one expects them to get 2 9ths. They want to continue that trend.
Well, it's time now for the Verizon fan vote. Get your votes in chat with the hashtags TFL or ZBMF. And I'm betting you TFL wins just because it's easier to type. That's my prediction right now. At least that's the approach I would take. I'm lazy, but get them in chat right now. We want to see how you guys think this match is going to go. Because only one team can make it through. For the other team, well, they're going to have to try again in the future in another split because this is their last opportunity to try to get some points here. Now, while you guys are doing that, we're going to get our predictions out there on the line. I know you wanted to wait for that Adept United one. Well, then I'm going to get you to do this Frontline Zabumafu one here at Cheese. Who do you got going through?
I've got to go with Team Frontline. Yes, they've had a tough day today. They've played Adept, G2, E United, and XSET. I think Zabumafu is going to be too off-center, considering like they keep making roster moves. I just don't think Zabumafu has the consistency they need.
Yeah, Gibbs?
Achieves is smart. Team Frontline.
You basically said, I think what we were all going to say is just with the roster shuffle around like this, Zabumafu's not going to have that experience. This is a good chance for them to do their best, but Frontline, of course, are going to be the ones that I have going through on this one. It just feels like Frontline, the experience, if you go against it, it's weird. And that's exactly what you guys did in chat as well. It'd just be weird to go against it. Not that we don't want to see Zabumafu do good, but I think at this point, it's an experience getter for that team. But get online and let us know your thoughts as we head into our final round at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But it's time now for round 5 over in the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you, Leaf and Turtle. We've seen a lot of old names come and go, and now we see Austin, a name that has been around for quite some time, and he's been, part of a cohort of players that have been able to ascend to the top ranks. But for him, he's always been trying to break in. So now we see him come in pretty close here.
Yeah, I've known this guy since, like you said, 2015. He's always in that bubble scene area. So it's great to see him, come out here and have a chance at making it to the next stage. This is going to be a close one. Two teams who are kind of on the cusp of becoming, a solid team that we should pay attention to, kind of like Xset or maybe Adept, who we're starting to give more attention. So let's see if Zabumafu, which, by the way, I love saying that name. It just rolls off the tongue so nicely. We'll see if they have what it takes to beat out Team Frontline, who the whole desk definitely had the advantage over. And granted, Team Frontline are a solid team.
Uh-oh. You see a bump there. And I think both these teams proved to be pretty solid to make it to this point. One series away from making it in, but it's all or nothing. This is tournament life situation for both of these teams, sitting at 2-2. Austin getting dunked on there. This will go back, flip to the corner. Kiri has Austin in the middle. It's above his head, and he gets demoed anyway. Austin rotating back. A little slow on the corner read. Delta leaves it for Andy. Now Beast, last one, does weave it around the defender.
So close there in the corner. You could see the pass idea was it centered. And now even again from the corner, this is a really good look from Team Frontline. Whenever you infiltrate the corners, make sure you pop it up and then get the pass off the backboard. And all you have to do is outpace that one defender and you've got a free shot.
Even had Delta going for the bump play. And that key moment was that hit around the defender. You saw it, Turtle. There was, if it was the third man going for that hit, if he gets challenged there, if he gets 50'd and that starts a counterattack, maybe Frontline gets scored on there. So that hit to the corner, very important.
Well, that's something that a lot of teams start to do early on. That's one of the first steps to becoming, a well-synergized team with each other, is to bang it into the corners and make sure you have somebody in position to receive it and focus on getting out into the middle. And Team Frontline, they just made it look so easy.
Made it look easy. Snagged that first goal. But now, Zabumafu on the attack. Backboard pass. Plip will dive in, but Delta got it out to Beast. Andy tried to slow play that one. He'll now take it to the wall. Gets demoed by Austin, who nudges it back. Beast will go for the corner pass. Delta's up quick, but Plip was there in time. Kiri was a step too slow. Good thing Plip was there.
The bump. Oh my goodness, the bump almost worked. Where was the third man rotating it? I was so worried about the defensive front line. I thought somebody was going to crash the net, and yet it just rolled all the way across even after the bump. Maybe it wasn't communicated well. But Zabumafu now starting to look better. The shot then off the corner. It's so close for all three of these guys. They just can't get into the back of the net.
Kiri going for the first touch, the second touch. Had a teammate in the middle. Opted to take it himself. Kiri let Austin go for this one. Kiri get beat to the ball. Austin bumps his teammate. Tough spot now for Zabumafu. Andy wins in the corner, challenging Austin. Austin gets a piece of it. Awkward ball, but Flip will take it up in the air. Flip reset. He's just trying to buy time. Delta, airborne. Couldn't get the 50, but the ball's out to Andy, who has Beast in the middle. Andy, another touch down to Beast. Beast won't be able to take the shot. Austin, great hustle to get back in time. And now breaking out. Kiri goes for the 50. Frontline recover nicely.
Seems like both defenses under pressure. And it's all coming from the corners. We even see on this side now, Zabumafu putting it into the corner and then going for a shot or a pass out in the middle. That was a good one from Austin. Fortunately enough for Team Frontline, you had somebody in net. So at this point, it seems like we're just waiting for the final shot after it gets tossed out from the corner. Who's going to be that man to strike it or at least find a solid hit? Seems like Zabumafu failing to find it. Meanwhile, Frontline, they found it once.
Zabumafu, I don't know if it's nerves, but now leaving the net wide open. Austin jumped in, got beat to that ball. That spelled disaster.
Yeah, look at that interception from Beast. He saw that if that pass was just a little bit slow, all you have to do, put yourself in the middle of that player, almost playing man coverage, and you've got a solid clear. Somebody's also on the other side waiting for the hit. It's too easy right now from Frontline so long as you can find the interception.
Austin wanted to go for that flip reset, but it didn't pan out. Kiri off to the side. Austin downfield. Flip. It just seems like Zabumafu not on the same page quite a bit. We've seen a lot of team bumps. That play there, the double commits.
Yeah.
It's been challenging for him.
Yeah, and that could become, or that it could be an issue from a lot of the roster swaps that they've seen, and now trying to solidify their own roster. That's something that you build with time, experience. It's rare that you'll see a team, communicate perfectly or always be on the same page, and that's whenever we get to that honeymoon stage. But it's very unlikely that we'll find a team, especially if you don't have too much experience altogether.
And now, no chance for Zabumafu to come back. Team Frontline, a convincing win in game 1. Maybe they'll get one more.
Oh, I believe.
Delta barely misses. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Frontline, get the win.
Yeah, I think it's expected. There wasn't too much pressure from Zabumafu. Maybe a couple of good looks in the corners. The Team Frontline, man, that defense too calculated, and just like the interception we talked about, it's little moments like that where you don't really even need to outpace or out-mechanic them, so long as you can predict where those hits are trying to go, where those passes are trying to be, because that's really the most important part of the defense. It's not necessarily that speed or the positional awareness of where your teammates are necessarily, so long as you know the prediction of where the other guys are trying to hit that first ball.
A bit readable, what you're saying, and I agree with you, Turtle. I don't think Frontline was ever really in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Only 2 shots for Zabumafu as opposed to the 7 shots coming through for Frontline, who had seemed like free reign out there on the field, and Zabumafu struggling to even be on the same page with one another. So I'm going to look to see if maybe the comms get tightened up this game, a few adjustments. Zabumafu wouldn't be at this point if they were not playing well today. So we'll see if they can recover.
This is the opposite, too, of the last series. I mean, the previous series with the PEEPS, that was just such a fast-paced game, and now the ball seems to be a bit slower. Like, look at the hits from Austin. They're just keeping it close, making sure they go for a couple of air dribbles, and nobody pushing up with booming hits, and the ball never really reaches even close to this line. Now there's a good 2-on-1, going for the bump. Andy, the air dribble. Oh, that looks so clean, and the accuracy of where he placed that ball was perfect.
The finesse touch from Delta. Beast going for the bump. Andy going for the air dribble. That was... You don't want to be the last defender back in that situation. Andy's going to tuck away that clip.
It did look like Kiri almost got a piece of it, though. I was looking at the replay. He was so close. He went off the top of the goal, kind of drove upside down, and there was a spot where if maybe he jumped off a little bit earlier, he could have gotten a piece, but still, that's Team Frontline scoring first yet again.
Now that leaking out. Oh, huge save from Plip. Rebound out to Beast. Plip again gets the save. Delta to Andy. Andy shot, lower corner. Frontline, they're pulling no punches today.
Yeah, they're not letting up. This is the perfect amount of offense and rotation that you want to see from any team, really, is that you just keep banging shot after shot, waiting for a mistake to come out. Even after 1 save or 2 saves from who I believe it was Plip, you're still putting on the pressure. You toss into the corner, get out to the midfield. If it doesn't work, keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Frontline, hot start from them. Austin, low boost. Ball gets around him. Struggling now in the corner. Kiri finally will get a good challenge. Now on the attack, Austin. Self pass off the back wall. Flip, waiting for the rotation in. Now dives in. Beast will go off the ceiling. Gets a nice clear down. Wall pass out to the middle. And the shot from Andy. A hat trick for him.
Another lovely play from Team Frontline, and they're not using the corners this time. In game 1, they just toss into the corner, try to get out into the midfield, but now they're using the side walls, which is something that Zabumafu, I don't even think I've seen them do once so far. I'll try and keep an eye on if they're going for the midfield passes, but it seems like they're lacking in that aspect. Meanwhile, Frontline, they're connecting in the corners, off the sidewalls, even the midfield passes, and now the striking, maybe the double taps too. Oh my goodness, off the crossbar. So close. Let's see if Delta has the follow-up. The fake, it looks so clean from Frontline. I was about to say easy, but none of what we're seeing is This is so difficult to keep your composure and go for those fakes.
So some full field counterattacks coming out, both sides. And you said it, Turtle, that fake almost paying off.
Yeah, it was
and
close.
a save from Delta. Corner pass from Austin. Zabumafu still looking to get their first goal of the series.
Flip. I love the corner play, going for the 50, maybe a little dribble out. Still using the corners, though. Maybe mix it up, go for some midfield passes. That's something that's working so well for Frontline. They've swapped it up. Now, Zabumafu, you have to respond. It's the ball's in your court.
Flip. Pops it. Beast. Going for a flip reset. Now over to the wall. Pass into the middle. Delta has to stop it. He gets a touch. Kiri's there. Austin in the middle. Flip on the backboard. Kiri goes for the solo play. And now Austin's going to have to streak back after the long clear.
We have to look for those counterattacks from Team Frontline. What is this? It almost bounced off their did they pre-jump that and pass it to each other? Frontline.
Yeah, that was a pre-jump, and it bounced off.
Dude, we almost got one of those against the PEEPS, too. There was one moment for the PEEPS where they could have gotten one of those, too. Why are we getting so close to these amazing-looking plays, but we just can't have it go in?
We just can't have nice things sometimes, Turtle.
Yeah.
But that counterattack, I guess we can. Andy picking up his fourth off a nice little passing play counterattack.
I love Andy being in position there, too, going for the offensive strike. He knows his teammate's going to have a solid clear. He has the confidence in him, and he just rushes forward, waits for that hit. It's Team Frontline. I think this is what we all expected. Now a fake kickoff. What is this? You know, you said we can't have nice things, but now we're having nice fake kickoffs. Everything working for Team Frontline.
I guess Frontline has nice things.
Yes. Except for the pre-jumps. That's all I want. That's all I want. One pre-jump. Is that too much to ask for, James?
I don't think so. And, you know, we still got time.
Yes.
But it doesn't look like we've got that much time. Maybe one more game after this one.
There's hope.
Because Frontline, they've looked like the better team in this matchup by a long margin. A miss from Flip on the sidewall. Pop from Austin. Andy there. Andy cut off that play so quickly. And now the pre-jump you called for. Turtle. Oh, my.
I wanted it, James. I asked for it. We almost had it. Please. Bro, please, game 3. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe 52 seconds left. I mean, I don't even care which team gets it. Just somebody hit me with the pre-jump. I'll be getting teased all day long.
This Frontline team is playing like it's matchmaking, and they're up by 8. Andy's shot blocked by Austin Flip. Over to the side. Everyone on Zabumafu struggling to get boost or space. Pinch back to Andy. Andy tried to hit Delta mid-air.
That could have been the pre-jump I was asking for. Okay, we're getting closer. There's hope for Team Frontline. And the fact that they have the space and all the confidence to go for plays like this has got to speak volumes to where they're at in this series. And then look at the plays on offense that are developing from their own half.
Look at this. Look at this. Delta.
What?
Gets a little touch there. What is that touch?
I have no idea. It's like he missed the first hit. It was like, you know what? Wait, I can still get this. Whatever. This is a ranked game. I think we stumbled upon ranked. You know, the opposition doesn't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. It's 5-0 Frontline. They certainly have this under control because they've got to know what's going on here.
It seems like Frontline can do no wrong.
Yeah.
Back-to-back shutouts. This game, I don't even know how to describe it other than getting rolled. Zabumafu got rolled, Turtle.
See, if I'm Zabumafu and I'm coming back and I'm watching this series, that's the last thing I want to hear. I don't want to hear saying that I got rolled, even though it's 5-0. You definitely got rolled. That's just the hard facts because Team Frontline. You know, 10 shots for Andy alone. It started out with a good play. You know, we weren't getting pre-jumps. We weren't getting crazy mechanical skill showings from every single player like we did towards the end. It started out with that Andy air dribble and then just progressed into the weirdest hits. Some very creative plays, I'll give it that, but something that nobody expected.
But it has been a blast to watch, Turtle. Oh, yeah. The counterattacks, the passing plays, the mechanics, Andy especially, and then Delta, that little touch. We're seeing pre-jumps.
Hopefully
2 shutouts now.
Okay. don't say that as if we're not going to see any more, all right? I believe in game 3. You know, we've been waiting for it all day. It's going to happen.
Zabumafu has to figure something out. They haven't managed to score in 10 minutes now.
Oh, and they can certainly do it. They have some offensive pressure. It just comes down to how predictable they are all the time, just going to the corner, the same old pass. Mixing it up is ideal for them, getting this pass out into the midfield using the walls. That's something that Team Frontline always ended up doing in game 2. They've got to incorporate that into their own play.
And even there, Plip and Austin not on the same page, caused trouble in the rotations, and then Austin ended up getting demoed. Austin, 30 boost. In the corner, past Beast. Delta will poke it around the first defender, but Plip with a solid clear, forcing Andy to go to the corner. Kiri, backboard pass, and Beast will hit it downfield. Austin there to stop it. Gets bumped back. It'll give some space, but now Plip will close it. Plip hunting for a demo perhaps on his way out. Austin off the sidewall. Plip.
There we go.
Going for the 50. Corner bounce. Austin has Kiri in the middle. He pops it and Kiri will bail.
Where's the offense? We're seeing a lot of these good passes come out from Zabumafu, but there's a lot of passively positioned players just lurking in the backfield. Now an open net almost. Andy was rushing to get back. I'm not sure what happened there. The defense slowing down a bit, and it seems like Zabumafu is still unable to capitalize.
I think Beast must have a bad controller cable. I've seen him. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, he's out. Oh, he dipped. He dipped. But we're still going to look at this goal or actually get a pause here because I'm not sure what's going on with Beast. That was a bit of an awkward performance. And I was wondering, I saw like 2 players alone. Where's Beast? What's happening? Because Andy had to rush back to get that save. Still managing to hold on relatively well. We've got 3.5 minutes now left. But Zabumafu, this is a much better game than the previous one for sure.
Yeah, this was a tough moment as well for Team Frontline. Things were going so well, and we'll see if that goal stands. Beast had stopped moving for quite some time, so we'll wait to hear what the admin call is in this situation. Obviously, Beast got disconnected. We're not sure what exactly is going on with him right now, but we will find out, and as soon as we do, we will give you an update. So, Turtle, just recapping the series, what we've seen is pure domination from Team Frontline from game 1 to game 2. Now, game 3, a much closer start, and maybe this could be the start of something for Zabumafu.
Yeah, and in this pause, I mean, you're thinking about what these teams are saying to each other. I think for Zabumafu, this is a little bit better of a situation for them as we're going to take a look at some of the replay, some of the great goals. This started out game 2. That's what I think I was expecting on Team Frontline. They answered, and that was my favorite shot, honestly. Andy with the air dribble into the upper corner. He even denied the upside down goal save. And still look at the passing. It's the counterattacks. They always have somebody waiting on the other side, to receive a clear, which is very difficult to do, especially when you're in a close series. It's risky to push up, but whenever you can predict that your teammate's going to get that pass up, it's so effective, James.
So we have a message from the admins updating us as to what's going on. Looks like we will set the clock back to 3 minutes and 30 seconds before the goal took place. Beast obviously was having those issues before the goal went in and was out of play for quite some time before that scored. So we're going to set the scoreline also back to 0-0, and we will pick game 3 back up at that point. So, Turtle, we're going back in time, getting things set up, and we'll be underway very soon.
I mean, you even mentioned it, though, the fact that they couldn't get a goal in for maybe 10 minutes, but now Zabumafu starting to move up on the offense. We're actually seeing some better setups, too. I've seen Austin, excuse me. I keep wanting to say Osen. Austin had a little pop-up in the midfield, tiny little taps like that to your teammates instead of the usual corner play. They're finally making a difference. So I think that, Team Frontline, it won't be nearly as easy as game 2, James.
I agree with you, but I still think that Zabumafu is having issues. A few of them with the communication, players going upfield, expecting one thing to happen very clearly based on where they're positioning, and it doesn't go the way they're thinking. So you can tell that there's some type of comms issue going on. And also you could even see a bit of timid play from Zabumafu. There was the pass from Austin up in the middle, and you saw Kiri didn't even want to go for it. He was so worried about getting beat to the ball as that last man back, which, sometimes that is the right decision, and maybe it was the right decision there. But it certainly seems like Zabumafu is playing timid, and that shows from the scoreline. They still have not managed to score, and we are 11.5 minutes into this series.
Yeah, and that's something that is expected after game 2 when you get absolutely obliterated like that. I mean, and I'm not even saying that to be mean or anything. Like in game 2, you said it yourself, they got rolled. That's something that you have to deal with, is the mentality of, oh man, we got destroyed. I'm going to try to stand back a little bit, be a little bit more passive, which is the opposite of what you want to do. So if you're Zabumafu, come out strong. We're going to resume here now, and we'll see if that offense from Zabumafu can carry on.
Perhaps that short break can serve as a bit of a timeout for Zabumafu. They were able to drop some plans.
It's a good chance.
And that's a good touch from Curie, but he gets bumped. Oh, he's still there. Oh, gets in front of his teammate. The recovery, not going to be there, but the challenge still pops the ball up. That was a strange play.
That's the communication you were talking about, James. If only that was communicated, like, oh, I can still get a touch. I know it's really difficult, especially in those moments, to say I'm going to get another touch because nobody expects it. But had that been planned a little bit more, maybe the call had come out earlier, there would have been a shot. And speaking of a shot, we got Delta on the other side off of a fantastic pass from Andy.
And it all started out with the clear from Beast. Beast to Andy off the ceiling, and Delta gets the goal. And I love seeing more of these ceiling drop plays. We didn't see as many of that in the past, but now players getting very comfortable getting that ball hard off the ceiling, because when you got those defenders in net turtle, bouncing it off the ceiling a lot of times is the best option.
Yeah, exactly. And it stays in the middle too with that ceiling touch. Is normally, if you hit it off the backboard, you're actually giving the ball less distance between the goalkeeper and the ball. So it's easier to get a hit. And in that situation, you bang it off the ceiling. This one goes off the post for Kiri. Barely managed to get that one. They're still trailing by 1. But like I was saying, it's just more effective to go for those ceiling touches, James, like you mentioned. And this is a closer game. Frontline still dominant.
And he missed the boost at midfield. Delta jumping early. Beast going to be last back. This is a counterattack opportunity. Austin up to Kiri. Beast will hit it off the ceiling and down, and Andy will get the clear. And now a team bump. Another one. Austin bumping into Plip, which put him in an awkward spot. But Plip still carries that downfield. Beast gets the best of him. Center ball to Delta. Andy last back. Hard clear. Kiri sends it right back. Austin, that was a nice touch, but Delta was there so fast.
Yeah, that's what Team Frontline have been doing, is booming clears to have somebody receive it. And now Zabumafu, this is so much of a better look with better clears. And Austin now with a little pass, there's somebody to receive it finally. This is the offense we wanted to push up. It's starting to get better shots on net. Delta has to get that save. Look at the pressure being applied to Team Frontline now.
Will it be sustained? Austin, that was a good 50. Another good challenge. Will pop it high in front of net. Beast will go down Main Street right to Kiri, who's going for an air dribble. 50 will bounce back to Plip. Plip shot blocked by Andy.
Nice bump.
Final minute remaining. We're approaching perfect sweep territory if Zabumafu can't find the net. Flip has Austin, passes to him. Austin, first touch over to the corner. Gets a block as well, but Beast is there. Andy, now off his own back wall, will clear it hard downfield, and now Beast gets demoed. Andy with a shot towards net, barely misses. Counterattack opportunity. The shot from Austin. Beast was there to make the save.
Oh, that final shot, that was so close. Thankfully, Beast was in position if you're a fan of Team Frontline. I don't even know what to say to that. I feel like the counterattack was fast, speedy. It's just that shot was not good enough. Too simple, too at the defender. And now the final seconds, Team Frontline, they've looked so good all series long. I don't see them breaking down now.
Just have to let this touch, and they get the win, and we'll move on to the next stage. Beast does get the challenge. Team Frontline with a perfect sweep over Zabumafu, and they're moving on to the next stage.
Oh, that's a frustrating game. Team Frontline, they were just a step ahead in every department of Rocket League. You've got better passing, you've got better clears, the positioning too, to trust your teammates more and be on the offensive side. Zabumafu started to look good in the end. I mean, this was no game 2 5-0 result either. So it could have gotten brought back, or maybe if this was the Zabumafu we saw at the beginning, we could have seen a closer matchup. But man, Team Frontline, this is what we all expected. The desk, finally, when they predict the same team all across, it goes their way.
And, you know, that's a rarity as well. So Team Frontline, though, It looked like they had a little bit of extra something because that was a dominating display.
Yeah,
a
no
perfect
pre-jump,
sweep. Yeah, and but still a perfect sweep, Turtle.
No,
and that you don't see
unacceptable.
very many of those.
I do not. Look, okay, I want to see some kind of pre-jump. I'll be watching after this. I expect to see it. Okay, Rocket League is not going to disappoint me.
Yeah, well, this I don't think was disappointing, especially if your team frontline. Dominating performance. So we will be seeing more of them. We'll see if they can bring this type of play to the next stage. For now, we're going to go to a break, but when we come back, more RLCSX.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family.
Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X. We are getting ready for our final match of the day. It's going to be E United versus Adept and Corelli. E United, they were, I feel like E United has been on a recent journey to try to push through the major. I actually don't remember. I had it in front of me. I was like, did they make the major or not? And I was trying to get it and then it went away. So yeah,
it's
Corelli.
one way to describe their game, or their day rather, for sure. They have certainly been on a journey. But speaking about the game that we just saw, Team Frontline definitely coming out on top, a 3-0 victory here. And they just looked a little bit more comfortable in this series, from my opinion. It felt like they were able to get a hold of things early, a lot of real estate for them to work with. And I feel like a lot of confidence gained here. Now that they have qualified, they finished 3-2 on the day. I feel like with a win over Zabumafu, they feel quite confident moving into stage 2. And they're a team to look out for sure. We've talked about it for multiple regionals now. This is a team that when we first time we saw them, we're like, oh yeah, these guys could be the real deal if they could figure something out. I think it was you, Jorby, who I was talking to. I was like, man, I really hope this team sticks together. I really hope this team figures things out after their first appearance in the first regional, because they're a team that can definitely do something here in North America, and they broke through again here in the third regional.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Corelli. I think I do remember that conversation, but we'll see how Team Frontline do on Friday in stage 2. But we are moving to our final match of the day, E United versus Adept. And Adept, they've kind of been on an up and down journey today as well. It started off pretty well, and it's gotten rocky in the center. They had to play against Rogue that looked good for a while, but then it went 5 and it all fell apart after that. What do you expect out of this Adept team against the United?
I'm a big fan of Adept. I'm a big fan of Calm as well. He's a player that I've always looked to, that in kind of the bubble area, that I wanted to see find a team that he could find success on. And with Pirates and Spider, Pirates has been in rival series for a few seasons as well. So he's been around the block. Spider as well has been around the block in a couple tournaments here and there popping up. So for this roster, there are players that have been up and coming for a long time now, players that have the skill to be in a position that they're in now, obviously sitting 2-2. They need a big win here over United. And it's really gonna, for me, from what we've seen from United today, it's been an up and down day, kind of alluding to what we were talking about earlier. United, they started off with the loss against Crimson Wings, and you're kind of like, okay, what's going on with United? They come back 3-0. Then they lose in game 5 to Team Frontline, already now a team that's qualified for stage 2. So for United, it's been an up and down day, but this is, I feel like, going to be a very even match between the two teams, simply because of what we've seen from Adept so far, and maybe United not living up to maybe what we expect them here in stage 1.
It's certainly been difficult for E United, mainly trying to get Tristan really locked in rhythmically. I think that, watching E United, since Tristan has taken the roster, Ajax and Wondamike, it feels like they're really trying to play that first and second man role, and just trying to let Tristan fill in the gaps, but not feel like he has to do too much. But you hope that over time, Tristan really starts feeling his place in this rotation and can really get things going. He's a top quality player individually. He just doesn't have that RLCS experience that comes with the territory, that game level speed that's just different when you get to this level. I think he's slowly getting there, and it's certainly been a little painful for E United along the way, but this is going to be another solid test for them for sure.
And I think that point about Tristan, it really does speak to a lot of what the expectation is for him, because he's at the top of the leaderboards and ranked for a few seasons. He's a high quality player in North America. He's on one of the best teams and one of the biggest dynasty teams in CRL, and it all adds up to his performance here on the RLCS stage. That's a big jump, no matter who you are, and I think we all knew that Tristan can do it, but it is about finding his spot here on this team, and we'll have to see. This is a huge game for not only him, but for United.
And so far, he's actually been behind the ball quite a bit, especially his first man. He's been trying to keep the ball locked over in Adept territory. Adept, they've got a different set of players with their own stories, but Spider just consistently seems to be climbing up each notch on the ladder. I think Corelli, I don't remember if it was you I was talking with about Spider before, but he was one of those players that I know was making a lot of waves in six-mans a long time ago, and this is the second time now that he's getting a lot of great looks against RLCS caliber talent. One to Mike, another save for him, but the first 2 minutes largely hasn't really been one team truly in control over another, but finally a bump opens things up, and Spider, the one to punch it back in.
Well, you could start to see the E United defense get a bit spread with Mike and Ajax on the right side. Tristan, I think, got pushed out of the way as well. Opened up just enough space for Spider to slip through. And the first goal going in favor of Adept as E United have to go back and lick their wounds here.
Oh, and they actually all get caught out. The gap in the rotation was found wide open by Pirates off of not really a special kickoff.
Oh,
Ajax got bumped, and it still would have been a stretch for him, even had he not gotten bumped.
He got bumped, but I think the real issue was Tristan got caught up on the back post. I'm not really sure exactly how he did, but he got tied around it, and it slowed him down from rotating into that front post. So a bit of a mistake there from him, but maybe earns one back, and he will. A shot on target, and Tristan's on the board, one back for United.
Now the scoring, it took 2 minutes to open, but when it did, it opened with a flurry. Tristan picking up a nice hard shot, 112 kilometers per hour. Get a couple more of those out of Tristan, United will be feeling pretty good. Oh, there's another laser. That one from Spider on the opposite team. Now another bouncing one that Ajax easily handles. And United able to throw it back pretty quickly onto the orange half, but Adept, they'll enjoy this lead for as long as they can. Maybe even add to it here with Comms redirect, but Tristan backs it up over into the corner. Well, one to Mike and Ajax commit, but Ajax was still behind the ball. United still got the better look here right up until that double commit, and that gave Pirates a little bit of space. You know, Adept running into each other on the back end too, so they're going to be slow to follow this up. Where you could have took advantage of a double commit, ended up bumping your third man as second man, and Calm is just left here on the sidewall thinking that someone was going to challenge it, but a little confusion maybe on both sides trying to figure out the flow of this game. Spider sneaks in another one through the E United rotation.
Yeah, and United, again, very spread out here. Tristan in the midfield, one to Mike and Ajax got tied up on the challenge. And United's defense not looking very disciplined here in this game. Adept have been able to spread them out and expose that net. You've been calling it out, Jorby. It seems open quite a bit. And I think it's because Adept's doing such a good job of getting that defense to really open up for them.
Oh, Tristan got another look. Having to dive for another save. One to Mike. Also denied. United want to keep the press going. And they can do that if Tristan can get back to this ball. He did, but Calm will throw it back out. E United will get nothing, and everybody has to retreat. Where you really wanted to see them kind of pressed. You thought they had the chance there after Tristan's 50, but the rotation's just a little too wide. E United not feeling that pressure of the 3-1 stint when they had an opportunity several times, I think, now to really put the press onto Adept, and instead it's Adept clearing the ball away again.
Time definitely becoming a factor here for United, and they're not showing a lot of poise on the offensive side. That's a great pinch, though, as Spider was forced to go up, and maybe this is their opportunity. One to Mike, does have Ajax. Ajax over to Tristan. Shot is wide. Great setup, though, from United. Unfortunately, just couldn't convert. Still putting on the pressure, and it's finally cleared away. But that's what you want from United, finding that space and finding each other and set up for success.
And the one difficulty that's really been frustrating E United is, you know, that midfield game. Even though they get that push there, it all dies off that demo. Again, the rotation's just a little too wide. If one to Mike is first man, then a lot of times he's setting himself up to be the receiver on the pass, but there's no real thought after that in game one. That's kind of where a lot of their plays died. And on defense, there's a miscommunication of who should be where, because nobody has been ready for these Adept shots that went in. I mean, there were two where all three players of E United were on defense and they were rotating around, but 2 were going to get boost, and the other one had just got done making a previous challenge. So E United definitely need to just reset their brains and, get back into it. I just felt like they let too many easy ones slip in.
I agree. I think that the defense was very weak. There was a couple of goals, especially the one where I think Tristan got tied up on that net, or on the post, on the gold line. That one was very savable if he had just not done that. So I feel like there were a couple mishaps here for E United. I do think the glaring issue for them is how successful Adept has been at spreading them out and boost starving them, and then having either isolated shots, meaning just one guy in front of the shot, or just not having anyone back. Adept have done a good job, and I think if you're on the Adept side of things, you got to be patting yourself on the back and saying, yeah, this was a very strong game 1 from us. I thought basically everything went well for them here.
And it's pretty big for Adept. If they make stage 2 here, that's a lot more they're going to get in terms of, the quality of teams that they're going to face, more E Uniteds and above in competition. And that's just going to help their rise as a squad. And they're going to have to struggle a little bit. Ajax wasn't quite able to find the mark, but they definitely got to keep their wits about them. E United can certainly swing things around pretty quickly if they can avoid some of these attempts to push them out of the rotation, steal their boost away. Right now, having to play a little bit of defense as Spider gets behind the ball. Actually, on the flip reset, uses everything in the tank, but Tristan, the last man, will be able to make the save for United.
And those are the types of plays where defenses have to be disciplined, and Tristan definitely was, to stay grounded and not jump thinking that maybe he had a better opportunity. It was almost better that second man got beat by the second touch by Spider so that Tristan could read it more easily, having his teammate out of the way. So great discipline from Tristan to at least let that play develop, let his teammates go up and attempt something, and then make the save when he's called upon.
United a little jumpy, but ball gets right back to him. And Adept's put in a tough situation, but Calm will handily make the read. Wonder Mike is already in front off that challenge from Tristan, but he missed the shot. Tristan right behind it again. It's going to be high, but the rebound will be Calm's again. Tasked on defense a couple of times now, and may have to make another stop. Spider gonna try to clear this out against Tristan, but he wanted the boost and the ball. Rarely do you get both at this level. Spider will pop it up, force Ajax to clear it out again. So good defense by Adept, but mainly Calm on that last possession.
Good little move from Pirate. Bottom spells a little bit of space. I think he wanted to cut it back past that first defender. Couldn't make it work. Wonder Mike, though, has put on some good pressure for United. Unfortunately, the shot just hasn't been on target so far. But he's done a good job of creating some dangerous chances for them, and I feel like a couple more and he might start converting for his team here.
Well, Adept were really playing the long ball in midfield on that last attempt. You had both Calm and Pirates kind of sneaking around midfield. They know United are trying to get that clear, the high clear off the backboard. They're ready to receive most of it. Adept have really slowly swung this their way. And Calm consistently trying for those flip resets when he has just a little bit of space. He wants that option, really opens things up, forces defenders to think about what you're going to do. But Calm, all he might have to do is win a 50 for Pirates. Oh no, he got that second touch that kicked it right out, and Spider was out. So Adept will have to try again, but possession has been difficult to find for E United, Corelli.
It's been difficult for possession, you're right, but I think, kind of a mid-game takeaway here for E United is you're realizing your defense is a lot more disciplined here in this game, doing a lot better job of getting the ball to clear out. The possession game after that is an issue, but I think the glaring fault in the last game was United not staying with the play. And in this game, they're doing a much better job of that. Can they find something dangerous here? Ajax trying to carry it, unfortunately cut out. Tristan's there, shot off the post. Wonder Mike's there, and he puts it away. And finally, the opportunity comes for United, and they put it home.
Oh, I think that the expectation was Tristan's shot was on net. Pirates, he had no boost, and he's thinking the only chance I have is just to flip forward and pray that I get the save. I don't think he expected Tristan to ever miss it. And so that opened up the space for Wonder Mike, and having zero in the tank turns out to be the final thing that kills you on the defense for Adept.
Missed shots make the best passes. That's what I say, Jorby. And that's exactly what happened for Tristan. Now Ajax threatening one to Mike. Can't get to the ball, and Tristan forced to slow things down on the counter.
Now United trying to really take our advantage on position, if you will. Oh, and Ajax, he was just trying to get Calm off the back wall there. It is tough to win those 50s when you're going to be last to the ball and Calm is already there waiting for it. But I mean, for all of Adept's poise on offense, they have struggled to put shots on net. Regardless of how you felt about E United, they've registered double what Adept have put on, 4 to the 8. And Wonder Mike will clear out the next ball. Time now the worst enemy of Adept here in game 2. Another high ball that just gets sailed back to Adept's end, but they had a sail play of their own setup. But Calm's touch was for nobody. They were given a gift, and Spider, he wanted to set up a passing play, but no pass was there. Now Pirates takes it off the ceiling. Calm wasn't ready for it, and Wonder Mike will take it back. Spider picks it up again, has a second touch, but is a teammate there? Oh, Spider doing everything to get that ball to Pirates, but it didn't matter. E United scrambled onto the ball, and Wonder Mike kills it, and E United tie up the set.
And I think this is a much better game for United, honestly. I think, to your point earlier, Jorby, in that first half of the game, United did struggle to keep possession of the ball, but I think overall, the chances that came through were much more dangerous in this game. And to a bigger point, their defense was a lot better. And you were just mentioning the shots, and I think that kind of speaks for itself. 4 shots Adept was held to here in this game, where it felt like they had a lot more freedom in the last. United definitely made some changes. They felt a lot more consistent on defense, a lot more patient, weren't so panicky, and it paid off for them. They struggled in the shooting department as well a little bit, but they were able to put things away in the end, and a 1-0 victory is a win in my book. And for United, that is huge for them after what has been a tough day for them.
Well, that's also why I don't think you sweat too much if you're Adept. The only goal United were able to get was because you caught a starving player diving back for a save that he couldn't get to. So I think that those shooting issues, they can absolutely come back to bite you here in game 3, because Adept, regardless of how you felt about the offensive output, they still kept it close. And they can pop off at a moment's notice. They did in game 1. E United caught sleeping at all. The ball will be in the back of the net. One to Mike. Just looking for those holes, just trying to really force tough situations, and that was the toughest as Ajax puts it wide. What a shot.
Oh, this was so awkward for Pirates. I was wondering how he couldn't react to this shot. He's guarding that near post very tightly and left that back post wide open. He only had 12 boosts to work with. There's a little misposition there from Pirates. And ultimately, that shot put away from good shot from Ajax to find the hole. And here comes Tristan.
Well, I don't think Pirates wants to be behind low boost in net situations. I don't think he wants to find himself there much more often, because that's twice now. The last 2 goals from E United came in those situations, and you know, it is controlled. Your boost situation is highly controllable, but you know, you're also a victim of the situation at hand. Not all things are in your play, so just because you have low boost doesn't mean you're at fault. But once you start seeing a trend, you have to start wondering about boost management. But for now, things are okay for Adept so long as they can keep this scoreline, well, here or better.
I don't think you're too worried about, if you're Adept. Like you said in the last game, it was a close one. Here we are, 1-0, 1 to Mike. Actually might have this one all the way if he can dunk Calm. It is cleared out, but Adept are generating some sort of chances, and they have had the better of the possession here through 2 games, it feels like. So for them, their chances will come. It's really about, do you convert?
But even keeping possession, like, it's great if you got the ball locked in the blue half, but when your second and third man are, you know, leaning more towards midfield than they are the attacking third, and you're not really generating any consistent pressure against E United, what good is possession if you don't do anything with it? I think that's really Adept's biggest problem, is that they keep trying for these solo plays and trying to force the ball into like a flip reset challenge to try to force the ball into an unwinnable position for E United, but it's not creative enough. There's not enough multiplayer action happening in front of the box for Adept. At least these last 7 or so minutes in the match, E United have been able to, if it's just going to be 1v1s the whole time, I mean, E United are set here, I think, and the scoreline still really shows that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I don't know. I think it's pretty close if you were to go head to head with all three players, but.
Well, I'm just saying in this, like, from what we've seen and what they've given us, like, E United have won their 1v1s for the most part on, like, in the spot that it mattered right there, where, now Spider, he tries to go for that demo because they're feeling frustrated that they can't get through. But now look at this turnaround quickly. Wonder Mike, though, can't get around the ball, and now it's a 2v1 the other way. Spider's got to move quickly, though. Oh, he tried to fake out Tristan on the play. Didn't work. Pirates takes another one. Ajax quickly rounds up the ball and wins 2 crucial challenges back into Adept territory.
But again, United doing something similar from the last game now with a lead is they're getting more and more shots. 7 in their favor, now make it 8 with Tristan's shot there, and now 9. So things are opening up for United, and Adept only have 3 at the moment. See if Spider can put something on target. A couple demos come out, so that's some space opened up. But again, United able to squeak out, even with 2 demos. That last man of United are able to put it down the line.
Oh, but Adept are starting to get some sort of rhythm going if they can pick up a quick save and clear. But, it's definitely a change-up from earlier for Adept. They're finding those demos. It's shaking things up, and it doesn't really matter. Wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. Pirates got the save with Wonder Mike looking down his throat.
Big save from Pirates, and that's the 6-1 for the team. They're feeling a lot of pressure, but they find themselves in the final third, and things have certainly picked up in pace. As we come almost to the end, and Calm's able to tie it up with 54 seconds left.
Finally, Adept find the back of the net after 9 minutes. Calm gets a great initial touch, which puts Wonder Mike in the most awkward position that he could be in. That was an excellent solo effort in the corner by Calm, but everything that led up to it also had a huge factor. Adept finally finding that rhythm on offense and getting multiple players involved past the attacking third in front of the box. They've had to take some tough shots. Here's another one. Oh, Calm just missed it. He flipped under the ball, and it's in his net.
Great pickup here from Wonder Mike to get under Spider, and then Calm in and out save, and just under the ball, like you said. Ajax was picking his spot, but boy, was it close. Calm almost had it.
Adept getting caught out on a lot of United counterattacks. You're talking about having to make some good defensive efforts. It's because of this quick United counterattack, catching Adept getting a little too cozy on the midfield line. But yeah, 30 seconds left. Adept in the same situation they were last game.
I talked about it. Their chances will come, but now you really got to force your chances here if you're Adept, coming up on 10 seconds left.
They get the ball downfield, but now they have to wait for Ajax. Pirates is going to take him out of the play. Calm keeps it close. Straight on the ball. Flip reset, but immediately on top of it was Tristan. And E United are put in prime position to qualify for stage 2.
Oh, that's so sad from Calm. He was trying to get the flip reset. He had already used his second jump, and he just got too far under the ball. So he just basically bounces off of it instead of picking it up. He might have fooled the defense if he had gotten it. Unfortunate. It was a good attempt, though. He could have thrown off that last defender and create something, unfortunately. United, or if you're an United fan, fortunately, up 2-1 now as Adept couldn't get that last save. Calm just barely missing it, and then, of course, on the ball there at the last second as well. But, again, I feel like, Jorby, in this particular series and what we've seen, it does feel like Adept have the chances coming. The defense has been a lot better from United. There's been less chances from Adept, but I think there have been some high quality ones as well. And I think on the other side of things, Adept's defense hasn't been as strong as of late, and United have started to find a lot more success as well.
And that started happening, I think, when Adept tried to adapt to what E United were doing and blocking everything they were trying. They tried to, have those quicker passing plays or go for the demos. But Corelli, I think you pointed it out. 2 times now, Calm has flipped under the ball when he should just be a little higher. So clearly, The only thing Adept need to do, you just gotta flip a little earlier. Just a tad earlier.
That might be.
That's the plan, Corelli. That's it. All your problems will be solved. It's world champs.
That is.
There you go.
That might be a little too granular, but yeah, it was very close. Very close for Calm on a couple of those, and you really can't fault him. A good attempt on that save, and unfortunate there on that flip reset.
But I mean, think about it too. He gets that save, and then he actually, I'm telling you, man. No, but in all reality, Calm, you definitely expect him to pick it back up and hit those the next time around. We'll see if he can clean it back up here in game number 4, but United have certainly given him a lot to work with, Corelli.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't really think it was a horrible game from Adept. Yeah, they lost, of course, but I don't really think it was that bad of a game. It was very close. They gave up that early goal, which I think is what really hurt them, and now again they've given up an early one to Ajax.
Ajax picking up this ball, and well, on the defensive side, you have last man, Spider. You see Ajax coming around the side, and Spider's probably thinking, I can just grab that ball, play it to the corner. So he's just he's waiting until the last possible moment to hit it onto the back wall, and maybe he can do something else with it. But I don't think he knew how fast AJ got behind that ball and was a little surprised at the power that came out on top of it.
Plenty of time here for Adept. Really just got to make sure that this lead doesn't grow. Like you said in the last game, you either keep it as it is or better. And that's a good opportunity from Spider, and unfortunately blocked away. Is again, United looking a little spread out here.
Ooh, and Wonder Mike just pitches it away. That's a nice move by Spider, but the touch wasn't what he wanted. Calm loves going for that, and you know, it looks pretty when you get it right, Calm, but you really give a heart attack to your teammates.
Yeah.
Maybe me.
He's like, all right, Dorby, you want to see one? I'll give you one, Dorby.
I'm going to boom it down the field. He's going to go for one of these days, but it's off the post. Ajax is so frustrated. How is that ball not in the net? It banged off the post about 20 times, and Adepts get away with it. Why not?
Well, it came off the crossbar at the end, but I think it was saved off the post as well. Ooh. Tristan with a double tap and a 2-0 lead for United.
Tristan, he had the space to do it. Calm rotating back. The slow challenge from Pirates, and Calm goes for it again. Not that time, buddy. And that time, Tristan put it in the right spot, right on the ground. Feels good to get one. Feels good to watch the CRL boy get one, Corelli. I'll call it out.
Hey, you know, you got Shock, you got Tristan now. Big things happen for the CRL boys.
Good times. Ooh. United also having a good time with the acrobatics in front of their net. And for all the trouble that Adept have been able to give them, this has been the major difference. And you know, that shot differential in the span of a game, it might not tell you the story, but over the span of a match, I think it definitely gives you an indicator of what has happened in this match. And that's Adept can't find an offense that works against E United. They can't outplay them in terms of that consistent aggression, that consistent pressure that we so often talk about. And they really struggle hanging on to the ball. While they have like moments of greatness and flashiness where they can make a splash play happen, this is where E United really have it over them. Like, rarely do they get caught in a 2v1 the other way, and then even then they're not punished. Spider, he banged it off the crossbar. Maybe they can make up for it, but Pirates is essentially just letting the ball lob back to Ajax.
And to your point, that was a goal that should have been scored. You had to punish, or you have to punish United, rather, when that play develops, especially with the late challenge from United. See if Spider could put something away. Calm was there to follow up, but a minute and a half left, and your tournament could be over here if you're Adept. You got to find something with time left.
Spider couldn't quite find the timing on that shot. And now Calm lobs it up and hopes he can get back to net in time. Able to grab it one more. Adept, a third goal would surely be it. Well, you're going to have to score, and you're going to want to give yourself as much time as possible. E United are content sitting on this 2-goal lead, where Spider, that's not the touch you want. Wonder Mike has a shot and just threw it wide. He had to wrap around pretty quickly, but that was a big chance to punish.
A little move there from Spider to at least break out. Tristan's already up, doesn't make contact, so opportunity here for Calm. with some space, gets a flip, puts it off the back wall. Oh, what a shot!
Unbelievable! I take back every negative thing I said. 1, 2, 3, baby! Oh my God! The flip reset double tap. You're here for it every single time. I love this game.
Wow. Oh man, what a shot from Com. I don't even know how to explain that one. It was a great flip reset.
That was
to
ridiculous.
Follow it up as well. My goodness. What a way to keep your team alive.
That was fun. Let's see if Adept can do it again. United back on the back wall. And that can certainly get the endorphins running on a team, but they gotta find a way to capitalize it, but they can't hang on to this ball. United are just frustrating them on their own half. There's an United car behind every touch for Adept. There seems to be no way out. With 10 seconds left, they're gonna try, but Wonder Mike makes life more difficult. Tristan denied by Pirates. Com is way too slow. The net is wide open. Tristan takes out Pirates, and that will do it. United 3-1. Boom.
3-1 in the game, 3-1 in the series is what it's looking like. And you can have the great plays from Com right at the end. Unfortunately, not enough. And United are able to hang on, and well played from them. You know, I was a bit worried about United after that first game, but boy, did they turn things around. I thought Tristan had a phenomenal series. Ajax looked good as well. Wonder Mike got a lot more involved in the last part of that series as well. Felt like United adapted well here against Adept, and at the end of the day, get to move on.
Yeah, again, I feel like Adepts, it's like they're halfway there. They figured out, you know, they've gotten the consistent clears. They're able to win the ball in midfield. But then when it comes to consistent pressure on offense, I don't feel like they ever got a full read on E United. It felt like they weren't looking beyond the ball enough, and they were too focused on just trying to win the next challenge. And, you know, more times than not, you're going to find the ball sailing over your head in that kind of situation. But I definitely don't think that it's even close to the last that we'll be seeing of Adept. They played a really close set against E United. I think the pieces are there, and I think the idea is good. I think they just need more, and they just need more time is my thought on Adept. But we're going to throw it back to the desk to close out the day and look at the 8 teams that made it to stage 2. Leaf, Gibbs, take it back.
Thank you, Jorby. I think this is and I did it again. I'm muted in Discord. These guys can't now. They can hear me. Chat. That is literally like 4 days in a row.
I saw it last second. I couldn't type it to you in time.
And you know what? I told myself when I muted, I'm like, I'm gonna unmute this time. Literally 30 seconds ago. I did it again. At least chat can hear me the whole time. We just look crazy over here. I just wanted to extend the welcome to Achieves because he is here as well, Jorby. And I just wanted to say that this is a perfect, I guess, little inspirational note I want to touch on here is Tristan again, like a dude, we talked about it in the pre-show, that made it from CRL. So this is, now he's in this spot. So I think this is a really cool inspirational story. And now here they are with a victory as United. And Achieves, I got to mention, Gyro did not believe in this team.
You know, to be fair, I can't blame Gyro for not believing in E United, to be honest, because, you know, they did play the Adept, and Adept was playing very well, and E United has looked a little shaky. Can't blame Gyro for going with the team that just gave them a big firm for their money. But it's good to see Tristan absolutely knock the lights off the ball. Just absolutely putting that car control and finesse that you saw so much of in CRL in a few occasions here in the RLCS. Very nice to see.
Yeah, and speaking of, you know what, this is a good time to bring up again, as I said at the beginning of the pre-show, that there is another tournament on the line besides CRL with a lot of money, and it's playvs.com/collegeball is where you can sign up for this. $50,000 on the line. If you got a team, you guys are in university and college, I don't know why you wouldn't be signing up for this. I kind of want to go back to school just to do this. So the money on the line, and of course, the fact that there's a wild card spot for the wild card tournament for CRL to get into CRL. This is an amazing place to start. Get into this tournament. As I said, playvs.com/collegerl. Get into this tournament, make your way up that ladder, then through CRL, then you make yourself up through these qualifiers. It was just a great ladder and a great infrastructure for you guys to climb, Gibbs. It's just great, again, to see these success stories and to know that infrastructure is there for these players.
Play Rocket League and then pay for your books with that. That's pretty nice. That's not bad to just play for some scholarship money there. So that's awesome to see.
Yeah, no, it's phenomenal. So again, one last time, playvs.com/collegeRL. Get your team signed up. But let's take a look back at the day today. You know, we're done for Group A. Let's take a look at the standings and just see how the day went here. You know, it was, Chiefs, we talked about at the beginning of the day that this would likely be a predictable top 8. I think relatively so, it ended up in that situation. Are there any outliers here for you, though, that didn't make it through to stage 2?
Outliers that didn't make stage 2. I mean, you might be able to put Adept and the Matones and Zabumafu. Nefarious, obviously, considering how well Nefarious played last time. But I mean, I think you really could have rolled the dice for that 6 through 8 spot here this week.
So that seems like every Swiss too, right? In that 2-2 round, but there are times when it's like we just need a good draw at this point. But at the same time, you know, you're at that 2-2 stage where everyone's going to be so close, so it's anyone's game. But E United, the first time they're making top 16, that's after the roster move that everyone questioned. So far, it's working out for them.
Yeah, this is only part of the picture, though. You know, we do have another group to go. Before we do that, though, let's take, again, a look at the bigger picture of this third North American regional. Their points on the line, these teams have been fighting for. I said third, that's right. That means there were 2 before. And this is what the points looked like after those 2. They'll obviously be updated as the rest of this 4-day week goes. But this is what they look like before we started.
So very important for Boss F. They had 120 points coming in. They just played in that 2-2 round, won in game 5 versus the Matones. That was huge for them. That now moves them up plus 50 points, very likely lock in their spot into the major. It's not for certain yet, but the reason why that is because look at 14th, 15th, 16th, and when we go over to the other board, 4 teams are tied with 100 points, and they all play tomorrow. So very likely, probably 2 of them move on and 2 of them go home unless there's a lot of big upsets happening. So we'll see how that all plays out. But look at E United. They also got plus 50 points. They're sitting at 110 now, which would be tied
Just
for
edging
last.
in there,
Yeah, right now. So E United, they still have more work to do when they make it. They probably have to win 1, maybe 2 games to really lock in their spot, but they're creeping up there. So now that 4-way tie, once again at 100 points, is so close, and all those teams want to knock out the other ones for sure.
Yeah, and as I said, though, you got a bit of the lay of land there, but today what we saw was only part of the picture. Tomorrow, we head into Group B for this first stage. It'll continue to be Swiss. Same situation you saw here, just a bunch of different teams, and here's your teams you'll be seeing tomorrow. Same situation, except I feel like those top teams and Chiefs kind of extend a bit further down into this group.
Just a little bit further, perhaps. But there is some hope for teams, 72 PC, Plot Twist, Ghost, who they, what team did they just pick up? I'm not going to be able to think of it off the top of my head. But either way, they're one to watch as well. Omelet, thank you. Okay, there's definitely room to battle for that. Number 8, maybe 7 spot if Sonics or version 1 or Alpine has a bit of an off day. So who knows?
Yeah, those 2-2 games are very likely going to come down to, do you make a major or not, because of how tight this group is. So it's going to be really fun to watch.
But that is it for today. Of course, if you want to see more Rocket League action, you have 3 more days to do so. Tomorrow, again, is Group B. Then we head into stage number 2 on Saturday. And stage 3, that final top 8 playoff bracket, will be on Sunday. So if you want to join us for the action as early as possible tomorrow, join us at 1:30 Eastern time for the pre-show. And of course, 2 o'clock for kickoff. But on behalf of the entire crew here at Chiefs, Gibbs, and myself, thank you guys for watching this first group. And we'll see you tomorrow.
United.